Chapter 188. Who are you? Tell me your name. Wu Yang, who was dressed in white, asked as he looked at Su Yan with a cold expression. There was disdain in his eyes when he looked at Su Yan. This was the arrogance that belonged to a genius. Especially when he saw Su Yan's age, his disdain was even stronger. This was because to him, he was a genius, and Su Yan was just an ant. Not only him, but even the ordinary Zhou Chen and the graduate beside him looked at Su Yan with disdain because they were beside Wu Yang. I am Su Yan, a disciple of the East Palace of Monster Palace. Su Yan did not care much about Wu Yang's attitude. Instead, he cupped his hands respectfully. A disciple of the East Palace? When Wu Yang heard Su Yan say his name, his eyes darkened as if he thought of something. His eyes moved again as he looked at Su Yan. He could not help but sneer. Disciple of the East Palace, Su Yan? You and I, the East and West Palaces, have never been on good terms. Why are you here? I'm just passing by. Although Su Yan's face was humble, his words were extremely casual. Wu Yang had his pride, and so did Su Yan. When Wu Yang and the other two came over, Su Yan had already seen their strength clearly. A 7 bloodline saint and 2 5 bloodline saints. Obviously, Su Yan's strength was pressuring him to face the 3 of them. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Instead, the bloodthirsty blood in his heart was boiling. If it were not for the fact that Wu Yang was still young, Su Yan would not be so polite to him. Of course, being polite was just being polite. Su Yan would not let him off easily. Moreover, he was a 7 bloodline saint. This was a very rare opponent. At least for Su Yan's current strength, Su Yan really longed for an opponent who could match him, who could make his blood boil, who could let him fight to his heart's content. Therefore, Su Yan's attitude towards him was also filled with his own arrogance. If Wu Yang did not look for trouble, then he would let it go. If he wanted to make things difficult for himself, then Su Yan would not condone it. It was obvious that Wu Yang, who had always been a genius, had always thought highly of himself. Hearing Su Yan's tone, he immediately snorted and shouted, "How dare you be so arrogant when you set foot in my West Palace?" When Su Yan heard Wu Yang's words, he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Why do arrogant people always say that others are arrogant? Of course, Su Yan didn't say this to Wu Yang. He just smiled and said, "Senior brother, I'm really just passing by. How can I be so arrogant?" Who's your senior brother? Without waiting for Wu Yang to speak, Zhou Chen and graduate, who had been eyeing Su Yan covetously for a long time, shouted. Aren't you? Su Yan was not angry at their words. However, Su Yan knew that today's matter would not be settled peacefully. Originally, Su Yan did not want to cause a commotion in the West Palace. After all, this was the West Palace's territory. If he fought here, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Su Yan longed for a strong opponent, but Su Yan did not have the tendency to torture himself. At the moment, as a 4 bloodline saint, Su Yan was confident that he could fight Wu Yang, who was a 7 bloodline saint. However, there were some experts of a higher level. That would be another matter. After all, the difference in strength was too great. If he encountered them, he would be courting death. Since you're not my senior brother, how should I address the 3 of you? Su Yan still maintained his indifferent expression. Cut the crap. Su Yan, hand over the treasure just now and we'll spare your life today. Zhou Chen was obviously impatient. He did not continue to deal with Su Yan, but directly stated his intention of coming here. Treasure. Su Yan frowned slightly. Then, he recalled the light that the sky-crushing sword had burst out again and understood in his heart. Originally, Su Yan thought that this was the West Palace's territory, and that the 3 of them had come here unintentionally to meet him. Since this was the West Palace's territory, Su Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. However, Su Yan now knew that if he could not take out a treasure that the 3 of them were interested in today, it would be difficult for him to avoid a fight. A fight that would be difficult to avoid. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but lick his lips. He did not waste any more time talking nonsense. Instead, he channeled the Virokana-colored glaze swordplay in his body, and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to return to his peak state. When Zhou Chen and graduates saw Su Yan's behavior, they were instantly enraged. However, the 2 of them knew that Wu Yang was their boss. They turned around and pointed at Su Yan and said to Wu Yang, Senior Brother Wu, this guy is extremely arrogant. You see. Yes. Graduate also glared at Su Yan angrily and shouted, Senior Brother Wu, this guy is so arrogant. You see. Compared to the two of them, Wu Yang's face still maintained the same indifferent expression. However, the moment his eyes moved, there was a surge of murderous intent. He looked at Su Yan and said coldly, Su Yan, I don't know what treasure you took from the West Palace, but I advise you to hand it over obediently. I took a treasure from the West Palace? Su Yan could not stop himself from bursting into laughter. However, he did not explain himself. He knew that no matter how much he tried to explain himself, it would be pointless. Rather than wasting his breath, he might as well use this time to recover some of his strength. A 7 Meridian Saint was definitely a strong opponent. Although Su Yan was confident that he was invincible, he did not dare to underestimate him. After all, this was a 7 Meridian Saint, which was 3 levels higher than him. Moreover, there were 2 5 Meridian Saints standing beside him. Su Yan, what are you trying to do? When Wu Yong saw that Su Yan actually ignored him, a fierce glint finally appeared on his calm face. Nothing. Su Yan smiled faintly. He narrowed his eyes and sized up the 3 of them. Senior brothers, I, Su Yan, have already said that I am merely passing by this place. If you insist that I am here to take the Western Palace's treasure, what else can I do? Su Yan, stop pretending. We clearly saw the light of the treasure just now. How dare you deny it? Zhou Chen pointed at Su Yan and shouted. Su Yan could not be bothered to explain. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh, what a joke. What a joke. Zhou Chen became even more furious when he saw Su Yan's attitude. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Su Yan, you, a disciple of the East Palace, trespassed on the territory of the West Palace and took our treasure. How dare you be so arrogant? You really don't know what's good for you. Zhou Chen said and looked back at Wu Yong. Wu Yong nodded. Zhou Chen's lips curled into an evil smile. He waved his hand and a powerful wave of spiritual energy suddenly appeared. Su Yan, we originally wanted to let you go after you hand over the treasure because we are all disciples of the Monster Palace. However, since you're courting death, don't blame me for what happens next. As he spoke, the spiritual energy emitted from Zhou Chen's body suddenly became like a straight line and quickly attacked Su Yan. Seeing this, Su Yan smiled slightly. At the same time, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body was activated. With a wave of his hand, the saint veins in his body were activated and a powerful force surged out. Bang! It collided with the spiritual energy emitted by Zhou Chen and a loud explosion sounded in the void. What? Wu Yong, Zhou Chen, and Lei Jun were stunned by this simple clash of spiritual energy. In particular, Zhou Chen's face was full of surprise. This kid is only a saint with 4 veins. How can his spiritual energy be denser than mine? Senior brothers, I'm really just passing by. Su Yan looked at the surprised expressions of the 3 and smiled slightly. You are courting death. Zhou Chen's attack had failed, and he had even failed at the hands of someone lower than him. This was already a great humiliation, and when he heard Su Yan's words, he felt like Su Yan was mocking him. He was enraged. He slapped his bag of holding and took out his magic treasure. It was an iron chain. It was completely black, and every section of the iron chain faintly emitted a deep aura. Clearly, it was an extraordinary item. Su Yan could not help but be stunned when he saw this. Although he was a sword cultivator, he was also clear about the quality of magic treasures. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, the confident smile immediately returned to his face. Su Yan, this magic treasure of mine is called the Heaven Shackling Chain. Even a saint with 5 veins would find it difficult to resist. If you are afraid, kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Then, hand over the treasures you obtained in the Western Palace and I may spare your life. Su Yan was stunned when he heard Zhou Chen's words. He then shook his head and smiled. How ridiculous. I already said that I was just passing by. Why don't you believe me? Good, good. Zhou Chen nodded at Su Yan's words. He looked at Su Yan and sneered. Su Yan, since you are courting death, don't blame me. As he spoke, Zhou Chen waved the Heaven Shackling Chain in his hand. The Heaven Shackling Chain was an extraordinary item. In addition, Zhou Chen was a saint with 5 veins. If he was in other sects, He would be considered a genius of the generation. The moment the heaven-shackling chain was waved, there was a loud explosion in the void. It was so fast that it was faintly discernible. It attacked Su Yan directly like a long snake. Not bad, not bad. When Su Yan saw Zhou Chen's move, he couldn't help but praise him. You know it's not bad. Hurry up and die. When Zhou Chen saw Su Yan's expression, he thought that Su Yan was afraid. A complacent smile immediately appeared on his face. Unfortunately, before he could fully smile, he heard Su Yan say, "Not bad, but it's a pity that your speed is a bit slow." What? When Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words, he was stunned. Suddenly, he felt as if his chest was about to explode. An intense rage surged within him. He waved the heaven-binding chain and shouted, "Su Yan, go to hell! I already said that it's too slow." Su Yan looked at Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain and did not panic. His eyes narrowed as he jumped up and dodged Zhou Chen's attack. Plop! Zhou Chen's heaven-shackling chain missed and exploded on the ground with a loud explosion. Ah! Chapter 189. Speed and strength were relative. The stronger one was, the faster one's speed would be. However, every single one of Zhou Chen's attacks was dodged by Su Yan. Zhou Chen's attacks missed several times. If his opponent was stronger than him, he would have given up. However, his strength was clearly higher than Su Yan's by one level, but Su Yan dodged his attacks every time. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in his life. Zhou Chen's entire chest was about to explode. "Su Yan, I must kill you today." Zhou Chen growled and suddenly jumped up. His hands moved, and at the same time, a powerful spiritual energy suddenly erupted from the heaven-shackling chain. The moment the spiritual energy fluctuated, it faintly emitted gusts of cold wind. Su Yan frowned slightly, and the corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. "Are you going to fight for real?" Zhou Chen's hands moved, and the heaven-shackling chain in his hand suddenly spun rapidly under the circulation of his spiritual energy. It formed a powerful hurricane that rushed towards Su Yan. Heaven-shackling chain, everlasting storm. Zhou Chen shouted out loudly. His entire body immediately emitted a powerful radiance. The heaven-shackling chain started to revolve, forming a hurricane. In an instant, it erupted like a mountain flood and rapidly surged towards Su Yan. Its speed was simply not something that Zhou Chen's previous ordinary attack could compare with. "Ha ha ha, Su Yan, die." After exploding with his proud move, Zhou Chen immediately revealed a sinister smile. However, Su Yan looked at the everlasting storm without any change in his expression. If there was anything, it was only the red light that was emitted from his eyes. Everlasting storm is indeed powerful, but it's still useless against me. Su Yan sneered, and his body suddenly exploded. At the same time, the ghost howl sword appeared in Su Yan's hand. In an instant, Su Yan waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. It spun like a whirlwind in Su Yan's hand, emitting a mournful ghost howl. The black sword light emitted under the scorching sun. Bang! With a loud bang, the boundless storm collided and was actually blocked by Su Yan's ghost howl. What? Zhou Chen was stunned. His proud move was blocked by Su Yan just like that. How is this possible? How did he block it? He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Graduate, who was beside him, was also surprised. Only Wu Yang was stunned for a moment when he saw Su Yan block Zhou Chen's attack, but he quickly regained his composure. "What other moves do you have?" Su Yan actually managed to block the everlasting storm that Zhou Chen had unleashed. He asked with a devilish smile. Zhou Chen was almost driven crazy by Su Yan. This Su Yan was clearly weaker than him. However, why was it that Su Yan was able to dodge all of his attacks? Zhou Chen was confident that even those at the same level as him would not be able to take the everlasting storm head-on. How could Su Yan possibly do that? Arrogant fool. Have a taste of my phantom gold lock. After hearing Zhou Chen's angry roar, Graduate instantly came to his senses. With a roar, he took out his magic treasure and attacked Su Yan. Obviously, Graduate was slightly stronger than Zhou Chen. The phantom gold lock was a huge golden lock. The moment it was taken out, it exploded with a dazzling light. Not only that, but Graduate was also much faster than Zhou Chen. With a leap, the spirit energy in his body surged. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. The phantom gold lock in his hand slammed down, directly smashing down on Su Yan's head. Die! Graduate had already recognized Su Yan's terrifying speed when he watched the battle between Su Yan and Zhou Chen. Originally, he didn't plan to hit Su Yan with this move. However, when he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he sneered. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. For cultivators of Dharma treasures, every Dharma treasure had its own characteristics. The sky shackling chain could bind people. Graduate's phantom gold lock was above strength. When it smashed down, it would be as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Even if Su Yan were to receive his phantasmal golden lock head-on, he was confident that he would be able to teach him a lesson. Just now, he was still worried that Su Yan would dodge with his terrifying speed. Now that he saw that Su Yan did not dodge, he was naturally happy. Seeing that the phantom gold lock was about to hit Su Yan, a sinister smile appeared at the corner of Graduate's mouth. Banga, however, at this moment, Su Yan slowly raised his hand. The ghost howl sword in his hand blocked the phantom gold lock. The collision of the phantom gold lock and the ghost howl sword caused a huge energy fluctuation. How is this possible? Graduate was stunned when he saw that Su Yan had blocked his phantom gold lock attack. However, he quickly reacted. The spirit energy in his body surged, and the phantom gold lock suddenly flowed out. It suppressed Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan did not move at all. With a faint smile on his face, he raised his hand and waved. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy burst out. Graduate had always been proud of the power of the phantom gold lock. However, under Su Yan's majestic spirit energy, he suddenly felt a huge pain in his arm. Bang! With another loud sound, his entire body suddenly flew backward. He staggered a few steps on the ground before coming to a stop. How is this possible? How is your strength greater than mine? Graduate looked at Su Yan with shock in his eyes. Whoosh! At this moment, Zhou Chen's figure suddenly rushed out. He waved the heavenly chain in his hand and pounced on Su Yan. The heavenly chain exuded an awe-inspiring aura. In a short period of time, it wrapped around Su Yan like a snake. Graduate, let's attack together. If we don't kill this kid today, we won't be able to resolve the hatred in our hearts. Zhou Chen seemed to have admitted that he was not a match for Su Yan. The moment he attacked Su Yan, he shouted to Graduate. When Graduate heard Zhou Chen's words, he suddenly understood. He was not a match for Su Yan alone. If the two of them joined forces, let's see if Su Yan still dared to be so arrogant. Su Yan, if I don't kill you today, I won't be able to resolve the hatred in my heart. Graduate growled. Suddenly, he waved the phantom gold lock and pounced on Su Yan. The two of them attacked together. Their attacks were much stronger than before. Moreover, it was obviously not the first time that the two of them worked together. One retreated while the other advanced. There were no flaws. The heavenly chain wrapped around Su Yan, and the phantom gold lock followed closely behind. Die, Su Yan! Zhou Chen and Graduate shouted at the same time. Su Yan looked at their ferocious expressions and smiled. He clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy surged out. The ghost howl sword immediately emitted a roar. At the same time, a black gas condensed from the ghost howl sword. Seeing Zhou Chen and Graduate approaching, Su Yan's pupils suddenly shrank. He quickly waved the ghost howl sword in his hand. Rumble! A powerful explosion burst out. Ghost howl sword, wailing of 10,000 ghosts. Su Yan shouted and immediately slashed the ghost howl sword in his hand. Suddenly, the ghost howl sounded again and again. Black gas filled the air. In an instant, it condensed into a huge ghost head. With a low roar, the huge ghost head attacked Zhou Chen and Graduate. Not good. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw such a powerful move, they were shocked and wanted to dodge. Unfortunately, the ghost head was too fast. It was like a bolt of lightning. The two of them could not dodge at all. The two of them could only hurriedly withdraw their magic treasures to protect their bodies. Bang! The huge ghost head suddenly collided with the two of them. Ah! The two of them howled at the same time. Their bodies flew backward at the same time and fell to the ground with a bang. Although this move caused them to be seriously injured, it made them extremely embarrassed. Their faces were covered in dust and their clothes were tattered. Su Yan. The two of them looked at each other with anger in their eyes. They raised their magic treasures and were about to attack Su Yan again. At this moment Wu Yong, who had been standing on the side and had not made a move or said anything, suddenly flashed and blocked in front of the two of them. Senior brother Wu. The two of them could not help but be stunned when they saw Wu Yong blocking in front of them. Don't you think it's embarrassing enough? Two saints of the 5 bloodlines were forced to this point by a saint of the 4 bloodlines. How can you still have the face to fight? Wu Yong raised his eyebrows and said coldly without even looking at the two of them. When the two of them heard Wu Yang's words, they immediately blushed and lowered their heads, not daring to speak. Wu Yong did not pay attention to the two of them. Instead, he turned to look at Su Yan and smiled. Su Yan, I have to admire you. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, you actually forced Zhou Chan and Wen Li to this point. It's finally the real thing. Su Yan smiled but did not say anything. He only looked at the dazzling light condensing in Wu Yang's eyes and thought to himself. Wu Yong did not get angry when he saw that Su Yan did not pay attention to him. Instead he continued, Su Yan, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you are only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. As he spoke, a burst of powerful spirit chi suddenly surged from Wu Yang's body, emitting a dazzling light. The moment the spirit chi surged, it quickly revolved around Wu Yang's body and headed straight for Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but frown slightly. Wu Yang's spirit chi was much stronger than Zhou Chen and Wen Li's spirit chi. It must be known that in the Saint bloodline realm, the difference between each bloodline was a chasm that was difficult to cross. Wu Yang's spiritual energy was at least dozens of times greater than Zhou Chen's and Li Jun's. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual energy, Wu Yong couldn't help but take a few steps back. He quickly circulated his cultivation method, and his spiritual energy erupted. Only then was he able to stabilize himself. A saint of the 7 bloodlines is indeed not something a saint of the 5 bloodlines can compare to. Su Yan looked at Wu Yong and licked his lips. Feeling the powerful force, he was not afraid at all. Instead, the blood in his heart began to boil. Su Yan, I admire you. It's because I admire you that you must die today. Chapter 190. Su Yan, it's time for you to die. Wu Yong bellowed coldly. Suddenly, his figure surged forward at a speed far faster than both Zhou Chen and Li Jun. Like a bolt of lightning, he slapped his palm towards Su Yan. Su Yan could not help but be slightly careless. After all, Wu Yong was a 7 meridian saint, a full 3 meridian more than Su Yan. Whether it was in terms of speed, density of spirit chi, or strength, Wu Yong far surpassed Su Yan. When Su Yan saw Wu Yang's attack coming, his blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank, and Wu Yang's speed immediately slowed down. Taking advantage of this slow speed, Su Yan hurriedly controlled the sword dragon and quickly swept backwards, avoiding Wu Yang's attack. Not bad. Having seen Su Yan's speed that did not match his strength, Wu Yong was not surprised that Su Yan could avoid this move. He only smiled coldly and moved his body in mid-air, slapping his palm towards Su Yan's chest. Su Yan saw that the blood dragon pupil shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. Xiao. Wu Yang's palm swept past Su Yan's side. Su Yan was secretly shocked. This 7 meridian saint is really strong. If I only rely on the blood dragon pupil to dodge, I will definitely not be his match. Su Yan was well aware of the strength of a 7 meridian saint. If he only relied on speed to dodge, he would definitely be at a disadvantage within 3 rounds. Of course, Su Yan was shocked, but there was not a trace of fear. Instead, his eyes were like torches. When Wu Yong attacked again, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly shrank and his figure rapidly swept backwards. At that moment, Xiao. Several flying swords suddenly surged out from Su Yan's body. The flying swords were like lightning. After attacking, they suddenly flashed and directly attacked Wu Yong. Wu Yong never expected that Su Yan would burst out with so many flying swords. He was shocked and hurriedly rushed back. Unfortunately, Su Yan's flying swords caught him off guard. Although Wu Yang's speed was amazing, he was still a bit slower. Whoosh! A flying sword directly cut through the clothes on Wu Yang's shoulder. Wu Yong looked at the torn pieces of his clothes, and killing intent surged in his eyes. What a Su Yan! What a Su Yan! Be careful! Just as Wu Yong was still angry about his clothes being torn, Zhou Chen and the other two hurriedly reminded him. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword tightly in his hand and leaped down from the sky. His body was like a great rock as the ghost howl sword in his hand emitted countless rumbling sounds and instantly pierced towards Wu Yang's head. Wu Yang was stunned for a moment, but he reacted quickly. He slapped his storage bag and hurriedly summoned his sword, waving it to block Su Yan's attack. Clang! The two swords collided, and suddenly there was a burst of energy fluctuation. Zhou Chen and the other two standing at the side couldn't help but retreat a little. The two collided and immediately separated. Wu Yang raised the sword in his hand and looked at Su Yan, his eyes becoming colder and colder. Su Yan, I didn't expect you to be able to force me to use the spirit crossing sword. Very good, very good. Obviously, Wu Yang was the same as Su Yan, a sword cultivator. Su Yan's face was expressionless. Only his eyes were still filled with a resplendent light. Die! Wu Yang roared, and the majestic spirit qi in his body surged. The next moment, he held the spirit crossing sword in his hand and attacked Su Yan. The speed of the 7 Meridian Saint was fully displayed here. The spirit crossing sword was like a long snake as it surged out. The surrounding air immediately filled with a series of rumbling sounds. Su Yan frowned, but his speed wasn't slow. The spirit qi in his body surged, and his body suddenly met Wu Yang's attack. At the same time, the ghost howl sword in his hand was waved out, and countless black sword shadows burst out. Bang! The two swords collided, and once again there was a terrifying explosion. Both of them were sword cultivators. Wu Yang relied on his strength, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand flashed out, as fast as lightning. Although Su Yan's strength was a little weaker than Wu Yang's, Su Yan relied on the special effect of the blood dragon pupil, and the speed that Su Yan was proud of, so he wasn't slower than Wu Yang. The ghost howl sword constantly blocked Wu Yang's attacks. After a few rounds, although Su Yan was at a disadvantage, he was still able to stand in an invincible position. Su Yan, you must die today. At this time, Wu Yang's attack had erupted to the extreme. The spirit qi in his body burst out, and swept up Su Yan. The powerful spirit qi pressure and the majestic spirit qi that was 3 meridians higher than Su Yan's instantly surged onto Su Yan's body. Under the powerful spirit qi pressure, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was imprisoned, and Su Yan also slowed down a little. And it was because of this delay. Wu Yang's spirit crossing sword had already closed in, and directly stabbed towards Su Yan's chest. A 7 Meridian Saint is indeed powerful. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly withdrew the ghost howl sword to protect his chest. Bang! With a loud sound, Su Yan's body was suddenly sent flying several meters away. Not only that, Wu Yang's attack didn't stop. Wu Yang's body suddenly leaped up, waving the spirit crossing sword in his hand. In an instant, there was a sound, and the surrounding air seemed to condense together. Die, Su Yan, Sword King Chop! Wu Yang roared, and the spirit crossing sword in his hand instantly slashed horizontally. Rumble! At the moment when the spirit crossing sword slashed horizontally, there was suddenly a burst of roars, and the whole sky seemed to have darkened. A powerful qi energy erupted from the spirit crossing sword. It formed a huge wave of spirit qi that directly hit Su Yan. The speed was swift and violent, and was not the slightest bit weaker than the tsunami that Su Yan encountered in the dock. The moment the qi energy surged, there was suddenly a burst of sand and stones, like a tornado. Sword King Chop! Su Yan frowned slightly, and didn't have time to think, and quickly operated the great sun-colored glass sword manual. With a bang, a golden light flashed, and fell from head to toe, wrapping Su Yan in it. Bang! At the moment when Su Yan's invincible golden body leaped up, Wu Yang's attack had already exploded on Su Yan's body, and suddenly there was a surge of fog, wrapping Su Yan in it. Looking at the surging fog, the corners of Wu Yang's mouth rose slightly. You overestimate yourself, so what if you're strong after all? You're a saint with 4 bloodlines. When Zhou Chen and Li Jun saw the mist, they laughed happily. Ha ha ha, brat. You're arrogant, you're arrogant. And just when they all thought that Su Yan would definitely be injured or killed by this move, a bright light flashed. Suddenly there was a burst of bright light in the fog, and suddenly a scarlet light surged out, attacking Wu Yang like a bolt of lightning. Wu Yang was shocked, and wanted to dodge, but the speed of the red light was too fast, and there was no way to avoid it. Bang! The red light directly exploded on Wu Yang's body. Although it didn't kill Wu Yang, it pierced a huge hole in Wu Yang's white clothes. The fog gradually fell, and Su Yan's figure slowly appeared. What? How is this possible? How is he not dead? When Zhou Chen and graduates saw Su Yan's figure, their eyes were filled with astonishment. Although Wu Yang's face didn't change, from the murderous intent surging in his eyes, he was obviously surprised that Su Yan could dodge his Sword King chop. "Su Yan, you're really something," Wu Yang said coldly, and suddenly he raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand to attack Su Yan. "Su Yan, let's see how you dodge this." As he spoke, the sword flashed and arrived in front of Su Yan. Ghost Howl Sword. Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Seeing Wu Yang's attack, Su Yan's eyes turned, and he quickly circulated his cultivation method. Countless amounts of spirit power surged out and passed into the Ghost Howl Sword. Suddenly, ghost howls sounded, and a black fog surged, forming a huge ghost head that attacked Wu Yang. "Su Yan, do you think this will work?" Wu Yang had just seen Su Yan use the Wailing of 10,000 Ghost Sword technique, so he wasn't surprised at all. He didn't panic either, and he sneered and waved the spirit-crossing sword in his hand. His whole body rotated, forming a hurricane that directly hit the Wailing of 10,000 Ghosts. Su Yan was expressionless as he looked at Wu Yang. The blood dragon pupil rotated, and his body suddenly rushed out. The spirit power in his body suddenly surged out, and a green flame suddenly attacked and burned Wu Yang's body. Ah! Wu Yang didn't expect Su Yan to emit such a flame, and the high temperature immediately roasted Wu Yang. Fortunately, Wu Yang was a saint of the 7 bloodlines. When the flame burned on his body, Wu Yang instantly dispersed the spirit power in his body and extinguished the flame. However, his clothes were burned black and white, which made him look very ugly and extremely embarrassed. The scorching heat from earlier had caused Wu Yang to endure quite a bit of pain, causing Wu Yang's previously unmoving face to appear slightly exhausted. "Su Yan, you actually have the heavenly fire." Wu Yang stared at Su Yan with murderous intent in his eyes. Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang's words, but carefully observed Wu Yang. After using the sword technique twice and the invincible golden body once, the spirit power in Su Yan's body also fell into a state of exhaustion. This saint of the 7 bloodlines is really capable. If I continue like this, I will definitely lose. Su Yan thought to himself. Without waiting for Wu Yang to make the first move, he held the Ghost Howl Sword in his hand and attacked Wu Yang first. Seeing this, Wu Yang shouted coldly, "You're courting death." He raised the spirit-crossing sword in his hand and followed Su Yan. Suddenly, the sword light flashed in the void above. "Go to hell." Wu Yang swept his sword and slashed toward Su Yan. It was as fast as lightning. However, Su Yan wasn't slow either, and quickly raised his sword to block. "Humph, Su Yan, you think this is it?" When Wu Yang saw Su Yan raise his sword to block, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a sneer. The spirit-crossing sword that was chopping down on Su Yan suddenly changed direction and swept towards the other side of Su Yan's body. Chapter 191. You want to compete with me in swordsmanship? You are courting death. Seeing that Su Yan was hit by his sword, Wu Yang smiled coldly and leaped forward at an even faster speed. Bang! He directly kicked Su Yan's shoulder. Su Yan, who was already injured, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wu Yang's kick. Immediately, a huge pain came from his shoulder. Under the pressure of the powerful spiritual power, the blood in his body surged. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was also sent flying backwards. Die! Seeing this scene, Wu Yang coldly shouted. He didn't stop his attack and leaped towards Su Yan again. The spirit-crossing sword in his hand directly chopped towards Su Yan's head. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was suddenly shocked. The Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. He tightly grasped the Ghost Howl Sword in his hand and swept it horizontally. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual power surged out. Ghost Howl Sword. 10,000 ghosts out of the cage. Suddenly, a gust of wind and clouds filled the air, forming a huge black curtain in front of Su Yan. The black curtain directly rushed toward Wu Yang at a speed as fast as the tide of the East Sea. What? Seeing this move, Wu Yang was shocked. He quickly retreated and looked at Su Yan with a face full of surprise. You don't have enough spiritual power. How can you still burst out the sword skill? Su Yan didn't answer Wu Yang. Taking advantage of the second move of the Ghost Howl Sword skill and the 10,000 ghosts out of the cage attack, the blood dragon pupil instantly rotated and the Virokana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body quickly circulated. Su Yan instantly stepped forward and rushed toward Wu Yong. As the ghost howl sword moved, the sword light flashed and the sound of the sword shook. The long sword rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow, extremely fast and fierce. I only have this one chance, only one chance. Su Yan stared at Wu Yong with narrowed eyes. He knew that this was his only chance to attack. Su Yan had used the invincible golden body once, used the sword art twice, and fought against Wu Yong for a long time. The spirit qi in Su Yan's body had long been exhausted, so this move was Su Yan's last resort. One sword to decide the universe, Su Yan shouted. Suddenly, the surrounding air condensed, and the majestic spiritual energy erupted from the ghost howl sword. This sword technique was not a sword technique. It was merely a single move, but the explosive power of this move was extremely shocking. As the sword descended, a series of loud noises immediately erupted. What's going on? Wu Yong was stunned to see that Su Yan could unleash such a powerful attack with just one move of his swordsmanship. Then he reacted and smirked. Humph, Su Yan, you're only a four-pole saint, but you can unleash such a terrifying power. You've really impressed me. But do you think it's useful? Today let me, Wu Yong, show you what absolute strength is. Wu Yong looked at Su Yan's sword and a murderous look immediately surged in his eyes. With a roar, he suddenly stepped forward and the spirit-crossing sword in his hand leaped out like a long dragon. For a moment, the sword radiance overflowed and the sword hummed. Its power was equally amazing. Zhou Chen and Li Jun were stunned to see this, but when they saw Su Yan, a wicked smile immediately appeared on their faces. Su Yan will definitely die today. Bang! As the two of them spoke, Wu Yang's and Su Yan's swords collided in mid-air. A strong spiritual energy fluctuation erupted and invaded the surroundings. The surrounding vegetation was destroyed in an instant. The muddy water on the ground also rose, and a burst of bright light burst out from both of them at the same time. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's useless. Wu Yong looked at Su Yan's increasingly pale face and laughed. Suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from Wu Yang's body. Dang! Wu Yong laughed ferociously. Bang! Su Yan's entire body was suddenly hit. Puchi! Another mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. Su Yan, you're very strong, but it's a pity that you're too weak. Wu Yong looked at Su Yan and laughed. Suddenly, he saw that the pair of eyes on Su Yan's pale face no longer emitted a bright light, but a deep evil meaning. Wu Yong was stunned. Whoosh! A dazzling light spread out, and Wu Yong was suddenly startled. Unfortunately, it was too late. Pudong, with a loud sound, a flying sword cut through the void and directly pierced through Wu Yang's shoulder. The huge force attacked and Wu Yang's entire body was suddenly sent flying. Bang! Bang! Wu Yong and Su Yan fell to the ground almost at the same time, and there was a loud explosion. Senior brother Wu. Zhou Chen and the other two looked at each other and hurriedly came to their senses and ran in Wu Yang's direction. Puchi! Puchi! At the same time, Wu Yong and Su Yan spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. Senior brother Wu, how are you? Zhou Chen asked Wu Yong with concern. Get out of my way. Wu Yong waved away Zhou Chen's arm and slowly stood up. He looked at Su Yan with killing intent in his eyes and smiled ferociously. Su Yan, I didn't expect that I, a 7-meridian saint, would be injured by a 4-meridian saint like you. Su Yan, you must die today. Wu Yong roared and almost fainted. He was a proud son, and even the Emperor Tianxiong of the Western Palace dared not offend him easily. However, he had been defeated by Su Yan, a 4-meridian saint. Humiliation. To Wu Yong, this was the greatest humiliation of his life. Unfortunately, the sword had injured him quite badly. As he roared, Wu Yong suddenly felt his qi and blood surging in his body. Puchi! He spat out another mouthful of blood. He lost his balance and fell to the ground, unconscious. When Su Yan saw that Wu Yong had fainted, his qi and blood also surged in his body. Puchi! He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and felt dizzy. He was about to pass out. Fortunately, Su Yan's willpower was amazing. He forced himself not to pass out. This was because Su Yan knew that if he passed out, he would definitely die today. After all, this was the Western Palace's territory. When Zhou Chen and the graduates saw that Wu Yong had passed out, they were shocked. At the same time, a burst of anger surged in their chests. They waved the artifacts in their hands and pointed at Su Yan, shouting, "Su Yan, how dare you injure our senior brother Wu? Let's see if I don't kill you today." "Kill me?" Su Yan couldn't help but laugh. "The two of you have already lost to me. This time, you're only injured because of me. Don't tell me that the Western Palace has such scoundrels." Su Yan had always been unwilling to waste his breath with others. However, now that he was injured, Su Yan had to use words to stall for time. After all, if he were to fight Zhou Chen and the graduate now, he would definitely not be able to escape death. As expected, when Zhou Chen and the graduate heard Su Yan's words, their faces immediately flushed. They stood there, not knowing whether to move or not. Su Yan saw the two's attitude and smiled slightly. However, Su Yan knew that the two of them were definitely not chivalrous people if they could join forces to deal with him. His words were definitely useless against the two of them. He had to threaten them. As Su Yan thought about it, he suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body. He gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand and pointed at the two of them. "Although I, Su Yan, am injured today, if the two of you want to die, I, Su, don't mind sending the two of you to heaven." Although Su Yan's voice was not loud, a domineering aura was faintly emitted from his eyes. The dragon might within his blood-red dragon eyes caused Zhou Chen and Wen Li to be involuntarily stunned. Originally, the two of them really wanted to disregard their status and directly kill Su Yan. However, now that they saw Su Yan like this, they were really afraid and did not dare to move. Although they did not dare to move, their mouths were unforgiving. They looked at Su Yan and roared angrily, "Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. Do you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you?" "So what if there's no one in the Western Palace?" Su Yan said contemptuously. He did not put Zhou Chen and the graduate in his eyes at all. Although Su Yan knew that he was not a match for the two of them due to his injuries, he was still arrogant. However, with Su Yan's arrogance, he definitely wouldn't submit to people like Zhou Chen and Wen Chun. This wasn't because he was struggling, but because he was Su Yan. Well, Su Yan." Zhou Chen looked at Su Yan. He was so angry that his whole chest was about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Su Yan, since you think there's no one in the Western Palace who can help you today, I'll let you see the strength of the Western Palace disciples." As he spoke, Zhou Chen suddenly made a hand seal. The moment the spiritual qi surged, a red light suddenly spread out from his palm and spread in the sky. As the red light spread out, in less than a few breaths, there was a sudden noise in the surroundings. Dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around. "Zhou Chen, why are you in such a hurry to use the Western Palace Assembly token?" When dozens of Western Palace disciples gathered around, a young man in a black robe walked faintly. Obviously, he had reached the strength of an Emperor Tianxiang. He was also the leader of the group of disciples. He stepped forward and asked Zhou Chen, "Senior Guan, this boy is a disciple of the Eastern Palace. He stole the treasure of the Western Palace and injured Senior Wu." Zhou Chen first greeted Guan Xiaojie, then pointed at Su Yan and said angrily. When Guan Xiaojie heard Zhou Chen's words, he first checked on Wu Yang's injuries. When he saw that he was only injured, he turned to look at Su Yan. Originally, there was a surging murderous intent in his eyes. After all, the major sects in the Monster Palace had always been at odds with each other. Usually, there was a lot of open and covert fighting. The disciples of the major palaces usually saw each other as enemies. Moreover, now that he heard that the treasure of his palace had been stolen and that one of his disciples had been injured, he was furious. Chapter 192. It would have been fine if they were anywhere else, but they were still in the territory of the West Palace. Guan Xiaojie listened to Zhou Chen's words, and a murderous look appeared on his gentle face. At the same time, he looked at Su Yan with murderous intent. However, when the murderous intent fell on Su Yan, it immediately turned into astonishment. A saint of 4 bloodlines, how is this possible? Guan Xiaojie and Wu Yang were both disciples of the West Palace, and they were both well-known figures in the West Palace. Although they didn't have much of a relationship, they were no strangers to each other. Wu Yang was a saint of 7 bloodlines. Not only Wu Yang, but even Zhou Chen and the graduate were both saints of 5 bloodlines. Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines, so how could he hurt Wu Yang, Zhou Chen, and the graduate? Zhou Chen, do you think junior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid? Guan Xiaojie didn't believe that Su Yan, a saint of 4 bloodlines, could defeat Wu Yong, a saint of 7 bloodlines, not to mention that there were 2 other saints of 5 bloodlines present. When he looked at Zhou Chen and Graduate, his face couldn't help but be filled with anger. Zhou Chen and the Graduate trembled when they saw Guan Xiaojie's expression. They hurriedly said, "Senior brother Guan, I'm telling the truth. Senior brother Wu was really hurt by this kid." Yes, Senior brother Guan, I don't know how this kid cultivates, but his speed is very fast. The Graduate also quickly chimed in, afraid that Guan Xiaojie wouldn't believe them. I don't think you two would dare to lie to me. Guan Xiaojie looked at their cowardice and snorted. He immediately looked back at Su Yan and checked Su Yan again to confirm that Su Yan was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. He was even more surprised. How could a saint of 4 bloodlines defeat Wu Yong, a saint of 7 bloodlines? Of course, Guan Xiaojie knew that with Zhou Chen and the Graduate status in the West Palace, they wouldn't dare to lie to him. It was precisely because Guan Xiaojie knew that the 2 of them wouldn't dare to lie to him that he was even more surprised and puzzled. He originally thought that Su Yan knew some secret technique, but after looking at Su Yan and seeing that Su Yan didn't have any abnormalities, he dispelled the doubts in his heart. Kid, you're only a 4 Meridian saint, but you can defeat a 7 Meridian saint. You're really something. Guan Xiaojie looked at Su Yan in disdain. He was very surprised that Su Yan, who was only a 4 Meridian saint, could defeat a 7 Meridian saint. However, he was the emperor of Tianxiang. With the arrogance of an emperor, he looked at Su Yan with disdain. Su Yan looked at Guan Xiaojie's disdainful look and couldn't help but smile coldly. The emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints. The West Palace is really full of talents. Guan Xiaojie didn't understand the meaning in Su Yan's words. Instead, he thought that Su Yan was afraid of him. He couldn't help but smile. Of course the West Palace is full of talents. You dare to come to the West Palace and make trouble. This time, I advise you to obediently surrender. Maybe I'll spare your life because we're both disciples of the Monster Palace. Surrender? Su Yan heard Guan Xiaojie's words and couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, what a joke. The Emperor of Tianxiang and so many saints are bullying me, and you still have the nerve to ask me to surrender. Is this the quality of a disciple of the West Palace? What? Guan Xiaojie heard Su Yan's words and suddenly became furious. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Kid, you're about to die and you still dare to be stubborn. I'm stubborn? Su Yan smiled coldly. If I wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, then it wouldn't matter. Since I am a disciple of the Monster Palace, then all of you are also disciples of the Monster Palace. This time, you West Palace disciples are bullying the weak. I don't have many, but you're bullying me with numbers. You've really humiliated the Monster Palace. As a disciple of the Monster Palace, I feel ashamed for you. Su Yan's voice became louder and louder. He was not afraid of Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace at all. His tone was sonorous and powerful. Guan Xiaojie and the other disciples of the West Palace couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Guan Xiaojie was even more furious, but he had to admit that Su Yan's words made sense. Okay. Guan Xiaojie flew into a rage, but he couldn't do anything to Su Yan. He could only point at Su Yan and shout, Kid, I can spare you today. As long as you leave behind the treasures of the Western Palace, you can leave on your own. Your treasure of the West Palace. Su Yan couldn't help but sneer. I, Su, have already said that I didn't take anything from the West Palace. How can I stay? You're lying. I clearly saw a bright light coming from here. It was bright and beautiful. It must be a treasure. Zhou Chen heard Su Yan's words and immediately shouted from the side. What a joke, what a joke. Su Yan heard Zhou Chen's words and didn't even bother to argue. He smiled coldly and said, I, Su, am here today. I'm alone. You people of the West Palace rely on your numbers. Naturally, you can say whatever you want. If that's the case, I, Su Yan, have nothing to say. Su is here today. You can do whatever you want to me. Su Yan said with an indifferent attitude. Not to mention that Su Yan hadn't recovered from the lack of spiritual qi in his body. Even in his subverted state, Su Yan knew that he still had no power to fight back against an Emperor Tianxiang. Since that was the case, Su Yan simply put on an indifferent attitude and let you do whatever you want to him. In any case, Su Yan relied on reason. Guan Xiaojie really didn't know what to do when he saw Su Yan like this. Not to mention that Su Yan was a disciple of the Monster Palace. Even if Su Yan wasn't a disciple of the Monster Palace, it was disgraceful for an Emperor Tianxiang to bully a saint. Zhou Chen had suffered unprecedented humiliation at the hands of Su Yan. He didn't care whether it was honorable or not. Seeing that Guan Xiaojie had no intention of attacking, Zhou Chen raised the magic weapon in his hand and pointed at Su Yan. He shouted, "Su Yan, don't be so arrogant. You set foot in the West Palace today and took our treasure. You are a disciple of the West Palace, and everyone has the right to punish you. You say that the West Palace bullies you. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and let the disciples of the two palaces compete and see who's stronger?" Even though Guan Xiaojie was the strongest among these disciples, he was still able to defeat the strongest of them all. However, he wasn't the smartest. He didn't know how to get out of this situation, but when he heard Zhou Chen's words, he immediately smiled. "That's right. Su Yan, you say that the West Palace disciples bully you because they're stronger. Why don't you call your East Palace disciples over and compete with them? Otherwise, people will say that the West Palace is bullying you." Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he heard Guan Xiaojie's words. Su Yan had always been a loner and didn't have many friends. Even in the East Palace, Su Yan had only been here for a few days. Apart from Chu Linger and a few of his subordinates, he didn't know anyone else. Moreover, because of Chu Linger's matter, all the disciples of the East Palace viewed him as an enemy. It was obviously impossible for them to help him out. Moreover, Su Yan was in the West Palace's territory and didn't have the signal to contact the East Palace disciples. Even if he wanted to contact them, it was impossible. Seeing Su Yan's troubled expression, Guan Xiaojie immediately sneered. "Su Yan, why can't you call your East Palace disciples over?" Seeing that Su Yan didn't answer, Guan Xiaojie smiled even more happily. "Su Yan, since you can't call your East Palace disciples over, don't blame the West Palace for bullying you." While speaking, Guan Xiaojie's spirit qi suddenly burst out. The majestic spirit qi of the Emperor Tianxiang immediately threatened Su Yan. Su Yan, who was already seriously injured, suddenly felt a strong sense of oppression invade him. His body turned over and over. "Poochie!" Su Yan suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Guan Xiaojie was already ready to make a move. He really wanted to see how Su Yan, who was only a 4-meridian saint, could defeat a 7-meridian saint. However, because of Su Yan's words at that time, he felt that he was in the wrong and didn't make a move. Now that he had a reason to make a move, Guan Xiaojie naturally wouldn't be polite. With a wave of his hand, another burst of powerful spirit qi burst out. Su Yan's entire body suddenly shook and he flew out in an instant. He fell to the ground with a loud bang. A 4-meridian saint can defeat a 7-meridian saint. "I think it's just Guan Xiaojie couldn't help but sneer. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Boy, if you don't want to die, hand over the treasure of the West Palace obediently and apologize to the disciples of the West Palace. I'll spare your life." "Spare my life?" Su Yan slowly stood up from the ground and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were like torches. There was no trace of fear in his eyes as he looked at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, there was a bright light. There was a burst of unswerving determination in that light. "Guan Xiaojie, the West Palace, is it? I, Su, am here today. I'm not as strong as you, so I can accept this humiliation. But if you want me, Su Yan, to surrender, that's simply a fantasy. You're courting death." When Guan Xiaojie saw that Su Yan was still so stubborn even though he was about to die, a wave of anger immediately surged in his chest. With a cold shout, his body suddenly surged out violently. He was as fast as lightning. In an instant, he was in front of Su Yan. He waved one hand and his palm formed the shape of an eagle's claw. He went straight for Su Yan's throat. "Boy, since you're so arrogant, don't blame me for being rude. You can only blame the people of the East Palace for not being able to save you." "Dang!" As Guan Xiaojie spoke, a burst of powerful spirit qi burst out from his body. His palm also went directly for Su Yan's throat. Although Su Yan wanted to resist, he didn't have enough strength. The spirit qi in his body was deficient, and he was seriously injured. There was no way he could dodge Guan Xiaojie's attack. He could only watch helplessly as Guan Xiaojie closed in on his throat. What an arrogant disciple of the West Palace. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? Suddenly, a threatening voice came from the horizon. Chapter 193. Then, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. Her white robes fluttered in the wind like a fairy descending to the mortal world. All the disciples of the Western Palace were taken aback. Even Su Yan was stunned. Of course, Guan Xiaojie was no exception. Looking at the sudden appearance of the white-robed figure, he was also stunned. Ah! All of a sudden, he let out a blood-curdling scream, and his entire body immediately flew out. The person who came was none other than the Princess of Chu, the Palace Master of the East Palace, who had been observing Su Yan. What an arrogant West Palace disciple. Do you really think there's no one in the East Palace? In the dock, Su Yan had been in danger several times, but the Princess of Chu had not saved him. That was because the Princess of Chu thought that Su Yan asked for it. But now that Su Yan was being bullied by other disciples, it was not something that the Princess of Chu could tolerate. What's more, the Princess of Chu had just seen Su Yan use the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines to defeat the 2 saints of the 5 bloodlines, Zhou Chen and Li Feng. He even fought to a draw with the saint of the 7 bloodlines, Wu Yang. This made her, who already admired Su Yan, have a good impression of Su Yan. How could she allow Su Yan to die in the hands of a West Palace disciple? Palace Master? All the disciples of the West Palace were stunned when they saw the Princess of Chu. Then, all of them trembled and hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted respectfully. Who dares to secretly hurt me? Although Guan Xiaojie saw the figure of the Princess of Chu fluttering in the wind, he did not see the face of the Princess of Chu. As one of the best disciples of the West Palace, he was humiliated. But before he could finish speaking, he saw Princess of Chu's frosty face. His entire body suddenly trembled, and with a bang, he immediately fell to his knees. Palace Master Chu. The Princess of Chu didn't even look at Guan Xiaojie. Instead, she looked into the distance and snorted coldly. Western Palace, what arrogance! My Eastern Palace's disciples were just passing by, but your Western Palace's disciples tried to kill them. Do you really think that my Western Palace doesn't have anyone capable? Ha ha! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, a laugh sounded from the horizon. Then, a black figure appeared in front of everyone. This person's face was filled with wrinkles. Adding on his mottled white hair, it was obvious that he was old. His skinny body gave off the feeling that he would collapse at any moment. But it was this kind of old man. His eyes faintly emitted an oppressive aura, and there was an irresistible force between his brows. Palace Master Chu of the Eastern Palace has graced us with your presence. Forgive me for not coming out to meet you. The old man came out and said to the Princess of Chu. Although he was polite, his words were filled with disdain and mockery. Palace Master. When the disciples of the Western Palace saw the old man, the fear they felt in front of the Princess of Chu immediately lessened. They all greeted him with joyful smiles on their faces. That's right. This person was none other than the Palace Master of the Western Palace of the Monster Palace, the Celestial Pig Monster King. The Celestial Pig Monster King nodded slightly in response to the greetings of the disciples of the Western Palace. His eyes focused on the Princess of Chu again. He maintained his mysterious smile and said, Palace Master Chu, it's normal for disciples to fight. There's no need to be so calculative. The Princess of Chu looked at the Celestial Pig Monster King. Her expression became colder, and her eyes were filled with disdain. She said coldly, Celestial Pig, if there was only one disciple of the Western Palace, I wouldn't care about a fight between disciples of the same level. But you have so many disciples of the Western Palace, including Emperor Tian Xiang, bullying a saint disciple of the Eastern Palace. Isn't this bullying? Ha! The Celestial Pig Monster King chuckled again and said slowly, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. Your disciples of the Eastern Palace trespassed into the territory of the Western Palace and took our treasures. Of course, our disciples of the Western Palace had to stop them. Moreover, Guan Xiaojie, a disciple of the Western Palace, gave your disciples a chance to ask your disciples to come. It was your disciples who didn't come. The Celestial Pig Monster King smiled mysteriously again. Palace Master Chu, if you really think that my disciples of the Western Palace are bullying your disciples of the Eastern Palace, our 2 palaces can hold a competition. What do you think? The Princess of Chu couldn't help but feel angry when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. She yelled, Celestial Pig, Don't think that you can talk to me like this just because you have a few talented disciples in the Western Palace. The celestial pig monster king saw the Princess of Chu's anger and smiled proudly. Haha, Palace Master Chu, you're wrong. We both belong to the Monster Palace. Isn't it a blessing for the Monster Palace that we have such talented disciples? Humph. The Princess of Chu snorted and didn't answer the celestial pig monster king. After all, although the Eastern Palace was the leader of the 4 major palaces in the Monster Palace, the disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest. This had always been a sore point for the Princess of Chu. However, this was an indisputable fact. The Princess of Chu didn't know how to respond to the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more proud when he saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. He said, "Palace Master Chu, it just so happens that the Eastern and Western palaces don't have any major events. Why don't we hold a competition between the disciples? What do you think?" The Celestial Pig Monster King knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. That was why he said this to the Princess of Chu. He wanted to make fun of the Princess of Chu. The disciples of the Western Palace were all in high spirits when they saw the Princess of Chu's deflated expression. They stood behind the Celestial Pig Monster King in high spirits. Guan Xiaojia, who had just been pushed back by the Princess of Chu, was especially proud. Celestial Pig Monster King, are you trying to bully the Eastern Palace? The Princess of Chu was furious when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. This old fellow clearly knew that the disciples of the Eastern Palace were weaker than the disciples of the Western Palace. Yet, he still made such a suggestion. The Celestial Pig Monster King looked at the Princess of Chu and smiled proudly. "Palace Master Chu, look at what you're saying. How could I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, dare to bully the Eastern Palace? With you around, who would dare to say that there is no one in the Eastern Palace? It's good that you know." The Princess of Chu immediately shouted when she heard the Celestial Pig Monster King's words. A powerful spiritual energy surged from her body and exploded. All the disciples of the Western Palace could not help but tremble. "Celestial Pig Monster King, let me tell you this. No matter what happens in the Eastern Palace, I, the Princess of Chu, am here. Don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position in the Monster Palace." The Princess of Chu's voice was not loud, but it contained spiritual energy. It was majestic and domineering. When the Heavenly Pig Demon King saw the majestic spiritual energy emitted from Chu Wangfei's body, he couldn't help but be stunned. His smug expression froze at this moment. Humph. After the Princess of Chu finished speaking, she snorted coldly. Ignoring the ugly expressions of the Celestial Pig Monster King and the others, she waved her hand and carried the unconscious Su Yan into the clouds and disappeared from the Western Palace. She left behind the stunned disciples of the Western Palace and the furious Celestial Pig Monster King. "Princess of Chu, as long as the Princess of Chu is here, don't even think about shaking the Eastern Palace's position." Good, good. After the Princess of Chu left, the Celestial Pig Monster King roared angrily, "Princess of Chu, just you wait. Just you wait. I, the Celestial Pig Monster King, will make you submit to me one day." Although the Princess of Chu already had a daughter, her face had not changed for 100 years. Her beautiful face still retained the skin of a young girl, which did not diminish her beauty at all. She was favored by countless powerful figures in the Monster Palace. If it were not for the Princess of Chu's amazing strength, there would be countless people in the Monster Palace who would want to make the Princess of Chu submit to them. The Celestial Pig Monster King was even more so. He had been lusting after the Princess of Chu's beauty for a long time. He had been suppressing it in his heart. Su Yan was brought back to the Eastern Palace by the Princess of Chu. Although Wu Yong had fainted in the end, Su Yan himself had not fared much better when a 4-bloodline saint fought a 7-bloodline saint. Rather than saying that Su Yan had defeated Wu Yong, it was more accurate to say that the two of them had only fought to a draw. If it were not for Su Yan's strong will, Su Yan would have fainted long ago. When Su Yan saw the Princess of Chu arrive, he knew that he was safe. His will that had been holding on finally relaxed and he fainted. Consort Chu saw all of this with her own eyes. Looking at the unconscious Su Yan, the Princess of Chu could not help but mutter to herself, "Not only is this child's strength amazing, but even his will is not something that ordinary people can endure." The Princess of Chu had checked Su Yan's injuries and knew that Su Yan had not only exhausted his spirit qi, but he was also seriously injured. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have fainted long ago. But this person was able to hold on until I arrived and only fainted when he knew that it was safe. This will. The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan with more and more admiration. However, when she thought of the secret contained in Su Yan's body, she fell into a melancholy. To think that in the hundreds of years that I have been in charge of the Monster Palace, there has never been such a talented person. As a saint of the 4 bloodlines, he was able to fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw. If this child is allowed to grow, his future will be immeasurable. I'm afraid that he will be able to enter that legendary realm. If Ling were to be handed over to this person, it would obviously be the best choice. However, this person has too many secrets. I don't know if he is truly loyal to the Monster Palace. Thinking about it, the 100-year agreement is getting closer and closer. Sigh. Thinking about the agreement, the Princess of Chu could not help but frown and sigh. At this time, Su Yan opened his eyes and saw the Princess of Chu's melancholy appearance and the 100-year agreement that the Princess of Chu had mentioned. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. A 100-year agreement? What kind of agreement does this Princess of Chu have? Looking at her helpless appearance, it seems that she is very reluctant. Looking at this Princess of Chu's spirit chi, although I am not sure what realm it has reached, it is still the Boundary Realm. Boundary Realm. Thinking of this, Su Yan could not help but tremble. He really could not think of anything that could make the Boundary Realm feel helpless. Chapter 194. This is. Although Su Yan did not open his eyes in order not to let the Princess of Chu know that he had woken up, Su Yan could feel a wave of power spreading throughout his body. Although there was no pain, Su Yan could clearly feel that his meridians had been shackled. However, this shackle disappeared very quickly. Secret technique. Restriction secret technique. Su Yan quickly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. Although Su Yan did not know what kind of restriction the Princess of Chu had placed on him, Su Yan was no stranger to this restriction secret technique. If a person was placed with a restriction secret technique, then the person who placed the restriction would be able to control the person at will in the future. When Su Yan thought of being controlled by the Princess of Chu in the future, his whole body could not help but tremble. Immediately, a wave of anger surged in his chest. However, when he thought of the Princess of Chu's strength, Su Yan still endured it. The Princess of Chu did not know that Su Yan had already understood. She just looked at Su Yan and smiled with satisfaction. Although this child has many secrets, with these 2 restrictions, even if he wants to go against my wishes in the future, I'm afraid that it is not his choice. What? 2 restrictions? When Su Yan heard the Princess of Chu's words, he was even more shocked. He had not expected that the Princess of Chu had not only placed 1 restriction on him, but 2. What is the Princess of Chu afraid of? Su Yan was shocked and even more puzzled. I am only a 4 meridian saint, while the Princess of Chu is at the square boundary. Not only that, but she is also a disciple of the Monster Palace. Why is she afraid of me? While Su Yan was puzzled, he didn't dare to make a sound because of how powerful the Princess of Chu was. He could only hide all his anger in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu glanced at Su Yan again. She didn't know that Su Yan had already woken up. She thought that Su Yan hadn't woken up yet, so she didn't bother with Su Yan and turned to leave. Su Yan was left alone on the bed, unable to figure out what had happened. Why is the Princess of Chu so afraid of me? Why did she place 2 layers of restrictions on me? Could it be that she wants to use me to do something? Su Yan kept thinking about it. Unfortunately, Su Yan was left to his own devices. He couldn't figure out the Princess of Chu's true motive. No, I can't let this restriction exist. I, Su Yan, have never been threatened by anyone, not even the Princess of Chu. Su Yan said in his heart. His unopened eyes suddenly flashed with a determined light. Of course, Su Yan knew that the restriction placed on him by the Princess of Chu's strength couldn't be broken so easily. Now, Su Yan could only endure it. Only when he reached a certain height could he break it. Cough, cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yan felt that he had pretended enough. He coughed a few times and woke up. Although the Princess of Chu had left the room, she had been watching over here. When Su Yan woke up, the Princess of Chu walked in. She looked at Su Yan and said expressionlessly, "Awake." Su Yan nodded and hurriedly got up. He cupped his hands to the Princess of Chu and said, "Thank you, Palace Master, for saving my life." "It's fine. You are a disciple of the East Palace. How can I allow you to be bullied by the people of the West Palace? The Princess of Chu waved her hand and said casually, as if she was talking about something unrelated. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, Su Yan would definitely be grateful to the Princess of Chu. But now that Su Yan knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him, how could he be grateful to her? He only felt anger. The trip to the Monster Palace. This wasn't Su Yan's purpose. Su Yan came to the Monster Palace only for the secret of the Tai Yao ancient seal. Su Yan, you can fight a saint of the 7 bloodlines to a draw with the strength of a saint of the 4 bloodlines. I didn't misjudge you. Of course, the Princess of Chu didn't know that Su Yan had already known that she had placed a restriction on him. She still maintained her coldness. Although Su Yan was angry, he still restrained himself. He didn't show the slightest trace of anger on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, "Palace Master, I'm sorry. If you hadn't saved me, I'm afraid I would have died in the West Palace." "That's just because you're too weak." As the Princess of Chu spoke, she waved her hand and a pill with a delicate fragrance fell on the palm of the Princess of Chu. "Su Yan, this is the energy-gathering pill. It's very helpful for the cultivation of a saint. I'll give it to you now." "Give it to me." Su Yan looked at the fragrant pill in the Princess of Chu's hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Energy-gathering pill. Su Yan naturally wasn't unfamiliar with it. This pill was a level 5 pill that was refined by gathering all the rare herbs in the world. When a saint bloodline expert swallowed the energy-gathering pill, he could gather the spirit chi of heaven and earth and forcefully open a saint bloodline to condense. Level 1. Although it was only level 1, this level of the saint realm was difficult for many people to cross in their lifetime. Now, it could be done with just one pill. From this, one could see the importance of the energy-gathering pill. If Su Yan didn't know that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body, Su Yan would definitely take the energy-gathering pill without hesitation and would be very grateful to the Princess of Chu. However, Su Yan now knew that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on him. Now, she had rewarded him with such a precious pill. How could Su Yan not be puzzled? The Princess of Chu placed a restriction on me and rewarded me with such a precious pill. Clearly, she isn't trying to suppress my cultivation. Then why is she doing this? While Su Yan was puzzled, his expression didn't change. He said with a slightly agitated tone, Palatial Lord Chu, how can I accept such a precious pill without doing anything?" "Accept it." The Princess of Chu maintained her cold demeanor. As she spoke slowly, she handed the pill to Su Yan. "Thank you, Palatial Lord." Although Su Yan was puzzled, he couldn't bear to reject such a precious pill like the energy-gathering pill. Thinking of the effects of the energy-gathering pill, his hands trembled as he took the pill from the Princess of Chu. Seeing Su Yan take the pill, the Princess of Chu said, "Su Yan, I naturally didn't give you this energy-gathering pill for no reason. It's to give you the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda to cultivate." The right to cultivate in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Su Yan could not help but be taken aback. Clearly, there was nothing in the Princess of Chu's memories regarding the cultivation of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Okay. The Princess of Chu was not surprised by Su Yan's puzzlement. Instead, she nodded and said, "Su Yan, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda is a secret cultivation pagoda that the 4 great palaces have. The pagoda is divided into 10 levels, and each level has its own special effect. Cultivating in the pagoda is 100 times faster than cultivating outside. 100 times faster." Su Yan could not help but be surprised. His eyes immediately surged with a glint as he yearned for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Compared to Su Yan's surprise, the Princess of Chu was still as cold as ice. She did not even look at Su Yan as she continued, "Of course, due to the limited resources in the pagoda, not all disciples can enter to cultivate. Only the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace have the right. So what I want you to do now is to obtain the right," the Princess of Chu said to Su Yan. Finally, her frosty face immediately turned serious. Under this powerful pressure, Su Yan's body trembled, but he quickly recovered. Thinking of the cultivation speed of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, his eyes surged with a glint. "Palace Lord, I will definitely not disappoint and obtain the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda." "Okay." The Princess of Chu nodded. With a wave of her hand, a domino landed in Su Yan's hand. "Su Yan, This domino contains the information of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace. It also records how you obtain the right to enter the top 10. I will give you a month's time. You must obtain the right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Yes. Su Yan nodded seriously. At the same time, he vaguely felt the blood in his body begin to boil. The right to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, 100 times faster cultivation speed. Su Yan, will definitely obtain it. After the Princess of Chu explained these matters, she let Su Yan leave. Su Yan did not stay for long. He left the Eastern Palace main hall and returned to his younger brother hall. The younger brother hall did not have a real name. However, he had heard from Yu Xiong that because he was the ruler of this hall, it was named after him. Now, Yu Xiong had lost to Su Yan. The hall naturally had to change its name. Of course, Su Yan could not be bothered with such trivial matters. When he returned to the palace and thought about how he was a palace master, he felt that it was a wonderful thing. At least when he was cultivating here, he would not be disturbed by others. Su Yan returned to the hall, but he did not see Yu Xiong and the others. Clearly, they were busy with some missions. There were all kinds of missions in the Monster Palace. For example, going out of the East Sea to train, going to some of the Great Fey's martial arts halls to do missions could be exchanged for benefits in the Monster Palace. Su Yan did not care about them. He went back to his room and took out the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. The Princess of Chu gave me the energy recovery pill and this domino. Clearly, she wants me to become stronger quickly. But why did she put restrictions in my body? Su Yan thought about the 2 restrictions in his body and felt uncomfortable. Su Yan activated the Great Sun-Colored Glaze Sword manual and searched his body. Unfortunately, he could not find the location of the restriction. He helplessly shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "Forget it, forget it." Obviously, Chu Wangfei does not have any ill intentions towards me now. After all, with her strength, she does not need to place any restriction in my body. Thinking about it, Su Yan stopped thinking about it. Instead, he looked at the bone tablet in his hand, and a bright light surged in his eyes. The top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, the ancient Fey Tower. Su Yan bit his lip and crushed the domino in his hand. When the domino broke, a memory suddenly appeared in Su Yan's mind. The domino clearly recorded how to obtain the right to cultivate in the ancient Fey Tower. There was also a list of all the Eastern Palace disciples. Of course, it was a list of all the disciples, but it was only a list of the stronger disciples. Chapter 195. Of course, Su Yan didn't need to know all the disciples of the East Palace. Su Yan had always been a loner. Ever since he stepped into the world of martial artists, although he had many senior and junior brothers, there were only a few of them whom he could really talk to. Therefore, Su Yan didn't care about how many disciples there were in the East Palace. In the memory of the bone tablet that Princess Chu had given him, it was enough to have some important disciples. The Great Fey Ancient Pagoda didn't exist in the memories given by Princess Chu the first time. This time, it was clearly recorded in the memories of the domino. Su Yan combed through the memories of the domino and immediately understood the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace didn't have a distinction between inner and outer sect disciples. However, that didn't mean that Monster Palace didn't separate the disciples' identities. Not only were the disciples of Monster Palace divided, but it was also clearer than the sect Su Yan used to be in, the Sword Collection Tomb. It could be seen from the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace was divided into 4 great palaces, and the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda was also divided into 4. Each palace occupied a Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Only the top 10 disciples of the 4 great palaces were qualified to enter each ancient pagoda to cultivate. From the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda's cultivation speed that was 100 times faster than normal, it was enough to see that Monster Palace's division of disciples was stricter than any other sect. Of course, Su Yan didn't care about the disciples' so-called identities. Su Yan only cared about the cultivation of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. 100 times faster cultivation speed was definitely enough to drive every warrior crazy. Su Yan was no exception. Through the bone tablet's memory given to him by Chu Wangfei, Su Yan knew that it was not an easy task to enter the top 10. To become a top 10 disciple of a palace, not only did one have to be strong enough to suppress others, but more importantly, one had to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Of course, this mission had nothing to do with Su Yan. It was not that Su Yan did not want to complete the mission. Instead, it was the Princess of Chu who opened the back door for Su Yan. Therefore, what Su Yan needed to do now was to quickly increase his strength. The disciples in the top 10 were all emperors of the celestial phenomenon realm, while Su Yan was only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Even if she could fight against a saint of the 7 bloodlines, she would still be in an invincible position. However, Su Yan knew very well that with his current strength, he would not be able to fight back at all if he were to face the Emperor of Tianxiang. Emperor Tianxiang. After Su Yan sorted through the memories in the bone tablet, his eyes immediately surged with a bright light, especially when he thought of the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of Guan Xiaojie in the Western Palace. His desire for strength had reached an unprecedented level. The spirit channeling realm cultivates the path of life and the path of soul. Once you reach the pinnacle, you will break through the path and form a saint vein. Each meridian has 1 level. Only when the 9 meridians stand at the peak can the 9 meridians allow them to observe the heavens and form the heavens. This was the most basic technique of cultivation. However, Su Yan knew that he could not be compared to ordinary people. He did not cultivate the path of life and the path of soul, but the path of the human heart. When one formed a saint vein, every saint vein would be different from that of ordinary people. Every saint vein that Su Yan had was a kind of comprehension. He had to create a new element in order to form a saint vein. Therefore, according to ordinary people, Su Yan's cultivation would definitely be twice as hard as ordinary people. This was because every time Su Yan formed a saint vein, it was equivalent to forming a new saint vein. It was different from ordinary people. When the path of life and the path of soul turned into saint veins, it was destined that every saint vein would be formed. As long as he cultivated more, when his spiritual qi or some of the elements he cultivated reached the peak, he would naturally be able to form a second saint vein. However, Su Yan could not. Now, Su Yan was a saint of the 4 bloodlines. Every saint vein was a different kind of power. The first saint vein was the power of sword intent. The second saint vein was the power of heavenly fire. The third saint vein was the qi of 100 poisons. The fourth saint vein was the soul of 10,000 ghosts. These 4 saint veins were new comprehensions for Su Yan every time. And it was this new comprehension that made Su Yan fall into a state of confusion. Now, each of my saint veins is different. What is my 5th saint vein? Su Yan frowned and fell into a state of confusion. Thinking of his 4 different saint veins, he smiled bitterly. Although the 4 saint veins are different, the power that they can erupt seems to be the same as an ordinary saint. Only the heavenly fire saint vein is useful. I can use the power of the molten green lotus fire. The other saint veins, the soul of 10,000 ghosts, the qi of 100 poisons, and the power of sword intent don't seem to be of much use. If there are no benefits, why did I choose to cultivate so many saint veins? When Su Yan first comprehended the power of sword intent and condensed a saint vein, Su Yan did not think much and thought that sword intent would become his main saint vein from then on. Su Yan, who was originally a sword cultivator, did not think much about it. Unfortunately, when he entered the 10,000 Ghosts cave, he happened to encounter the heavenly fire. At that time, Su Yan did not intend to condense a saint vein. He only wanted to devour the molten green lotus fire. How could he know that the moment he absorbed the molten green lotus fire, he would automatically condense a saint vein? At that time, Su Yan was only immersed in joy. He did not pay much attention to it. Not to mention later, Su Yan had comprehended the poison qi in his body. He did not hesitate to condense his 3rd saint vein. The 4th saint vein was even more so. Because he had absorbed the ghost qi in the 10,000 Ghosts cave, Su Yan did not have a choice. He could only go all the way and even set foot in the dangerous sea dock to condense the 4th saint vein. Now that the 4th saint vein had been formed, he did not know what element the 5th saint vein was. This made Su Yan puzzled. In particular, he did not discover that the 4 saint veins in his body were stronger than ordinary people. This was because the power of the 4 saint veins was still the same as the saint veins of ordinary people. If that's the case, why did I cultivate so many saint veins? Su Yan sank into a melancholy. When he circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in his body, he was even more puzzled. When the Su family first cultivated, Su Yan chose the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra. At that time, Su Yan thought that the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra was suitable for him and did not think much about it. Su Yan knew that the world was vast and there were all kinds of cultivation techniques. Some high-level cultivation techniques were even heaven-defying and could absorb everything in the world. However, after choosing the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra, Su Yan did not think about other cultivation techniques. It was not that Su Yan did not want to obtain those heaven-defying cultivation techniques, but that Su Yan knew that these heaven-defying cultivation techniques were not things of legend. Even if he obtained them, since he had already cultivated the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. With Su Yan's character, he would not casually change his cultivation technique. This was also why Su Yan did not think much about the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra for so long. However, as his strength grew, Su Yan also discovered the differences of the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra, even though he did not have the guidance of the ancestors. Although Su Yan had chosen the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra from the start and did not know much about other cultivation techniques, there were some books that recorded the mysteries of cultivation techniques. Comparing them, he naturally knew the differences of the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. When an ordinary person reaches the 9th level of the spirit realm, they have already cultivated the Life Tao and the Soul Tao. I have also stepped into this realm before, but I broke through the Life Tao and the Soul Tao. Originally, one could only stay in the spirit realm for life, but I stepped into the 10th level of the spirit realm and recultivated the Tao of the human heart. Although there was some luck involved, I have to admit that it is related to my Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. Now, an ordinary person can cultivate one main meridian and condense 9 meridians, but I am able to cultivate all 9 meridians and comprehend one meridian at a time. It is most likely because of the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra. Su Yan's eyes flickered. Su Yan narrowed his eyes and went through everything that had happened since he stepped into the world of martial artists. He immediately discovered this problem. The Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra is definitely not so simple. After thinking for a while, Su Yan suddenly opened his eyes and said with certainty. It was a pity that he had been alone all this time and did not have any seniors to explain it to him. Even though he knew that the Great Sun-Colored Glazed Sword Sutra was not so simple, Su Yan still could not figure out why. He was even more confused about the matter of condensing a saint meridian. After sitting in the room for a few hours, he still couldn't think of a reason why this was happening. Forget it, forget it. I have already cultivated 4 meridians, and it is impossible for me to give up. Instead of worrying about this, I might as well think about the 5th meridian. Su Yan shook his head and threw away all the confusion that had just surged in his mind. That originally confused pair of eyes once again condensed into a resplendent light. Since I have embarked on a different path from ordinary people, I will open up a new path. So what if I comprehend 1 meridian at a time? There are only 9 meridians in this world. How can I, Su Yan, stop at 4 meridians? As Su Yan thought about it, all the confusion disappeared. All that was left was the light of unswerving determination and the desire for strength. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Thinking about the strength and the heaven-defying cultivation of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan's eyes could not help but surge with greed. He was filled with anticipation for the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Of course, anticipation was just anticipation. Su Yan knew that it was not easy to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Monster Palace mission was waived by Su Yan because of the Princess of Chu. This saved Su Yan a lot of trouble, but it also made Su Yan even more confused. The Princess of Chu planted 2 restrictions in my body and gave me so much help. Clearly, it was not to control my cultivation. Then what was the reason? Su Yan was confused again. After thinking for a while, he still could not figure it out. He sighed and said, forget it, forget it. Regardless, what I need to do now is to increase my strength as soon as possible. And if he wanted to increase his strength quickly, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was clearly a shortcut. Although Su Yan wanted to step into the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda now, from the memories of the bone token that the Princess of Chu had given him, she had the intention of letting Su Yan enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda directly. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu was the mistress of a palace. Even if she favored Su Yan, she could not break the rules of the Monster Palace. Waiving Su Yan's mission was already a backdoor. Chapter 196. Top 10 Eastern Palace Disciples. As Su Yan thought of this, his eyes immediately emitted a ray of unswerving determination. A surge of hot blood also surged in his heart. Of course, while his blood boiled, Su Yan did not lose himself. This was because from the memory in the bone tablet, Su Yan already knew that the last disciple in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace was also a celestial emperor. With Su Yan's current strength, if he encountered an Emperor Tianxiang, He would be able to sense the Emperor Tianxiang's aura and know that it was an Emperor Tianxiang. However, he wouldn't be able to tell how many stars the Emperor Tianxiang had reached. Heaven was divided into the three celestial forms of sun, moon, and star. Sun-ranked emperors of Tianxiang were legends, and there were only a few moon-ranked emperors of Tianxiang. Most people formed celestial forms mainly based on the celestial form. This was why when one reached Emperor of Heaven, they were called Emperors of Heaven. As for the two celestial forms of sun and moon, very few people could form them. Even if someone could, they would only be divided by the number of stars they had. At the peak of 9 stars, one could transform one's dantian into a sea and enter the spirit sea realm, becoming a supremacy. Of course, it was still too early for Su Yan to enter the world of supremacy spirit sea. At this moment, Su Yan only needed to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. And to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Monster Palace had a pagoda in each of the 4 main palaces. To enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, one had to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Not only that, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was a mysterious existence in the Monster Palace. If one did not contribute greatly to the Monster Palace, many Monster Palace disciples would not know of the existence of the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda in the Monster Palace. After all, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was 100 times faster than the outside world. It was enough to make any warrior envious. Therefore, the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda had always been considered a forbidden area in the Monster Palace. Disciples who did not have the qualifications to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda were forbidden from taking half a step inside. Therefore, the only way to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda was to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. Top 10. Su Yan narrowed his eyes as he thought. Although he could say that it was because the Princess of Chu had pulled strings for him this time, it was still not easy to get into the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples. The disciples of the Eastern Palace were the weakest of the 4 palaces. However, among the top 10 disciples, even the weakest was a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Of course, the reason why Su Yan knew all this was because of the memory of the domino that the Princess of Chu had given him. 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Although he is only 1 star, he is not someone I can fight against right now. Although Su Yan was very confident in the Supreme Fei Ancient Pagoda, Su Yan knew that with his current strength, he had no chance of beating a 1-star Emperor Tianxiang. Furthermore, there were many Emperor Tianxiang in the Monster Palace. For a mere 1-star emperor to be able to be in the top 10 of the Eastern Palace disciples meant that he was naturally stronger than ordinary Emperor Tianxiang. Unknowingly, if Su Yan wanted to challenge this top 10 qualification, the difficulty would naturally be much higher. Strength. Everything depends on strength. I can only keep improving my strength. There is no other choice. Su Yan muttered to himself as his eyes lit up. Originally, Su Yan was still feeling melancholy about his sacred bloodline. However, Su Yan had already thought it through. So what if he had different sacred bloodlines? Since he wanted to walk this path, he would persevere. 5 bloodlines. Thinking about the different powers of his 4 bloodlines, Su Yan also began to think about his 5th bloodline. If it were an ordinary person, there would be no need to do so. They could just start absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to cultivate. However, Su Yan was different. He needed to have an epiphany for each bloodline. He needed to have the elements needed to form a sacred bloodline. Although the power of each bloodline is different, I can form a sacred bloodline as long as I find the power that the cultivation method in my body can sense. This saves me some cultivation methods. Of course, Su Yan was just comforting himself. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven for a warrior to comprehend a sacred bloodline once, let alone Su Yan wanting to comprehend it 9 times. If it were an ordinary person, they would have gone crazy long ago. Only Su Yan's strong will was enough to withstand it. Since absorbing spiritual energy is useless, it is useless for me to sit here. Only by going out to experience will I have a chance to obtain the power of a sacred bloodline. Su Yan muttered to himself. He stood up from the bed and walked straight out of the door. Although Su Yan was full of confidence, Su Yan couldn't help but frown when he walked out of the door. 1 bloodline. 1 enlightenment. It was easy to say, but how could it be so easy to do? Now that Su Yan was standing at the door, he didn't know where to go. The best way to comprehend the power of the world was to travel the rivers and the 9 continents. However, Could Su Yan leave the monster palace now? Although Su Yan had been avoiding the Guyu sect's pursuit for some time, the humiliation that the Guyu sect brought him had always been engraved in his heart. The moment he fell off the cliff of the Hengduan mountain, Su Yan had already sworn that when he returned to the hidden demon region one day, he would set foot on the Guyu sect. The Guyu sect was a large sect with thousands of disciples. It was obvious that Su Yan's current strength was not enough to contend against them. Since that was the case, now was not the time for Su Yan to leave the monster palace. After all, the monster palace was the way to the hidden demon region. Not being able to leave the monster palace is a troublesome matter. Su Yan frowned again as he thought about it. However, his frown quickly relaxed as a faint smile appeared on his lips. The Supreme Demon Palace is so big. I don't believe that I, Su Yan, can't condense my 9 meridians here. As he said that, Su Yan's eyes flashed. He quickly determined his goal. Monster Palace, East Palace, Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was a hall that every palace must have. As the name suggested, the Martial Arts Training Hall was a place for the disciples to practice martial arts. In fact, Su Yan had only been in the Monster Palace for a few days. First, he was unconscious for 3 days. Then, he entered the sea dock and stayed in the Monster Palace for less than a day. Su Yan had never set foot in the Martial Arts Training Hall. The reason why Su Yan knew about the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall was because of the memories given to him by the Princess of Chu for the first time. It made Su Yan aware of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall in the Monster Palace. After all, the Martial Arts Training Hall was an ordinary place in the Monster Palace. All disciples could set foot in it. As soon as Su Yan left the palace he lived in, he went straight to the Martial Arts Training Hall. Nothing happened along the way, but Su Yan found that many disciples around him were looking at him with eyes full of hatred. This made Su Yan very confused. Originally, there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Monster Palace. There were tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace alone. Not all disciples in the palace knew each other. Su Yan had not been in the East Palace for long, so there should be very few people who knew Su Yan. However, Su Yan found that all the disciples were looking at him with strange eyes. Of course, Su Yan did not know that on the first day he entered the Monster Palace, Chu Linger's intimate attitude made many disciples engrave Su Yan's appearance in their minds. One had to know that Chu Linger was the goddess of all the disciples in the East Palace. Su Yan, a new disciple, was so intimate with Chu Linger. Naturally, the disciples thought that Su Yan had blasphemed their goddess. As Su Yan walked down, naturally, many disciples looked at Su Yan with hatred. Fortunately, the strength of these disciples was only in the Saint bloodline realm. Some were even weaker than Su Yan, so nothing happened along the way. Su Yan, who had always been alone, ignored these hateful gazes. As the saying goes, if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. As long as these people did not come to find trouble with me. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to them. He did not want to waste his cultivation time. Soon, Su Yan arrived at the Martial Arts Training Hall. The Martial Arts Training Hall was the place where the disciples usually cultivated. There was no one guarding it, so all the disciples could enter and leave freely. However, although this was the case, there were different levels in the Martial Arts Training Hall. Where the Spirit Realm was to cultivate, where the Life Soul Realm was to cultivate, where the Saint Bloodline Realm was to cultivate, and where the Emperor Tianxiang Realm was to cultivate. They were all divided into different levels. Su Yan only knew of the existence of the Martial Arts Training Hall, but he did not know of the divisions in the Martial Arts Training Hall. As soon as he walked into the Martial Arts Training Hall, Su Yan did not look at the plaque hanging outside the door. He walked directly into the Emperor Tianxiang Realm's Martial Arts Training Hall. Walking into the Martial Arts Training Hall, Su Yan was once again shocked by the power of the Monster Palace. This Martial Arts Training Hall was like a small world. At a glance, there was no end to it. Compared to the Sword Collection Tomb, it was probably half the size of the Sword Collection Tomb. Su Yan was surprised, but at the same time, he felt a little relieved. Su Yan had always regarded the Monster Palace as a place to pass by. However, Su Yan knew that during this period of time, he still had to stay in the Monster Palace to cultivate. The more powerful the Monster Palace was, the more beneficial it would be for him. After all, Su Yan had never had any feelings for the Monster Palace, but he also did not have any hatred for it. No matter how powerful the Monster Palace was, it would not hinder him. On the contrary, the strength of the monster palace would allow him to obtain more resources. This is the first time I've set foot in this martial arts training hall. I still don't know how to cultivate. While Su Yan was surprised by the strength of the monster palace, he fell into a state of confusion. Su Yan had always been a loner since he stepped into the world of martial artists. Even after entering the sword collection tomb, he was still running around for the sword well. After coming out of the sword well, Su Yan became a true disciple of the sword collection tomb. However, before Su Yan could enjoy the identity of a true disciple, he had been expelled from the sword collection tomb. After leaving the sword collection tomb, Su Yan was like a rogue cultivator. He had no fixed residence and walked all the way to the monster palace. He really had not been to any martial arts training hall to cultivate. Su Yan looked around and muttered, "Although this place is rich in spirit energy, what I need more is to comprehend the fifth holy vein. Since this place is so big, I might as well try my luck." Su Yan said and walked forward. Chapter 197. This martial arts palace was so huge that it was unimaginable. Although it was only a palace, there were many large and small rooms in it. Just now, Su Yan saw many rooms along the way. Those rooms should have provided some kind of training. However, as Su Yan walked, he merely glanced over and didn't look carefully. At this time, Su Yan didn't know whether it was the noise coming from inside the Xianbing Cold Pond or the words Xianbing Cold Pond that were shocking enough, but he immediately stopped when he saw it. Xianbing Cold Pond. Su Yan muttered. Before he could think much, his footsteps couldn't help but walk inside. "Disciple of the four lineages saint, what are you doing here? Leave quickly." As soon as Su Yan walked in, he was noticed by a person in the room. That person first glanced at Su Yan and then shouted at Su Yan. His eyes were full of disdain. When Su Yan heard this, he suddenly woke up from his astonishment and looked at the person who had shouted at him. This person had an ordinary square face and belonged to the kind of face that was common. If one only looked at him, they would not remember him. Su Yan had always held the principle of not offending people if they didn't offend him. Looking at the disdainful look in those eyes, he couldn't help but sneer. If this person was a Tianxiang emperor, Su Yan would give up. After all, a Tianxiang emperor was stronger than him and had the capital to be arrogant. However, this person was only a saint of the 6 lineages. Although he was 2 levels higher than him. However, Su Yan could fight a saint of the 7 lineages to a draw. Would he be afraid of a saint of the 6 lineages? However, Su Yan, who never liked to cause trouble, was too lazy to care about it. After all, Su Yan had seen too many of these people's arrogant faces and defeated too many of them. As long as this person didn't provoke him, Su Yan was too lazy to cause trouble. Moreover, Su Yan was more concerned about the mystery of this room called the Xianbing Cold Pond. The young man was called Xu Sang. Seeing that Su Yan, a saint of the 4 lineages, dared to ignore him, a surge of anger immediately surged in his body. He stepped forward to stop Su Yan and shouted, "Boy, I told you to leave. Didn't you hear me? Why should I leave?" Su Yan said slowly. Looking at his eyes that were filled with the smell of gunpowder, there was not the slightest change in his expression. "Why should I leave?" When Xu Sang heard Su Yan's words, he tilted his head and looked at Su Yan with extreme arrogance. He mocked, "Kid, is this your first time in the martial arts training hall? Don't you know that the martial arts training hall is the place where Emperor Tianxiang trains?" Emperor Tianxiang. Su Yan was taken aback. He really didn't know about this. However, Su Yan didn't think too much about it. Instead, he glanced at Xu Sang and couldn't help but smile. He asked in return, "Since this is where the Emperor Tianxiang cultivates, why are you here? Are you also one? How am I the same as you?" Xu Sang's face darkened when he heard Su Yan's words. "What's the difference?" Su Yan smiled coldly. "Can you defeat the Emperor Tianxiang with the strength of a saint of the 6 lineages? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. Strength represented one's identity and status. Moreover, among the countless disciples in the Eastern Palace, although there was no clear division of identity, there was definitely a strict division of strength. If a saint of the 6 lineages dared to say that he could match the Emperor Tianxiang, it would be a blasphemy against him. So after hearing Su Yan's words, Xu Sang couldn't help but tremble. He looked around and saw that no one was paying attention. Then he pointed at Su Yan and shouted, Brat, I don't care who you are. In short, you shouldn't be here. Hurry up and scram before I kick you out. If no one cared about this, Su Yen would have just glanced around. If he did not find anything, he would have left. At any rate, Su Yen did not want to cause any trouble. However, Shu Sang's words had aroused the arrogance in Su Yan's heart. If you want me to leave, then I won't leave today. Su Yen looked around and happened to see a stone stool in the room, so he went up and sat down. Shu Sang was furious when he saw Su Yan's appearance. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't casually attack in the martial training hall, he would have already attacked Su Yen. Now, he looked at Su Yen and could only clench his teeth and shout, "Brat, I'll ask you one last time, are you really not leaving?" "I can leave, but you have to come with me," Su Yen slowly said. Compared to Shu Sang's face that was filled with anger, his face still maintained its indifference. Shu Sang shouted, "Brat, what status do you have to compare to me?" "Can't I?" Su Yen smiled faintly. Originally, he wanted to kill Shu Sang's spirit. However, when he thought about the division of the martial arts training halls that Shu Sang had mentioned, it piqued Su Yan's interest. Su Yen did not continue to attack him. Instead, he said, "I can leave, but give me a reason." "Reason?" Shu Sang heard Su Yan's question and looked at Su Yen with even more disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "Looking at you, it seems you've just joined the Monster Palace. In that case, I'll tell you today." Shu Sang glanced at Su Yen with disdain. "Brat, listen carefully. The place you're standing is the exclusive place for Tianxiang Emperor to practice martial arts. You're only a saint of the 4 bloodlines. You don't have the right to come in, do you understand? If you want to come in here, you have to look at your own strength." When Su Yen heard Shu Sang's words, he ignored him. Instead, he furrowed his brows and thought about the different entrances he saw at the entrance. Su Yen suddenly realized something and smiled. So this martial arts training hall is also divided into different levels. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and thought Su Yen understood, so he shouted again, "Brat, now that you know you shouldn't be here, why don't you scram?" Scram. Su Yen couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. He glanced at Shu Sang and said, "Senior, I see that you haven't reached the Tianxiang Emperor level yet. If you want me to scram, won't you have to scram yourself?" "What do you know? How can I compare to you?" Shu Sang immediately became anxious when he heard Su Yan's words. "How can you not compare? I know you haven't reached the Tianxiang Emperor level yet." Su Yen looked at Shu Sang with a sharp glint in his eyes, making Shu Sang feel uneasy. Who is this brat? How can a saint of the 4 bloodlines make me feel this pressure? Shu Sang was stunned when he saw Su Yan's sharp eyes, but he quickly reacted and said coldly, "All right, kid, since you say so, I'll tell you the truth and convince you wholeheartedly." Su Yen smiled and didn't care about Shu Sang's words. He looked at Shu Sang with interest, wanting to see how Shu Sang would convince him. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's expression and smiled. His eyes immediately surged with confidence. He glanced at Su Yen with disdain and said, "Brat, do you know Rat Li?" Rat Li. Su Yen was stunned after hearing this name. It wasn't because of how powerful this person was, but because Su Yen knew that this was the 1-star Tianxiang Emperor among the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace. If it was before, Su Yen really wouldn't know, but with the memory of the Princess of Chu's bone tablet, Su Yen had a deep impression of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, whether it was their appearance or name. Shu Sang saw Su Yan's shocked expression and thought that Su Yen was afraid. He arrogantly smiled and said, "Brat, I'm Shu Sang, Rat Li's younger brother. Now, tell me, do I have the qualifications to enter?" Su Yen didn't expect to meet Shu Li's younger brother here, but when he heard Shu Sang's words, he quickly recovered. He looked at Shu Sang's arrogant expression and smiled indifferently. "You mean to say that you can come here because of your brother's relationship?" Shu Sang clearly didn't hear the mockery in Su Yan's words. Instead, he proudly smiled and said, "That's right. Brat, if you have the ability, find a big brother and find a Tianxiang Emperor to protect you. Then you can naturally come here." Su Yen just wanted to figure out what was going on and was about to leave. After all, if only Tianxiang Emperors could enter the martial arts palace to cultivate, Su Yen wouldn't break the rules. However, after hearing Shu Sang's words, Su Yen immediately understood. Although the martial arts palace was a place for Tianxiang emperors to cultivate, it wasn't that strict. As long as someone brought you in, you could enter. Since it wasn't breaking the rules of the Monster Palace, Su Yan had nothing to worry about. He smiled and said, Shu Sang, if I don't leave today, what will you do? What? Shu Sang was shocked when he heard Su Yan's words. He immediately came to his senses and pointed at Su Yan. Brat, are you playing with me? Su Yan didn't answer and only smiled meaningfully. Shu Sang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He pointed at Su Yan, his eyes trembling with anger. Brat, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. While speaking, Shu Sang was about to attack Su Yan. Just as Shu Sang was about to attack, a shout suddenly came from the side. Shu Sang, don't fight in the martial arts palace. While speaking, a figure appeared in front of Shu Sang and Su Yan. This person's appearance was quite similar to Shu Sang's. They both had ordinary square faces, but compared to Shu Sang, this person had a bit more dignity between his eyebrows. When Su Yan saw this person, he couldn't help but frown. At the same time, he confirmed this person's identity. Eastern Palace's top 10 disciples, Rat Li. Big brother. When Shu Sang saw Shu Li arrive, his angry expression towards Su Yan also calmed down. What replaced it was a look of schadenfreude, especially when he looked at Su Yan with disdain. It was as if he was saying, my big brother is here. Brat, you're dead. Chapter 198. Rat Li didn't care about Su Yan's stare. He looked at Su Yan and asked, Kid, are you Su Yan? Yes. How do you know my name? When Su Yan heard Shu Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. He hadn't been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a long time. It was reasonable to say that this Shu Li shouldn't have recognized him since this was his first time meeting Shu Li. How did Rat Li know his name? Not only do I know your name, but I also know that you have earned the right to enter the top 10. Rat Li still had that mysterious smile on his face. After he said that, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. On the other hand, Shu Sang's entire body shook. He looked at Su Yan with a strange expression. He turned his head and looked at Shu Li with a questioning expression. Brother, what did you say? This little brat obtained the qualifications to fight for the top 10 positions? How is this possible? If you wanted to enter the top 10, you didn't just need to be strong. You also needed to complete the missions given by Monster Palace. Only by completing the missions could you enter the top 10. In other words, only the disciples who completed the missions could enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The Great Fei Ancient Pagoda only existed for the geniuses of Monster Palace. Some normal disciples, or some higher-ups in Monster Palace, didn't think they had the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. That meant they didn't know about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. They also didn't know that the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace had such benefits. That was because those missions were all hidden missions. Only when they were completed would the disciples be notified that they had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples and the right to enter the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, the disciples in the East Palace of Monster Palace didn't know much about the top 10 disciples. Although Rat Sang wasn't as qualified as Rat Li, he knew about the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda because of his relationship with Rat Li. Rat Sang had been working hard to earn the right to enter the top 10. Unfortunately, even though Rat Sang knew the inside story and worked hard for a few years, he still couldn't earn the right to enter the top 10. Now that he heard that Su Yan, who was only a 4 Meridian Saint, had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, how could Shu Sang not be surprised? After all, there were too many missions that needed to be completed in order to compete for the top 10 spots. Some missions were even difficult for Emperor Tianxiang to complete. He couldn't believe that Su Yan had earned the right to enter the top 10. Of course, he still didn't know. Su Yan had only been in the Supreme Demon Palace for a few days. If he knew, he would definitely be even more astonished. Of course, if he knew again. The reason why Su Yan was able to obtain the right to enter the top 10 so quickly was because Monster Palace's East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, had given Su Yan a huge back door. The East Palace Palace Master. Although the disciples of the East Palace were the weakest among the 4 palaces, everyone knew that the East Palace Palace Master, Princess Chu, was the palace master in charge of Monster Palace. She was the #1 person in Monster Palace. Moreover, Princess Chu had always been cold to her disciples. She had never given any pointers to anyone. In everyone's hearts, Princess Chu was like a god. Many people hoped to get some pointers from Princess Chu, but they could only feel regret in their hearts. If people knew that Su Yan was so valued by Princess Chu, the entire Monster Palace would probably be in turmoil. Su Yan naturally knew the ins and outs of the entire Great Fey Ancient Tower battle because he had obtained the dominoes memories from Princess Chu. At that time, Su Yan didn't feel much when Princess Chu exempted him from the mission. Now, he saw Rat Mulberry's surprised expression. Su Yan couldn't help but laugh inwardly. It seems that being exempted from the mission has saved me a lot of trouble. That's right. Su Yan only felt that it was less troublesome to do something that others would go crazy over. As for why Rat Li knew his identity, Su Yan also knew a thing or two. When Rat Li first said his name, Su Yan might have been a little puzzled. However, when Rat Li said that he had won the battle for the top 10 disciples, Su Yan understood. This was clearly Monster Palace's preferential treatment for the top 10 disciples. Since Rat Li knows that he has obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples, the other top 10 disciples should know as well. This matter has become much more interesting. Su Yan couldn't help but smile as he thought about it. His eyes were still shining with a determined light. He didn't have a trace of fear towards the top 10 disciples knowing that he had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. Instead, the warlike blood flowing in his bones faintly surged and boiled. Compared to Rat Mulberry's face full of surprise, Rat Li still maintained that mysterious smile. He didn't pay attention to Rat Mulberry's face just now. Instead, he looked at Su Yan with a trace of disdain in his eyes. It's surprising that a mere four-vein saint can obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. But so what? Your strength is still too weak to take the top 10 disciples. Facing Rat Li's naked ridicule, Su Yan still didn't have the slightest change in expression. Moreover, he didn't care about Rat Li's words and only smiled coldly. It wasn't that Su Yan was arrogant. It was because he was called Su Yan. All along, Su Yan didn't want to argue. So what if others ridiculed him? So what if they underestimated his strength? So what if he was only a four-vein saint? As long as he was given some time, he would definitely stand at the peak. Therefore, Su Yan didn't want to waste time arguing with Rat Li about these things. What he wanted to do was to defeat Rat Li in the martial arts arena. Only then would it be the most powerful debate. What an arrogant brat. Rat Mulberry saw Su Yan's attitude and immediately became angry. Especially when he thought about how he couldn't obtain the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples as a six-vein saint. Su Yan was only a four-vein saint, yet he already had the qualifications to compete for the top 10 disciples. This made Rat Mulberry feel even more unbalanced. Seeing Su Yan ignore his brother's words, he became even angrier. He pointed at Su Yan and shouted, "Brat, since you can obtain the qualifications to compete as a four-vein saint, then let me see what you're capable of today." As he spoke, Rat Mulberry was about to attack Su Yan, but before he could do anything, he was pulled back by Rat Li. "Brother." Rat Mulberry saw Rat Li pull him back and looked at Rat Li in confusion. "Brother, this brat is so arrogant. Why don't you let me teach him a lesson?" "You're not his match." Rat Li looked at Rat Mulberry's agitated expression and said indifferently. "What?" Rat Mulberry trembled and pointed at Su Yan in surprise. "Brother, what did you say?" "He's only a four-vein saint. How am I not his match?" Shu Li's expression couldn't help but sink when he saw his own agitated appearance. He shouted, "I said no, it's not." Rat Mulberry still wanted to say something, but seeing Rat Li's serious expression, he could only shut up. However, killing intent surged in his eyes as he looked at Su Yan. Su Yan didn't care about Rat Mulberry's expression. Instead, he was interested in Rat Li's words. Six-vein saint, four-vein saint, 2 levels apart. Logically speaking, a four-vein saint shouldn't be able to defeat a six-vein saint. However, this Rat Li can see that Rat Mulberry isn't his match. He has some skills. It seems that this Rat Li is only a one-star Rat Li, yet he's ranked in the top 10. He does have some skills. Through the dominoes memories, Su Yan knew that there were more than 10 kings of Tianxiang in the Eastern Palace. Some disciples were even stronger than Rat Li, but they weren't ranked in the top 10. Clearly, Rat Li had some extraordinary abilities. Su Yan didn't pay much attention at the time, but now that he heard Rat Li's words, he couldn't help but admire Rat Li. At the same time, he felt that the battle for the top 10 was getting more and more interesting. Previously, Su Yan wanted to get into the top 10 only to obtain the qualifications to enter the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Now that he saw Rat Li, Su Yan yearned to fight with Rat Li. Of course, Su Yan still knew that with his current strength, he would definitely be humiliating himself if he fought with an emperor of Tianxiang. Moreover, he had no chance against Rat Li, who was ranked in the top 10. Therefore, Su Yan didn't provoke him. Instead, he looked around and said, "Emperor of Tianxiang's cultivation ground? Not bad. Although I'm only a four-vein saint, I'll be able to set foot in this cultivation ground one day." With that, Su Yan was about to leave. However, just as Su Yan was about to leave, Rat Li suddenly called out to Su Yan, "Su Yan, although you're only a four-vein saint, you've obtained the qualifications to compete. You have the right to cultivate here." Hearing Rat Li's words, Su Yan stopped and looked back at Rat Li. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Rat Li, do you mean that you want me to cultivate here?" "Of course." Shu Li also smiled faintly, but there was no expression on his face. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. It wasn't just others. Even his brother, Shu Sang, couldn't guess what he was thinking. Originally, when he drove Su Yan away, he still had a proud expression. However, when he learned that Su Yan had obtained the qualifications to compete for the top 10, Shu Sang felt that his pride had been deeply hurt by Su Yan. In particular, when Rat Li said that he was no match for Su Yan, he felt even more aggrieved. Now that he heard that his brother actually wanted Su Yan to stay here to cultivate, he was even more furious. After all, because of Rat Li, Shu Sang could enter the Emperor of Tianxiang's martial arts palace to cultivate as a six-vein saint. This had always been something that Shu Sang was proud of. Chapter 199. Unfortunately, no matter how unconvinced Shu Sang was, he still didn't dare to act rashly in front of Rat Li. He could only look at Su Yan and grit his teeth. Su Yan completely ignored Shu Sang's expression. He was more concerned about why Rat Li had invited him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. "Su Yan, are you puzzled as to why you were allowed to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate?" Rat Li suddenly asked while Su Yan was puzzled. This stunned Su Yan. He looked at Rat Li's mysterious smile. He was even more puzzled about Rat Li's identity. At the same time, he was even more puzzled about why Rat Li had asked him to stay in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall to cultivate. Of course, Su Yan didn't ask why. This was because in just a few words, Su Yan had already understood some of Rat Li's personality. This person was extremely conceited, as if everything was under his control. And he would naturally say what he wanted to say. Sure enough, in the next second, Rat Li smiled and said, "Su Yan, in fact, the Monster Palace's martial arts training halls are not very strict. As long as you can accept the environment here, no one will stop you." When Su Yan heard Rat Li's words, he immediately smiled. Although Rat Li's words were vague, with Su Yan's intelligence and wisdom, how could he not understand the meaning of Rat Li's words? Obviously, this Rat Li wanted him to accept some missions that only the Sky Phase Emperor could complete. He wanted to frame him. Of course, when he looked at Rat Li, there was no killing intent in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't have any intention of harming him. If this was the case, then this Rat Li must have wanted him to retreat in the face of difficulties. Who was Su Yan? In his previous life, he was a sword saint at the pinnacle of his generation. He was the embodiment of the pride of heaven and earth. If Rat Li didn't provoke him, it wouldn't matter. But since Rat Li said so, it aroused Su Yan's interest. Su Yan wanted to see what was so special about this Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall. Especially when Su Yan saw the words, "Mysterious Ice-Cold Pond," at the door. He faintly felt that there was something he wanted here. Su Yan really didn't want to leave. Rat Li looked at the flickering light in Su Yan's eyes and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. You can be so rash just by obtaining the qualifications to compete for the top 10 positions. I want to see how you can endure the training in the Sky Phase Martial Arts Training Hall. Rat Li secretly laughed and didn't say anything to Su Yan. Instead, he looked at Rat Sang and greeted him. "Rat Sang, you still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Why aren't you going?" "Yes." When Rat Sang heard Rat Li's words, he couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he had already entered the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate today. He wanted to ask his brother why he suddenly said this. Seeing Rat Li's flickering eyes, he quickly reacted. He looked at Su Yan with a deep expression and said, "Haha, yes, I still haven't finished cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond today. Brother, let's go cultivate now." As he spoke, Rat Li and Rat Sang stepped into the room of the mysterious ice-cold pond. As Su Yan watched the two leave, he faintly smiled and said, "Just as I expected, this Shu Li is trying to make me back off. If that's the case, I really want to see what's so special about your mysterious ice-cold pond today." Su Yan murmured. His eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light. He immediately followed Rat Li and Rat Sang and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan, Rat Li, and Rat Sang were not the only ones inside the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, the three of them were outside earlier, so they didn't attract much attention. Now that the three of them had arrived, the disciples around the mysterious ice-cold pond saw Rat Li and all greeted him. Among the disciples here, if they weren't Heaven Phase Kings, then they were quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Saints. 9 meridians. When they reached the peak of 9 meridians, they would be quasi-Heaven Phase Kings. Apart from Shu Sang, it was clear that Su Yan was the lowest. After everyone greeted Rat Li, they immediately noticed Su Yan. Looking at Su Yan, who was only at the peak of 4 meridians, they couldn't help but frown. At the same time, a 1-star Heaven Phase King immediately stopped Su Yan and shouted, "A 4-meridian saint has entered the Heaven Phase King's martial training hall. What are you doing here? Quickly leave." However, before this person finished speaking, Rat Li waved his hand and interrupted him. "Prime Minister Een, I brought this person here. There's no need to be calculative." When the person heard Rat Li's words, he was stunned at first. Then, his expression quickly changed. He looked at Rat Li with a flattering expression and said, "Hee, since you brought him here, of course he can cultivate here." After that person finished speaking, he stepped forward and patted Su Yan on the shoulder. "Kid, you have to cultivate well. Don't let down Rat Li's good intentions." Su Yan smiled but didn't say anything. However, he was looking forward to Rat Li's strength even more. This was the young man Rat Li called Prime Minister Een. Although Su Yan couldn't see how many stars he had, Su Yan could tell that this person was a Heaven Phase King. Since he was a Heaven Phase King and Rat Li was only a 1-star Emperor, this person's strength definitely wouldn't be weaker than Rat Li. However, he was so polite to Rat Li. Naturally, one could see that Rat Li, a 1-star Heaven Phase King, wasn't that simple. And from Rat Li's words, it was clear that this person didn't know about the competition for the top 10 disciples. Su Yan was too lazy to pay attention to this. As for Rat Li saying that he was brought here, Su Yan didn't say much. After all, Rat Li's words could save Su Yan a lot of trouble. Su Yan was naturally happy to save trouble. Rat Li saw that Su Yan didn't respond, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the profound ice-cold pond and saw a few people cultivating in the pond. He called out to Rat Sang, "Rat Sang, since you're already here, why don't you quickly enter the pond to cultivate?" "Yes, big brother." Rat Sang respectfully replied and walked straight into the profound ice-cold pond. When he passed by Su Yan, he gave Su Yan a meaningful smile. Su Yan saw Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but laugh in his heart. What's so mysterious about this pond? Is there a need to be like this? When he just entered here, Su Yan had already carefully observed the profound ice-cold pond. Although this mysterious ice-cold pool faintly emitted a chilling aura, Su Yan did not feel anything special about it. "Een Seong, this is the first time that junior brother Su has come to the profound ice-cold pond. He doesn't know the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. Explain it to him." The moment he saw Su Yan's disdainful eyes, Rat Li slightly smiled and said to Een Seong, who was standing next to him. "Okay." Een Seong straightforwardly responded and went up to explain the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond to Su Yan in detail. "Junior brother Su, don't think that the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary. It actually has a deep meaning." This Een Seong obviously didn't know the true relationship between Su Yan and Rat Li. He only thought that Su Yan was the same as Rat Sang and was brought in by Rat Li. He was naturally very respectful to Su Yan. When he talked about the profound ice-cold pond, he was incomparably meticulous, afraid that he would miss out on a single detail. Su Yan didn't point it out and instead listened attentively to Een Seong's explanation. Although Su Yan didn't find anything mysterious about the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yan was clear that since Rat Li was able to lead him here today, this profound ice-cold pond was definitely not as simple as it looked on the surface. After listening to Yin Xiang, Su Yan also had a new understanding of the profound ice-cold pond. Junior brother Su, although the profound ice-cold pond doesn't look strange on the surface, the water in the pond is like 1,000-year-old frost. It's bone-chilling cold. Even Emperor Tianxiang wouldn't be able to stay in it for a long time. Not only that, this profound ice-cold pond is actually divided into several layers. When you go deeper into a layer, the stone wall will light up a lamp. Yin Xiang said and pointed at a stone wall behind the profound ice-cold pond. Faintly, there were several red lights that lit up, ranging from 1 to 3. There were a total of 9 lamps on the stone wall. It was obvious that the profound ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. Above the third lamp, there were no more lamps lit up. It was obvious that the people who entered the profound ice-cold pond to cultivate were at most at the third layer. Junior brother Su, did you see that? There's a light here. It means that someone has reached which level of the profound ice-cold pond. Although Yin Xiang revealed a fierce expression when Su Yan came in earlier, he still had a fierce expression on his face. Now, he thought that Su Yan was brought here by Rat Li. When he talked to Su Yan, his face was full of flattery. His face was full of smiles, and he looked very amiable. Su Yan looked at his enthusiastic appearance. On his originally cold and arrogant face, he couldn't help but smile. He nodded and said, "Yes, I saw it." Hearing that Su Yan understood, Yin Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, after hearing this, you must be wondering what benefits there are to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond." Although Yin Xiang's words were meant to ask Su Yan. But without waiting for Su Yan to speak, Yin Xiang smiled and continued, "Junior brother Su, I can tell you that there are many benefits to cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. This profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's body. At the same time, the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond is much more abundant than the outside world. Cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond can not only refine one's physical strength, but also absorb the spirit qi in the profound ice-cold pond, thus speeding up one's cultivation." While speaking, Yin Xiang's expression became more and more exaggerated. It was obvious that he was excited about the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond. "I didn't expect that although the profound ice-cold pond looks ordinary, it actually has so many mysteries." After listening to Yin Xiang, Su Yan couldn't help but nod his head. But looking at those lit-up red lights, Su Yan couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Senior brother Yin Xiang, this profound ice-cold pond can be divided into 9 layers. Does it mean that the deeper you go, the denser the spirit qi is?" Chapter 200. After listening to Yin Xiang's introduction of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan also had a certain understanding of the mysterious ice-cold pond. When Su Yan saw the mysterious ice-cold pond for the first time, he thought it was ordinary and did not take it seriously. Now that he thought about it, the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked. Especially when Yin Xiang mentioned the mysterious ice-cold pond. Even the Emperor Tianxiang could not stay in it for a long time. This made Su Yan more careful. "Today, Rat Li led me here to make a fool of me. If I don't dare to enter the frozen pond of profound ice and leave now, I will definitely be looked down upon. Although I don't care about how others look at me, but because the frozen pond of profound ice is so mysterious, I have to try." As Su Yan thought about it, a bright light suddenly condensed in his eyes as he looked at the cold pond of mysterious ice. At the same time, a light smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Cold pond of mysterious ice, I will challenge you today. Let's see how mysterious you are." Even Emperor Tianxiang couldn't withstand it. Su Yan whispered and was about to step into the mysterious ice-cold pond. Suddenly, the crowd around the mysterious ice-cold pond burst into a clamor. Look, look, the 4th lamp is lit up." As this voice rang out, a voice rang out. Everyone present, including Su Yan, looked at the stone wall behind the mysterious ice-cold pond. They saw that the 4th lamp on the stone wall was lit up with red light. If Yin Xiang did not explain it to him, Su Yan really did not know what this red light meant. Now, Su Yan naturally knew that when the 4th red light was lit up, it meant that someone went deep into the 4th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. 4th layer. Who reached the 4th layer? Yes, our East Palace has not had anyone go deep into the 4th layer for many years. Who is it? The moment the red light was lit up, all the disciples were boiling. The mysterious ice-cold pond. Although everyone did not know why there were so many mysteries here. However, everyone knew that the deeper one went into the ice-cold pond, the colder it would be. Even Emperor Tianxiang had never been able to go deep into the fourth layer. Because with the strength of Emperor Tianxiang, his spiritual energy could not withstand the coldness of the ice-cold pool. In the past, there were some arrogant people who didn't believe in the power of the profound ice-cold pond. They stubbornly stayed in the pond and finally died in the profound ice-cold pond. Therefore, from a certain perspective, although the profound ice-cold pond looked calm on the surface, it was actually a dangerous place. The fourth level? Su Yan looked at the fourth lamp and frowned slightly. Compared to the excitement of the others, his face still had a stern expression. He swept his gaze over the expressions of everyone and quietly said in his heart, "Just how cold is the water of this mysterious ice-cold pool?" It actually caused these disciples, who are the prides of the Supreme Demon Palace, to be so surprised. Ha! Just as Su Yan was thinking about the mysterious ice-cold pond, Yin Xiang, who was standing next to him, suddenly laughed and walked to Ratli. He said with a flattering face, "Ha, senior brother Rat, the fourth lantern lit up." Obviously, it is Rat Sang. Junior brother Rat went deep into the fourth layer. It is really worthy of celebration. Ratli heard Yin Xiang's words. Although he felt quite proud in his heart, after all, many Monster Palace disciples were unable to go deep into the fourth layer. However, his brother was only a saint of 6 meridians and could go deep into the fourth layer. As Rat Sang's brother, how could Ratli not be happy? However, in the face of Yin Xiang's flattery, Ratli's expression did not change at all. He just smiled slightly. The moment his eyes swept past Su Yan, they emitted a rather profound light. Su Yan saw Ratli's gaze and was stunned for a moment. Then he suddenly realized, the reason why Ratli led me here today is not only to see me make a fool of myself, but more to avenge his brother. The two brothers have a deep relationship. While Su Yan sighed in his heart, the gaze that he used to look at the mysterious ice-cold pond was filled with determination. At the same time, he muttered to himself in his heart, "This mysterious ice-cold pond is said to be so mysterious by everyone. Clearly it is not so simple. Although I have the dragon blood ice fire shield to protect me, after all, I have not stepped into the mysterious ice-cold pond yet. I don't know what is so mysterious about this pond. Naturally, I don't know which layer I can go to." As Su Yan muttered to himself, he had a new understanding of Rat Sang. Just now, Yin Xiang had said that many heaven phase emperors could not withstand the first layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, Rat Sang was only a saint of 6 meridians. How could he enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yan was puzzled. He saw that everyone had been staring at the fifth lamp on the stone wall behind the pond. A surge of expectation surged in his heart as he looked at the fifth lamp. The fifth layer, the fifth layer. Some people even looked at the stone wall and shouted excitedly, hoping that someone would break through the fifth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Unfortunately, everyone watched for a while, but they did not see the fifth lamp light up. With a splash, a figure came out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. This person was none other than Rat Sang. Huff, huff, huff. As soon as Rat Sang came out of the water, he gasped for breath. His face was pale. Clearly, he had been in the water for too long and was exhausted. When Ratli saw this, his eyes suddenly flashed. He leaped over and waved his hand. The moment the spirit chi in his body surged, he lifted Rat Sang out of the water. At the same time, Ratli's spirit chi surged out of his palm and directly entered Rat Sang's body. Only then did Rat Sang's complexion slightly improve. Just as it slightly improved, Rat Sang revealed an excited expression. "Big brother, I reached the fourth layer, the fourth layer." Yes. Although Ratli was gratified, he did not show much excitement due to his usual strictness towards Rat Sang. He only patted Rat Sang's shoulder and said, "Rat Sang, this mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 layers. You have only reached the fourth layer. It is still too early." Yes. Although he did not receive much encouragement from his brother, it was still difficult to hide the excitement on his face. The onlookers all went up to congratulate Rat Sang. This was not only because of Ratli's identity, but also because of Rat Sang's ability. This made Rat Sang even more happy. After all, Rat Sang was also a man. He did not want to only live in his brother's shadow. Through his own efforts, he obtained everyone's recognition. This was the will that Rat Sang had always hidden in his heart. Reaching the fourth layer today had undoubtedly allowed Rat Sang to obtain countless honors and reverence. Of course, even so, Rat Sang did not forget Rat Li's words. You are not his match. Thinking about this, Rat Sang couldn't help but feel a surge of hostility. He was a 6-branch saint, yet his brother actually said that he was not a match for a 4-branch saint. This was definitely the greatest humiliation in history for Rat Sang. After entering the mystic ice-cold pond, it was because Shu Sang remembered this humiliation that he was able to break through and enter the 4th layer despite only being able to stay at the 3rd layer every day. While receiving everyone's congratulations, Rat Sang sneered, Now I want to see just how capable you are and how long you can last in the profound ice-cold pond. As Shu Sang spoke, he pushed aside the crowd and searched for Su Yan's figure. However, there was no sign of Su Yan. Rat Sang could not help but be taken aback, then he suddenly laughed. Haha, that kid must be afraid of the profound ice-cold pond and ran away. Just now, he said that he wanted to cultivate in the martial arts hall. So he is just a coward. Others did not understand what Rat Sang was saying. However, Rat Li was clear. Hearing Rat Sang's words, he could not help but look at where Su Yan was standing. Indeed, he did not see Su Yan's figure. A look of disdain immediately appeared in his eyes as he laughed in his heart. I thought he was capable, but it seems that he is only a flower. Rat Li saw that Su Yan was not here and lost interest, so he prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, a person among the crowd surrounding the icy cold pond suddenly shouted, Look, the 3rd light is on. Hearing this person's words, everyone once again cast their gazes towards the stone wall. When they saw the 3rd lamp emitting a dazzling red light, they all frowned. Who entered the 3rd layer? Yeah. Could it be Senior Brother Fong? No, Senior Brother Fong is not here today. Then who is it? There are only a few people who can reach the 3rd layer of the profound ice-cold pond, but they are not here today. Yeah, we usually cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. Now we are all standing here. Who on earth reached the profound ice-cold pond? Everyone looked at the calm water surface of the profound ice-cold pond, and their faces were filled with doubt. After all, those who could be here were all people who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond, so they were all familiar with each other. Those who had the strength to enter the 3rd and 4th layer of the profound ice-cold pond had long stopped cultivating here. Now that they suddenly saw the 3rd lamp lit up and saw that the people who usually cultivated here were all here, they could not help but be confused. Not only them. Rat Li also frowned the moment he saw the 3rd lamp. Everyone who usually cultivated in the profound ice-cold pond is here. Who on earth has the strength to reach the 3rd layer of the profound ice-cold pond? And I don't know them. However, Rat Li quickly recovered and smiled. There are many disciples in the Eastern Palace. It is not surprising that there are some that I don't know. After speaking, Rat Li no longer cared about the red light of the profound ice-cold pond and turned around to leave. After all, for him, the profound ice-cold pond was useless for his cultivation. The reason why he could come here was just to see his brother cultivate. Chapter 201. Shu Sang, let's go. Rat Li said to Shu Sang and was about to leave. Shu Sang heard his big brother calling him and didn't think much. He followed Rat Li and was about to leave. Right at this moment, there was a sudden outburst of astonishment from the crowd, as well as some excited voices. Four lights lit up, it lit up. What? Everyone who didn't notice the stone wall was stunned and looked back at the stone wall. Everyone was stunned when they saw the bewitching red light emitted by the 4th light. Rat Li and Shu Sang were about to leave, but when they heard this person's shout, they also looked back at the stone wall. When they saw the red light, they were both stunned. If the 3rd light lit up, everyone wouldn't be so surprised. After all, there were too many disciples in the Eastern Palace who could reach the 3rd level, so there was no need to make a fuss. But if it was the 4th level, that was enough to shock everyone. Even though there were tens of thousands of disciples in the Eastern Palace, only a few dozen people could reach the 4th level of the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, these people were no longer cultivating in the profound ice-cold pond. For so many years, only Shu Sang had reached the 4th level of the profound ice-cold pond. Now that the 4th lamp of the mysterious ice-cold pond lit up again, it was enough to make people completely shocked. Moreover, no one knew who was in the profound ice-cold pond. Everyone's face was filled with shock. Shu Sang, who had just reached the 4th level and was very proud of himself, could not help but feel a surge of anger when he saw the red light of the 4th level. On the other hand, Shu Li's state of mind was relatively calm. When he saw the 4th light light up, he only frowned, but his expression didn't change much. However, he was puzzled in his heart. There are only a few dozen disciples in the Eastern Palace who can enter the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool. I know every one of them, but I haven't seen these people today. Who is at the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pool? As Ratley pondered, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. His entire body trembled. Could it be him? No, impossible. This Su Yen is only a 4 Meridian saint. How could he reach the 4th level? While Shu Li was shocked, he hurriedly shook his head and cleared the thoughts in his mind. He did not believe that Su Yen could enter the 4th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Ratley was one of the top 10 disciples of the Monster Palace. Naturally, he had also entered the ice-cold pond to train. He knew the mysteries of the ice-cold pond. Even with his current strength, although he could enter the 4th layer, it was not an easy task. And Su Yen was only a 4 bloodline saint. How could he believe that? Ratley didn't believe it, and neither did Rat Sang. Needless to say, the others didn't believe it either. They just looked at the 4th light that lit up on the stone wall. They kept guessing in their hearts who this person was. Which disciple of the Emperor of Heaven in the Eastern Palace had entered the 4th layer? They didn't expect that the person inside the ice-cold pond was Su Yen. When Rat Sang came out, everyone congratulated him. Only Su Yen did not. When he saw Rat Sang's proud face because he had broken into the 4th layer, that face. When Nu Say, Su Yen, who had always been looking forward to the ice-cold pond, suddenly had a surge of pride in his body. When no one was paying attention, Su Yen stepped into the ice-cold pond. The moment he entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yen immediately felt a wave of coldness assaulting him. That wave of coldness went deep into his bones, as if it was going to freeze everything. When he felt this powerful cold moment, Su Yen also truly felt the profoundness of the ice-cold pond. This ice-cold pond looks calm on the surface, but it is so cold when one enters the water. It is indeed extraordinary. As Su Yen muttered, his eyes suddenly turned. Outside of Su Yan's body, a layer of faint red light immediately surged. Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. The moment the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield surged, the cold immediately decreased. Su Yen couldn't help but smile. It seems that the ice-cold pond is only so. While Su Yen was speaking, he quickly drilled into the water. From Yin Xiang's introduction, Su Yen already knew that the ice-cold pond was divided into 9 layers. However, Yin Xiang didn't specifically say how the 9 layers were divided. Su Yen also didn't know how the layers of the ice-cold pond were defined. Under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, he drilled all the way down, regardless of which layer he reached. Finally, when Su Yen was courageously diving down, the stone wall outside the ice-cold pond lit up with the 4th layer of red light. Everyone who was standing on top of the ice-cold pond was confused. These people thought of all the disciples of the Eastern Palace who could enter the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond, but they couldn't think of a reason. Not only that, the more they thought, the more confused they became. In the end, no one thought that Su Yen was inside the ice-cold pond. With the help of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yen quickly reached the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond without any obstruction. The moment he stepped into the 4th layer of the ice-cold pond, Su Yen suddenly felt a burst of coldness all over his body, and he suddenly trembled. I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle to protect my body. This Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle can absorb any kind of heat or cold in the world. But now, I can feel the chilliness pressing down on me. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. The moment the coldness pressed down, Su Yen also quickly stopped moving forward. Instead, he carefully began to examine the surroundings, feeling the constantly invading coldness. Su Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. This ice-cold pond, the pond water is bone-chilling. Isn't it also an element? Since it is an element, it can be used to condense my 5th Saint Vein. Su Yen was worried about where to find his 5th Saint Vein, but he didn't expect to find it in the ice-cold pond so quickly. With a burst of excitement in his heart, the sun-colored glazed sword manual in his body quickly operated. He wanted to absorb the surrounding coldness. Unfortunately, no matter how Su Yen operated the cultivation method, the surrounding coldness didn't move at all. At the same time, Su Yen also couldn't feel the existence of this coldness, but when the cultivation method was absorbing, he felt a burst of coldness invade him. Su Yen couldn't help but frown. This coldness can't be turned into spiritual qi to condense a saint vein? Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the coldness in the ice-cold pond to condense his fifth saint vein, but when he operated the cultivation method, he didn't feel the existence of the coldness, which made Su Yan quite disappointed. Su Yan's eyes that were emitting a bright light also dimmed. He sighed softly and was about to stop the circulation of the cultivation method. Suddenly, Su Yan discovered that the dragon blood ice fire cover that was protecting his body was slowly circulating. Su Yan was suddenly stunned. Su Yan had never had a deep understanding of the dragon blood ice fire shield. After all, it was a coincidence that he obtained the dragon blood ice fire shield. Moreover, Su Yan had read countless books, but he had never seen any records about the dragon blood ice fire shield. As for the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan only thought that it could absorb the heat and cold between heaven and earth, and had no other use. This time, when he saw the dragon blood ice fire shield faintly trembling, it immediately attracted Su Yan's attention. I have never known the use of the dragon blood ice fire shield. Why is it suddenly fluctuating now? Su Yan frowned and pondered for a while, as if he had thought of something. The cultivation method that was about to stop quickly operated again, and the spiritual chi of the four veins gathered and attacked the dragon blood ice fire shield. Bang! Just as the spirit chi fluctuated, a clear and crisp sound suddenly exploded. The dragon blood ice fire shield that was originally protecting Su Yan suddenly exploded. In an instant, the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool attacked Su Yan's body like a sharp blade. What the hell is going on? Su Yan was shocked and hurriedly used his spiritual chi to resist. Unfortunately, his meager spiritual chi could not resist the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. No matter how Su Yan used his spiritual chi to protect his body, the coldness was still like countless sharp blades that drilled into Su Yan's body. Su Yan's body could not help but tremble because of this. All the blood in his body seemed to be frozen at this moment. This won't do. If this continues, I will definitely die here. Su Yan's mind was spinning quickly, and the blood dragon pupil was also constantly flashing, wanting to summon the dragon blood ice fire shield again. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Su Yan tried, nothing happened. Normally, as long as Su Yan willed it, the dragon blood ice fire shield would appear. However, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. It was silent and there was no movement at all. Su Yan's body also felt colder and colder. His hands and feet were almost frozen together at that moment. What the hell is going on? Why did the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly disappear? Although the coldness was constantly eroding Su Yan's eyes were still as bright as a torch. This was because Su Yan knew that if there was the slightest mistake, there would be a bit of panic. Then today, he would lose his life in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although Su Yan's hands and feet had become stiff under the erosion of the coldness, Su Yan's mind was spinning rapidly, thinking about what had just happened. The dragon blood ice fire shield was created because the water from the blood pool in the sword well entered my body. I have never studied it. I only know that the dragon blood ice fire shield can absorb the coldness and heat of the world, but I don't know what other uses it has. Just now, when I used my cultivation method, under the effect of the mysterious ice-cold pool, the dragon blood ice fire shield obviously changed. Cultivation method. Spirit energy. Su Yan frowned and constantly analyzed the ins and outs of the matter. After pondering for a long time, his eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that the spirit energy of my cultivation method destroyed the dragon blood ice fire shield, causing it to disappear? Originally, Su Yan wanted to use the spirit energy to resist the surrounding coldness. Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly became absent-minded. Chapter 202. This time, Su Yan still had spirit energy to protect his body, but his whole body was still frozen. He was very clear that if he retracted his spirit energy, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond would freeze him in an instant. On the other hand, Su Yan was clearly aware that if the dragon blood ice fire barrier couldn't be reformed, then he definitely wouldn't be able to hold on for long just by relying on the spiritual energy of a saint of the four bloodlines. In the end, he would still be unable to escape death. First, he would instantly fall into death. Second, he would slowly walk into death. Both were dead ends. However, at that moment of death, there was a suspense. That was, Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield disappeared when Su Yan was circulating his spirit energy. If he stopped the circulation of spirit energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield could be restored. Although this was only a choice between the two. But after all, it was related to life and death. Even if Su Yen was extraordinarily intelligent, he could not accept death. This could be said to be a difficult choice. Even if Su Yen was usually swift and decisive, it was still difficult for him to make a decision. And when Su Yen was in a dilemma, above the mysterious ice-cold pond, the onlookers were also in a state of confusion. Rat Li and the others racked their brains, but they could not imagine that the person who entered the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yen. They would rather believe that it was the powerful disciples of the Eastern Palace who suddenly came to the mysterious ice-cold pond to train than Su Yen, a mere four-veined saint warrior. And it was precisely because they could not guess who it was. Looking at the fourth layer of red light that had been lit up, the crowd had some expectations, looking forward to the fifth layer of red light to light up. At the same time, they hoped that this person would come out of the pond. That way, the mystery in their hearts would be solved. Unfortunately, they waited for a long time. Not only did they not see the fifth layer light up, but they also did not see anyone come out of the pond. This made their already confused minds even more confused. Who is this person, to be able to stay in the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long and not come out? Rat Li had already planned to leave, but now seeing the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond light up, how could he be willing to leave without knowing who it was? Thinking that this person had already entered the profound ice-cold pond and stayed in the fourth layer for such a long time, he became even more confused. He was one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, even though he was ranked last. However, he was still one of the best in the Eastern Palace, and the things he knew were far beyond what the ordinary disciples could compare to. At the same time, he was very clear about how cold the water in the fourth layer of the frozen ice pond was. Even he, who had always been conceited, did not have the confidence to stay in the fourth layer of the icy pond for such a long time. After all, he was only a sky phase emperor. Although the spiritual energy in his body was boundless, under the constant cold stimulation of the icy pond, it would eventually run out. Now that the fifth light had not lit up and no one had come out, how could he not be confused? And Su Yen, who was on the fourth level, naturally did not know about these things. However, as time went by, the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool kept invading Su Yan's body, causing Su Yan's entire body to freeze. His entire body also fell into a state of numbness. If this goes on, I will definitely die here today. Su Yen felt the coldness around him. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "I will bet on you today. If this is my fate, then so be it." As he spoke, a resplendent light instantly condensed within Su Yan's eyes that were floating indeterminately. There was no longer any trace of hesitation. His body slightly moved, and the cultivation technique in his body suddenly stopped. All the spiritual energy that was protecting Su Yan's body was taken back. The icy pond. When Su Yan's body lost the protection of spiritual energy, the cold water of the icy pond instantly pierced through Su Yan's body like countless swords. That boundless pain instantly invaded his body. "Ah!" Su Yen screamed, as if all his hands and feet were torn apart in an instant. "Did I make the wrong bet?" Su Yen felt this pain. He was unwilling and desperate at the same time. He bitterly smiled and said, "I can't believe that I, Su Yen, the peak sword saint of a generation, will finally die in this pool." Su Yen thought, and didn't use his cultivation technique to resist again. Because Su Yen was very clear that there wasn't much spiritual energy left in his body. Even if he used his cultivation technique to resist, it would still be difficult to escape the fate of death. Naturally, there was no need to waste energy. It was better to take advantage of this last moment to reminisce about life. Bang! Just when Su Yen completely gave up, a warm current suddenly surged from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. This is... Su Yen could not help but be taken aback. He forcefully supported his stiff head and lowered his head to take a look. Su Yan's eyes immediately emitted a resplendent light. This is the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Mantle. Su Yen whispered in his heart. An unconcealable look of excitement appeared on his face. Just now, Su Yen had already given up and accepted the baptism of death. But in this despair, he suddenly saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appear. He saw the dawn of hope. How could he not be excited? Haha, it seems that I made the right bet. Su Yen looked at the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and laughed in his heart. He didn't make any movements. He was afraid that if he suddenly made any unnecessary movements, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield would disappear again. If the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield really disappeared, Su Yan would really die here. As the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield slowly emerged and protected Su Yan's body, bursts of warmth slowly flowed into Su Yan's body. Su Yan couldn't help but let out a low roar. He moved his muscles and bones and said with a smile, "It's good to be alive." After a series of movements, his stiff body completely recovered. Originally, under the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, Su Yan could still vaguely feel a little cold. But now that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield appeared, in this fourth layer, Su Yan no longer felt a trace of cold. Instead, traces of heat were emitted from his body, making him feel a warmth that he had never felt before. So what if it's the mysterious ice-cold pool? With this Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield, how can you hurt me? Su Yan was excited. He couldn't help but feel a chill. After all, breaking out of the gates of hell was really too exciting. After Su Yan was excited for a while, Su Yan also re-examined the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield on his body. The moment he entered the fourth layer, Su Yan clearly saw that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield had some movement under the cold stimulation of the mysterious ice-cold pool. And it was precisely because of this movement. Su Yan thought that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield could absorb the cold of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan also wanted to use his cultivation method to absorb the cold air around him. It was also because of this that Su Yan almost stepped into the path of death. Xiao. At this moment, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield moved again. This time, Su Yan didn't dare to use his spirit chi anymore. Instead, he carefully observed the changes of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. Ever since Su Yan obtained the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. All this while, Su Yan had never truly understood the mysteries behind it. Now that he saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield move by itself, Su Yan was even more puzzled. Why did the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield move by itself, and why did it disappear when I used my spirit chi? Su Yan was puzzled. He watched the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield for a long time. Other than a slight tremble, there was no other movement. Su Yan couldn't help but frown. What is going on? Su Yan thought for a long time, but still couldn't understand the mystery of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. In the end, he could only choose to give up. He looked down and frowned again. The mysterious ice-cold pool gets colder as I go down. Although I have the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield to protect my body, who can guarantee that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield can really withstand the cold? Should I continue going down? Su Yan fell into a moment of hesitation as he thought. Under the warmth of his body, Su Yan's hesitation disappeared in a moment. In exchange, he became determined. I've already died once just now. This time, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier is obviously much stronger than before. Why wouldn't I dare to go down? Su Yan muttered to himself. In an instant, he swam underground. This wasn't Su Yan trying to be brave. Su Yan felt that the change of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield was related to the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pool. It was very likely that the colder the water in the mysterious ice-cold pool, the more it could stimulate the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield. For this, Su Yan had to take a gamble. The onlookers in the mysterious ice-cold pool still didn't leave. They stared at the red light on the stone wall and gathered in twos and threes to talk about something. Who is this person? He has been down for so long. Why hasn't he come up yet? Yes, and the light of the fifth layer hasn't lit up. Obviously, this person is still at the fourth layer. Do you think this person is practicing something at the fourth layer? Maybe. Ratley stood to the side and listened to these people's words. He couldn't help but sneer. Ignorant people. Several hours have passed. Even the strongest disciple of the Eastern Palace can't stay in the mysterious ice-cold pool for so long. Now that such a long time has passed, it's obvious that this person has died here. As Xu Li thought about it, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. The doubt in his heart also disappeared. After all, no one would care about a dead person. Rat sang, let's go. Since Ratley thought that this person had died in the mysterious ice-cold pool, he lost interest in watching and turned back to Rat Sang. Rat Sang didn't think as much as Ratley. He was really unwilling. He, Rat Sang, had just entered the fourth layer of the mysterious ice-cold pool with the strength of a six-vein saint. He was being worshipped and envied by everyone. But it wasn't long before this was broken by someone. How could he be willing? He wanted to wait and see who was in the mysterious ice-cold pool. If they were stronger than him, then he would let it go. If they weren't, impossible. Rat Sang didn't believe that the person in the pool was weaker than him. He didn't believe it. After all, he didn't see anyone come out and didn't see who it was. Chapter 203. Ratley looked at Rat Sang's appearance and couldn't help but sneer. Rat Sang, are you stupid? This person has stayed in the 4th layer for so long and hasn't come out of the 5th layer. He must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. What else is there to see? When Rat Sang heard Ratley's words, he was stunned. Then he thought of something and rubbed his head. He laughed and said, "That's right. It's been so long. How could I not think of it?" Ha ha. Rat Sang thought that this person was already dead. The knot in his heart was immediately untied. He laughed a few times and followed Ratley. "Big brother, let's go, let's go." Although Ratley was usually strict with Rat Sang, he didn't smile in front of Rat Sang. However, this didn't mean that Ratley didn't love his little brother. On the contrary, Ratley doted on his little brother a lot. Of course, as Rat Sang's big brother, Ratley naturally knew what his little brother was thinking in his heart. Seeing that his mood was suddenly enlightened, Ratley was naturally happy. He glanced at the 4th light on the stone wall and smiled in disdain. He turned around and walked out of the door. After Ratley and Rat Sang left, the others looked at the 4th red light and shook their heads. They all thought that Ratley was right. This person must have died in the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the number of people who died in the profound ice-cold pond every year was not small. Everyone prepared to leave. Of course, there were some people who wanted to stay and watch. At this moment, the 5th red light that had been dim suddenly lit up. Those who wanted to stay and watch were all stunned when they saw the red light. Their faces were filled with astonishment. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief and confirmed that the 5th red light really lit up. They immediately shouted excitedly, "The 5th layer, the 5th layer." That person didn't die. The 5th layer light lit up. Everyone who had just walked to the door heard this shout and were all stunned. Ratley and Rat Sang were also stunned. Especially when Shu Sang came back to his senses, he excitedly ran back. He pushed aside the crowd and walked towards the mysterious ice-cold pond. Seeing the red light on the stone wall, Shu Sang's heart sank. How is this possible? Who entered the 5th layer? I, Shu Sang, was born with the Ice Soul affinity and have only reached the 5th level after forming the Ice Soul Saint Vein. Who could reach the 5th level? Shu Sang muttered to himself and frowned as he looked at the red light on the wall. He didn't want to believe that someone had reached the 5th level. After all, no one had been able to reach the 4th level for many years. When Ratley returned and saw the 5th red light, he couldn't help but frown. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he naturally knew more than the ordinary disciples. He also knew more about the mysterious ice-cold pond than the ordinary people. It could be said that Ratley knew all the disciples who had the strength to enter the 5th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was because he knew them all. Ratley was confused because he knew that the disciples who had the qualifications to enter the 5th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond could no longer cultivate in the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, they didn't have Shu Sang's special physique. In addition to tempering the body in the profound ice-cold pool, it would not be of much help to their cultivation. Moreover, when they were cultivating in the mysterious ice-cold pond, they had already challenged their limits. They had also broken through their own limits. If they came back now, they would definitely break through their limits. It was impossible for them to come back and waste time in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Then who is this person? Ratley thought and frowned. He tried to find this person's figure in his mind, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he didn't believe that the person in the pond was Su Yen. Su Yen naturally didn't know that there were so many people watching in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and each of them was full of confusion. Su Yen didn't have the leisure to think about these things. At the moment of entering the 5th layer, Su Yen suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot, and the pond water was even colder. Although it was still not enough to cause any threat to Su Yen. However, Su Yen could feel that the surrounding temperature dropped because the warm current in his body had disappeared. At the same time, Su Yen could also feel that the surrounding spirit qi had become very abundant. The spirit qi here was at least several times higher than outside the mysterious ice-cold pond. This mysterious ice-cold pond was definitely a holy land for cultivation. However, facing such abundant spirit qi, Su Yen smiled bitterly. Although the spirit qi here is abundant, It's a pity that each of my meridians is a kind of epiphany, so the spirit chi is useless to me. When ordinary people cultivated, when they were at the peak of life soul, they would be able to condense a holy meridian, which was already the main meridian. As for the other 8 meridians, they only needed to absorb spirit chi. When the spirit chi reached a certain level, or when they reached the bottleneck of a meridian, they would be able to break through and condense the second holy meridian. However, Su Yan couldn't do that. Because Su Yan needed an epiphany for each of his holy meridians, and they all needed new elements. This made the spirit chi useless to Su Yan. Looking at the abundant spirit chi, but not being able to cultivate, that feeling was like seeing a roast duck in front of him after being hungry for many days, but not being able to eat it. That feeling was really uncomfortable. Although he felt uncomfortable, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. After all, he had already embarked on this path. Sigh. Su Yan sighed helplessly and no longer cared about the spirit chi. Instead, he observed the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body. After observing for a while, Su Yan didn't see any changes. He couldn't help but frown. Could it be that my guess was wrong? This dragon blood ice fire shield has nothing to do with the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Before Su Yan could finish his words, a voice rang out. Whoosh! A crisp sound rang out. Suddenly, the dragon blood ice fire barrier on Su Yan's body started to tremble. Originally, the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body was red, but under the pressure of the cold chi, a thin layer of frost immediately condensed. This frost first slowly surged up from the bottom of Su Yan's feet. Su Yan saw this and his eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that my guess was right. This dragon blood ice fire shield really has something to do with the cold chi. As Su Yan spoke, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but float a trace of a smile. But it quickly disappeared. He frowned. Even if this dragon blood ice fire shield has something to do with the cold chi and changes, what will it change into? Su Yan didn't know anything about the dragon blood ice fire shield. He didn't dare to use his spirit chi to test it. Facing the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could only watch it change. He didn't dare to use his spirit chi and didn't know how the dragon blood ice fire shield would change. Su Yan felt an unprecedented helplessness. Looking at the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield, Su Yan could only smile bitterly. I don't know if this change is good or bad. I can only wait and see. Su Yan said. He didn't do anything and didn't think about anything. He looked around and happened to see a protruding boulder beside the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan immediately swam over and sat on it, quietly watching the changes of the dragon blood ice fire shield. He sat there for several hours. Su Yan was happy and at ease. However, it made the people watching on the mysterious ice-cold pond very anxious. Especially Rat Sang. Looking at the unchanging fifth lamp, his expression became more and more unsightly. Who is this person? What is he doing under the mysterious ice-cold pond? He has already been down there for so long. How did he do it? Ratley also frowned as he watched. With the previous experience, he didn't dare to say that this person had died down there. He could only speculate in his heart. Who is this person? How can he last for so long in the mysterious ice-cold pond? Could it be Senior Marshal Brother Chin? Ratley almost thought of all the powerful people, but he couldn't figure out who it was. After all, he still ignored Su Yan. Especially as time passed, he couldn't believe that the person in the mysterious ice-cold pond was Su Yan. After all, with Su Yan's strength as a four-vein saint, he didn't believe that Su Yan could stay in the mysterious ice-cold pond for so long, let alone the fifth layer. So he didn't believe it even more. Not only did he not believe it, but the people around the mysterious ice-cold pond also didn't believe it. Even Emperor Tianxiang might not be able to last long in the mysterious ice-cold pond. How could they believe that a four-vein saint could last so long in there? And it was because of this disbelief and doubt in their hearts. So they just stood there watching and waiting. Originally, there were people who would go into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate in the past, but because of this, no one went into the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. They just quietly waited around. Everyone had different expressions on their faces. They didn't know whether they were looking forward to the sixth lamp's aura or waiting for this person to come out of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't know these things. He also didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This person was no one else but the Princess of Chu. After seeing Su Yan's performance in the sea dock last time, the Princess of Chu's appreciation for Su Yan increased a lot. Su Yan, in the eyes of the Princess of Chu, had long been selected as the hope of the Monster Palace. And it was because of the Princess of Chu's expectations for Su Yan. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see how this Su Yan cultivated. She also wanted to see if he could fulfill her expectations. It was precisely because of this mentality. The Princess of Chu, who was free, once again used the crystal pearl to check on Su Yan's existence. Although this crystal pearl looked ordinary, however, it was an extraordinary item. It was called the Tai Yao Ancient Pearl, and it was one of the 4 sacred objects of the Monster Palace. This Tai Yao Ancient Pearl could use some of the Monster Palace's disciples' aura to observe. Not only could it observe, but when one's strength reached a certain level, it could also use that person's aura to travel through space through the Tai Yao Ancient Pearl. Chapter 204. The Princess of Chu had placed 2 restrictions in Su Yan's body. Naturally, she could observe Su Yan's existence through the ancient demon pearl at any time. Of course, the Princess of Chu wasn't observing Su Yan just to see how Su Yan cultivated. She was using the ancient demon pearl to observe Su Yan and investigate Su Yan's secrets. Seeing Su Yan cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu couldn't help but be startled. Especially when she saw Su Yan reach the 5th level of the profound ice-cold pond, she was even more startled. Of course, while she was startled, the Princess of Chu quickly discovered the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body. The Princess of Chu was startled at first, but quickly discovered the secret of the dragon blood ice fire shield. She smiled and said, "It seems that the reason why this child can last so long in the profound ice-cold pond must be because of the protection on his body. But why is this protection constantly changing?" The Princess of Chu also saw the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing. Even though she was the palace master of the Monster Palace and had seen a lot, she still didn't know about the dragon blood ice fire shield. Seeing the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body constantly changing, she could only frown, not knowing the reason. Su Yan didn't know that he was being watched. Seeing that the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body finally stopped changing, he smiled and said, "It seems that the cold air here can only make the dragon blood ice fire shield develop to this level." Su Yan didn't hesitate at all as he got up and immediately dived down. Suddenly, above the profound ice-cold pond, the 6th lamp on the stone wall lit up. 6th level. 6th level. When the 6th lamp lit up, the people who had been waiting on the side, who were about to fall asleep, suddenly shouted excitedly as if they saw an oasis in the desert. 6th level, unbelievable. Who is this person? How can he reach the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond? I think it must be one of our senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. I think so too. Other than them, it can't be anyone else. Yes, but I don't know why those senior brothers, who are always elusive, came back to the ice-cold pond today. I think it should be to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond. That's right. No one has ever reached the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond. I think this senior brother is here today to break through the 8th level. I think so too. The moment the 6th lamp lit up, everyone began to discuss. Because there were very few people who could reach the 6th level, they were not in a hurry to find out the identity of this person. Instead, he looked at the 7th lamp with anticipation. In contrast to these people's expectations, Rat Sang and Rat Li's expressions became more and more unsightly. Especially Rat Li. Others might not understand, but he was very clear about it. Those who had the strength to enter the 6th layer of the icy cold pond were all in closed-door cultivation during this period of time. It was impossible for them to come here to challenge their limits. He was thinking that it was not these people. Rat Li's brows, which were already squeezed together, frowned even more. If it's not these people, then who has the strength to reach the 5th level? While thinking, Rat Li's eyes suddenly flashed. He whispered, "Could it be him?" "Impossible." Rat Li thought and shook his head. He thought to himself, "I don't know where that person went. How could he appear in the profound ice-cold pond?" Thinking about this and that, Rat Li really did not know who it was. When Rat Sang saw the 6th level, the unwillingness in his heart also lessened a lot. This was because he knew that to be able to enter the 6th level, one's strength was definitely not something he could compare to. Thinking that this person was probably one of the top 10 disciples of the Eastern Palace, he felt a lot more relieved. When Su Yan entered the 6th level of the profound ice-cold pond, he suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped a lot. This was a lot lower than the previous level. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, Su Yan still felt as if there were countless sharp blades attacking his body. His entire body began to tremble because of the cold. This profound ice-cold pond is indeed extraordinary. Even with the protection of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, I can still feel the bone-piercing cold. In this cold, Su Yan could not do anything. Even Su Yan wanted to leave. However, at this moment, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier protecting Su Yan's body began to tremble. Then, countless frost appeared. In an instant, the surrounding pond water also began to tremble. Rumble. There was a light explosion. Countless amounts of pond water attacked Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not help but be shocked. This is... The pond water began to spin like a tsunami and attacked. What the hell is going on? While Su Yan was shocked, his body hurriedly retreated. However, this profound ice-cold pond was not big, so Su Yan had no way to retreat. In an instant, he was caught up by the rotating pond water. What the hell is going on? Su Yan let out another low roar. He originally wanted to use his spirit chi to block, but unfortunately, Su Yan was afraid that if he used his spirit chi, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier would suddenly disappear. If the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier disappeared, then this cold pond water would really take Su Yan's life in an instant. And if he did not use spirit chi, the rotating pond water was like countless sharp arrows piercing through. Apart from the coldness, Su Yan knew that if it passed through his body, it would definitely take his life. And the rotating pond water did not get close to Su Yan, but he could feel a powerful force coming over. Su Yan looked at the rotating pond water that was getting closer and closer. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Fight!" While speaking, Su Yan's blood dragon pupil suddenly turned, and the cultivation technique in his body quickly revolved. Bang! At the same time, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier protecting Su Yan's body suddenly disappeared. The waves of bone-piercing coldness were like countless blades slashing across. Su Yan felt as if he was being torn in half. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. His eyes were like torches. He gritted his teeth and the spirit chi in his body suddenly erupted. Invincible golden body. Bang! There was a loud noise. A gorgeous light descended and directly protected Su Yan's body. At the same time, the rotating pond water instantly collided with Su Yan's body. Bang! There was a loud noise. At the same time, countless huge waves surged and directly struck Su Yan's body. Under the protection of the invincible golden body, Su Yan was not injured. When this whirling pool of water attacked Su Yan's body, it also slowly came to a stop. Su Yan looked at the pond water that had stopped and also breathed a sigh of relief. He withdrew his spirit chi and the surrounding light also retreated. Su Yan also hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique and let the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier appear. Otherwise, without the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier, the bone-piercing cold pond water would instantly take Su Yan's life. However, just as Su Yan was about to stop the cultivation technique, he found that his cultivation technique could not be stopped at all. The spirit chi in his body also burst out. At the same time, the disappearing Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier instantly surged with a red light. There was a layer of frost in the red light, and it directly poured into the invincible golden body that Su Yan had just burst out. The invincible golden body's essence instantly merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier. Bang! At the moment of the fusion, there was a loud noise. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. Following the loud noise, the spirit chi in Su Yan's body constantly surged out and merged with the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Barrier and the invincible golden body. Su Yan was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Dome is going to merge with the invincible golden body? Su Yan thought of this and his eyes suddenly lit up. The corner of his mouth revealed a devilish smile. In that case, I will bet on you again today. While speaking, Su Yan did not control the cultivation technique in his body. Instead, he urged the cultivation technique to operate quickly. The spirit chi in the 4 meridians in his body all surged toward the invincible golden body. In an instant, Su Yan's body was protected by an essence light, emitting a bright light. This essence light protected Su Yan's body and at the same time, it constantly sucked in the spirit chi in Su Yan's body. The consumption of spirit chi was so fast that in less than a few breaths, Su Yan felt that the spirit chi in his body was being sucked dry. Su Yan's whole body suddenly trembled. The speed of the absorption of spirit chi is so fast that the spirit chi in my body is going to be depleted. If this continues, I will definitely exhaust my spirit chi and die. Su Yan thought of this and hurriedly stopped the cultivation technique in his body. Unfortunately, it was useless. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, which was usually successful, seemed to be completely out of Su Yan's control at this moment. It was running rapidly, constantly pouring the spirit chi in his body into the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire barrier. With the lack of spirit chi, Su Yan's face became paler and paler, and his whole body became weaker and weaker. However, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire barrier did not seem to have any intention of stopping as they absorbed the spirit chi in Su Yan's body. The moment it absorbed the spirit chi in Su Yan's body, the invincible golden body, which was originally emitting a golden light, turned red. It quickly condensed with the crimson dragon blood ice fire barrier, turning into a faint frosty color. Su Yan saw this change. Although he was surprised, the lack of spirit chi in his body made Su Yan unable to muster up any strength. Instead, when the cultivation technique was operating, Su Yan became more and more powerless, and his whole head sank into a dizzy state. Princess Chu, who was observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl, was alarmed when she saw this scene. What's going on? Especially when she saw Su Yan on the verge of fainting, Princess Chu frowned. She stared at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and thought to herself, from the looks of it, he probably can't hold on. Should I save him or not? Princess Chu believed that Su Yan was a rare genius that only appeared once in 100 years. Chapter 205. Since I've already chosen him and placed 2 restrictions in his body, what else do I have to fear? While the Princess of Chu was conflicted about whether to save Su Yan, she thought about how she had chosen to believe in Su Yan and placed 2 restrictions in his body to protect him. What else was there to be afraid of? Thinking of this, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to a realization. Just as she was about to make a move, she saw a bright light emit from the supreme demon ancient pearl. The Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned. This is... However, she quickly came back to her senses with a self-mocking smile on her face. It seems that my hesitation was unnecessary. In fact, Su Yan had never known. In the Princess of Chu's heart, she had always been afraid of Su Yan. After all, when she first met Su Yan, the Princess of Chu had discovered the secrets hidden in Su Yan's body. Although she did not know what these secrets were. It was precisely because the Princess of Chu did not understand what these secrets were that the Princess of Chu had always been afraid of Su Yan. Fear always came from the depths of the unknown. The Princess of Chu had even thought of getting rid of Su Yan. For a genius who could shake the entire monster palace, the best choice was naturally to strangle him in the cradle. However, the Princess of Chu knew better. The monster palace seemed calm, but in fact, it had always been on the cusp of the storm. This was because all the disciples of the monster palace were descendants of the monster clan. This made the monster palace's existence in this world always attract attention. Now that the monster palace's strength was huge, and the monster palace had always been rarely on the mainland, they could ensure that the monster palace was safe. However, who could guarantee that the monster palace would always be safe after a few years? Others did not know these things. As the palace master of the monster palace, the Princess of Chu was well aware of these matters. In particular, the monster palace had been in constant internal strife. The 4 great palaces had never been united. Now that the Princess of Chu was the palace master of the monster palace, she could suppress the people from the other palaces and prevent them from acting recklessly. But what if I'm no longer here? As the Princess of Chu thought about this, a slightly tired expression appeared on her devastatingly beautiful face. In fact, she even appeared a little dispirited. She no longer had the usual might of a palace master. In fact, under this fatigue, one could vaguely feel that the Princess of Chu had aged a little. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, she would have been able to tell that the princess had never changed her appearance. According to normal people, the Princess of Chu was already 100 years old and had entered the state of old age. However, because the Princess of Chu's appearance had never changed, the Princess of Chu's face did not show the slightest sign of aging. And it was precisely because the Princess of Chu's appearance had not changed that her strength had always been the number 1 in the Monster Palace. That was why the Princess of Chu's position in the Monster Palace had always been unshakable. However, the Princess of Chu knew that all of this was temporary. That agreement was coming soon. When that time came, no matter how strong she was, she would not be able to defeat those people. Thinking of that agreement, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of exhaustion again. If other disciples saw her now, they would definitely not believe that the Princess of Chu, who they had always respected as the god of the Monster Palace, would have such a side to her. It was precisely because this side of her had never been known to anyone. After so many years of suppression, Chu Wangfei felt a tiredness that she had never felt before. The 4 great palaces of the Monster Palace. There were 4 palace masters. As for the 3 palace masters, other than fearing the power of the East Palace to control the entire Monster Palace every day, they had never thought about the future of the Monster Palace. Only the Princess of Chu was always thinking about the Monster Palace. It was precisely because of these other 3 palace masters that they had never been able to think about the Monster Palace. This made the Princess of Chu even more tired. It also made the Princess of Chu even more dispirited. All this time, the Princess of Chu had been thinking about the appearance of a candidate who could take over her position in the East Palace. Unfortunately, among the tens of thousands of disciples in the East Palace, none of them caught the eye of the Princess of Chu. This also made the Princess of Chu feel even more tired. At this time, Su Yan walked into the Princess of Chu's field of vision. This made the Princess of Chu see hope. Others did not see Su Yan's hidden explosive power, but when they came out of the 10,000 Ghosts cave that day, the Princess of Chu knew of Su Yan's talent. From that day onwards, the plan that the Princess of Chu had been hiding in her heart had once again emerged. However, it was precisely because of the emergence of this plan and the secret hidden in Su Yan's body that the Princess of Chu could not be at ease. Su Yan, who exactly are you? Can I hand over my huge East Palace to you? The Princess of Chu looked at Su Yan's figure in the Taiyao Ancient Pearl and fell into a state of confusion. Su Yan, who was in the ice-cold pond, naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. At this moment, Su Yan was more concerned about the changes in his body. The invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in his body. Su Yan almost fell into a state of unconsciousness. Su Yan knew very well that if this continued, he would definitely die here today. Su Yan was unwilling and wanted to resist. However, it was a pity that the spirit energy in his body did not seem to be under his control. He was unable to resist at all. Due to the lack of spirit energy in his body, Su Yan fell into a state of unconsciousness. His unwilling heart also fell into a state of despair. And just as he was in despair, suddenly, a warm current flowed from Su Yan's dantian. A wave of majestic spirit energy instantly surged up from his dantian. Suddenly, Su Yan's eyes lit up. All of a sudden, with a loud bang, the invincible golden body and the dragon blood ice fire shield, which were constantly absorbing the spirit energy in Su Yan's body, suddenly expanded. The surrounding pond water spun rapidly and instantly froze, turning into countless ice crystals that entered Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire shield. At this moment, the golden light of the invincible golden body also poured into the dragon blood ice fire shield. The dragon blood ice fire shield instantly changed from its previous scarlet color to a frosty color, wrapping around Su Yan's body. At this moment, the spirit energy in Su Yan's body that was constantly being drained and the cultivation method that was constantly operating also stopped. This is. Looking at the still mutated dragon blood ice fire shield that wrapped around his body, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. How did the dragon blood ice fire shield become like this? Could it be that it merged with the invincible golden body? Su Yan frowned, not understanding why the dragon blood ice fire shield would have such a change. Dragon blood ice fire shield. It was produced by the blood that entered Su Yan's body in the sword well. All along, Su Yan did not understand the true mystery of the dragon blood ice fire shield. Now that the dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly changed in the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan, who was already puzzled, became even more puzzled. Could it be that the cold energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond clashed with the invincible golden body, and then was absorbed by the dragon blood ice fire shield? Su Yan muttered to himself, wanting to use spirit energy to spy on the dragon blood ice fire shield. But just now, when Su Yan used spirit energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield disappeared. If he used spirit energy again, the dragon blood ice fire shield would disappear, and it would not be fun to be in the mysterious ice-cold pond again. Thinking of this, Su Yan did not dare to use spirit energy. At this moment, Su Yan felt that the spirit energy in his body seemed to be constantly flowing, and it was flowing into the dragon blood ice fire shield. Just now, Su Yan had been thinking about the dragon blood ice fire shield. He did not think about it carefully. Now that he thought of this, Su Yan immediately controlled the operation of the cultivation method, stopping the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body, and also blocking all the spirit energy fluctuations in his body. Just as Su Yan blocked all the spirit energy operation. With a bang, the dragon blood ice fire shield on Su Yan's body disappeared, and the surrounding mysterious ice-cold pond's cold water suddenly attacked Su Yan's body like countless sharp blades. In just half a breath, Su Yan felt that his whole body was being torn apart. Su Yan was shocked, and hurriedly followed the spirit energy flow just now, and once again operated the great sun-colored glass sword scripture. At the moment that the cultivation method was operating, suddenly, a frost-like halo appeared on Su Yan's body again, wrapping around Su Yan's body, and the chill was also instantly removed. Su Yan's whole body also relaxed. Looking at the mutated dragon blood ice fire shield on his body, Su Yan seemed to understand something. His eyes turned, and the great sun-colored glass sword scripture in his body quickly operated, and the majestic spirit energy in his body instantly rushed into the dragon blood ice fire shield. At the moment when the spirit energy surged, the frost-like dragon blood ice fire shield suddenly emitted a cold light, and even formed ice that was visible to the naked eye. Looking at this, Su Yan was first stunned, and then laughed loudly. I understand, because the dragon blood ice fire shield absorbed the surrounding cold energy, and combined with the invincible golden body, it is no longer in its original form. The previous dragon blood ice fire shield was only a layer of protective light, and was not under my control. Now, the dragon blood ice fire shield can use my spirit energy to control it, and under the effect of my spirit energy, it will become stronger and stronger. It will become stronger and stronger. Thinking of this, Su Yan frowned again. Looking at the dragon blood ice fire shield on his body, he hesitated for a moment, and suddenly raised his hand to attack his body. Bang! Su Yan's attack was completely blocked by the dragon blood ice fire shield. Seeing this scene, Su Yan was immediately overjoyed. The dragon blood ice fire shield has mutated. Now not only can I use my spirit energy to control it, but it can also resist spirit energy attacks. Resist spirit energy attacks. Thinking of this, Su Yan's heart was filled with excitement. When Su Yan obtained the dragon blood ice fire shield, he was quite disappointed that the dragon blood ice fire shield could not resist spirit energy attacks. Chapter 206. Su Yan wasn't sure how strong an attack the dragon fire ice fire shield could withstand. However, the dragon blood ice fire shield could become stronger along with the spiritual energy. Su Yan was confident that as long as he was strong enough and had sufficient spiritual energy, the dragon blood ice fire shield could withstand an attack of the same level. Thinking of such a powerful defense, Su Yan's heart was filled with joy. However, Su Yan soon realized a serious problem. The invincible golden body has merged with the dragon blood ice fire shield. Does that mean that the invincible golden body will no longer exist? Su Yan frowned as he thought of this. Su Yan had obtained the invincible golden body from the Su family's ancestral pagoda. Many times, he had relied on the invincible golden body to turn danger into safety. Su Yan already had a certain level of affection for the invincible golden body. If the invincible golden body disappeared because of this, Su Yan really couldn't bear to part with it. Moreover, the power of the invincible golden body would always surpass the dragon blood ice fire shield. If he really had to choose one of the two, Su Yan would rather have the invincible golden body than the dragon blood ice fire shield. As Su Yan thought about it, the cultivation method in his body suddenly changed and a majestic spiritual energy surged. In an instant, a layer of golden light was added under the dragon blood ice fire shield's frosty light. The two layers were added together and shone like a thick wall of light. It didn't disappear. The invincible golden body didn't disappear. Su Yan looked at the golden light and the corners of his mouth immediately surged into an excited smile. Under this laughter, Su Yan quickly saw that the invincible golden body seemed to be different from before. Su Yan looked at it and couldn't help but be stunned. Why is the invincible golden body different from before? Su Yan thought about it and hurriedly used the cultivation method in his body to check the situation. At a glance, he found that the invincible golden body had merged with the dragon blood ice fire shield. The reason why it emitted a golden light was because Su Yan's spirit chi was abundant enough. When it erupted, it emitted a golden light. In other words, the invincible golden body had actually disappeared and had mutated into this dragon blood ice fire shield. However, The characteristics of the invincible golden body had not been lost. As long as Su Yan followed the incantation and surged his spiritual qi, he could still release the invincible golden body. In other words, the invincible golden body had already fused with the dragon blood ice fire barrier and become a skill. However, this skill could be controlled by spiritual energy. When Su Yan sacrificed this skill, Su Yan's body would be covered by this frost-like barrier to protect himself. When Su Yan unleashed his full power, the ice shield would reach its peak. However, this peak would not last as long as the dragon blood ice fire shield. It would only last for a moment. This was similar to the characteristics of the invincible golden body. Su Yan carefully observed for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. The combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body gave birth to a new skill. This skill can be divided into 2 layers. One layer is the original form of the dragon blood ice fire shield, and the other layer is the original form of the invincible golden body. As Su Yan muttered to himself, the corners of his mouth surged into a smile. The previous worry had completely disappeared. After all, although the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body had changed forms, both of their characteristics still existed. Su Yan looked at this frost-like barrier and became more and more satisfied. He licked his lips and said, "This barrier is the combination of the dragon blood ice fire shield and the invincible golden body. It also has such an icy color. In addition, it is in the mysterious ice-cold pond. In the future, it will be called the mysterious ice-cold shield." Mysterious ice-cold shield. With that, Su Yan nodded with satisfaction. The cultivation method in his body changed again. Countless spiritual qi surged out and directly poured into the mysterious ice-cold shield. The frost on the mysterious ice-cold shield suddenly lit up with a bright light. Looking at this bright light, Su Yan became more and more satisfied. Originally, Su Yan wanted to try the second layer of the mysterious ice-cold shield. However, thinking that the second layer of the invincible golden body consumed too much spiritual qi, he had already used it once. If he used it again, the spiritual qi in his body would not be enough. Although Su Yan was happy, he did not forget that he was still in the mysterious ice-cold pond. The coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond could take Su Yan's life in an instant if he did not have the mysterious ice-cold shield to protect his body. Of course, Su Yan did not only know this time. He also knew that this new skill, the mysterious ice-cold shield, could actually increase with his strength. This was also Su Yan's favorite part. Su Yan was very clear that although he was now a saint, however with such strength, he was just a newborn in the vast thousand world of warriors. Su Yan wanted to stand at the peak and restore the prestige of the Buddha sword sect. With his current strength, it was definitely not enough. If the mysterious ice-cold shield stopped at this level, it would obviously pale in comparison. This was also the reason why Su Yan abandoned the previous 2 names of the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body and named it the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. Of course, this was not something that Su Yan casually changed out of boredom. After all, the Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield and Invincible Golden Body had been merged into one. It was only one skill. If it was divided into 2 layers, it would obviously be inappropriate to call it by its previous name. Moreover, the characteristics of the previous Dragon Blood Ice Fire Shield were different from the current Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. If it was called by its previous name, it would naturally be a little useless. However, after thinking about it carefully, Su Yan felt that since the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield was divided into 2 layers, 1 and 1, if the first layer was called the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield, then it would be better to have a name for the second layer as well. Originally, Su Yan felt that he should use the Invincible Golden Body, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was inappropriate. After all, this was the second layer of the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. When the 2 were merged, it would be called the Invincible Golden Body. The difference was too great. Su Yan looked at the frosty light on his body and narrowed his eyes. Then he opened them and smiled. If the first layer is called the Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield, then the second layer will be called the Mysterious Ice Shield. Mysterious Ice-Cold Shield. Mysterious Ice Shield. Su Yan repeated it twice and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the frosty light flashing on the mysterious ice-cold shield and suppressed the excitement in his heart for a long time. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Su Yan immediately thought of the strange change that happened when the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield were created. At that time, The two were constantly absorbing the spirit qi in Su Yan's body. Su Yan could not control the circulation of the spirit qi in his body at all. Until the last moment, the spirit qi in Su Yan's body had completely disappeared. At that time, Su Yan almost fell into despair. He, Su Yan, a peak sword saint, would die in the mysterious ice-cold pool because of the exhaustion of his skill's spirit qi. And at the end of this despair, suddenly, a majestic spirit qi surged out from Su Yan's dantian. It was because of the influx of this spirit qi that the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield were formed. At the same time, it also saved Su Yan's life. Just now, Su Yan had been immersed in the excitement of the mysterious ice-cold shield and the mysterious ice shield and neglected this matter. Now that he thought about it, Su Yan felt that it was quite strange. And thinking about it carefully, Su Yan clearly remembered that this spirit qi had saved him more than once. Every time, it was almost at the end when he fell into despair that this spirit qi would be produced. What is this spirit qi? Su Yan couldn't help but frown as he thought about it. Although Su Yan knew that this spirit qi had saved him many times, it obviously wouldn't harm him. However, thinking that there was a secret in his body that he didn't know, Su Yan couldn't ignore it. Where did such a strange power come from? Su Yan frowned. He slowly sorted out his memories from the moment he stepped into this world. The Su family's ancestral pagoda, hidden sword tomb, sacred beast mountain, sword well, Hungduan mountain, myriad ghost cave, sea dock, and now the mysterious ice-cold pool. Thinking about the countless dangerous places he had passed through, Su Yan couldn't remember where he obtained this power. Thinking about this hidden power, Su Yan couldn't help but think of the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in his body. Su Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget it, forget it. I didn't even notice the 2 restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu in my body. Now, this strange power is obviously stronger than the restrictions placed by the Princess of Chu. How can I notice it? Thinking about it, Su Yan felt a burst of helplessness. But this burst of helplessness quickly disappeared. This was because Su Yan was very clear about what he lacked right now. Strength. Only by constantly improving his strength, as long as he stood at the peak, all these problems could be easily solved. Thinking of this strength, Su Yan immediately thought of the condensation of his 5th holy meridian. Although the spiritual qi in the mysterious ice-cold pond was several times more than the outside world, it was a pity that Su Yan was cultivating one thing at a time. He had yet to comprehend the element required for the 5th saint vein. Even if there was more spiritual qi, it was useless for Su Yan. So now what Su Yan needed to do was to quickly find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Originally, Su Yan thought that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool could help him condense the 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, when Su Yan operated the sun-colored glazed sword scripture, Su Yan couldn't feel the existence of the cold air at all. This meant that he couldn't condense the 5th holy meridian. The reason why Su Yan came to the martial arts training hall was to find the element to condense the 5th holy meridian. Su Yan entered the mysterious ice-cold pool not only because he wanted to compete with Rat Li, but also because the mysterious ice-cold pool had been described by Yin Xiang, Rat Li, and the others. At the same time, Su Yan also had a hope. He wanted to see if the element to condense the 5th holy meridian would reappear in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Now that he knew that the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pool wasn't the element to condense the 5th holy meridian, Su Yan's interest in finding out the secrets of the mysterious ice-cold pond also became flat. I heard from Yin Xiang that there are 9 levels in the mysterious ice-cold pool. Although I don't know that I'm at the 4th level now, it seems that the mysterious ice-cold pool is still bottomless. Obviously, I haven't reached the 9th level yet. Then should I go down or not? Chapter 207. Although Su Yan didn't know if this was the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. But judging from the decrease in temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond every time, Su Yan could roughly guess that he had entered the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was also because Su Yan knew that this was the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. In this 6th level, Su Yan didn't find anything important. Now Su Yan knew that the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond wasn't the element that he needed to form the 5th holy meridian. There wasn't anything that could move him under the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan naturally didn't want to waste time here. But thinking that he had already reached the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan felt a little regretful if he left now. The mysterious ice-cold pond is divided into 9 levels, and I have already reached the 6th level. Could it be that I'm not going? Su Yan narrowed his eyes and quickly made a decision. I have already comprehended the mysterious ice-cold barrier. The mysterious ice-cold shield's resistance to the cold air is always better than the dragon blood ice-fire shield. As long as I have enough spiritual chi in my body, the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond won't be a threat to me. In this case, why don't I try the 9th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond and see what's the mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond that can emit such cold air? Su Yan didn't hesitate at all and instantly swam to the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Because of the combination of the dragon blood ice-fire shield and the invincible golden body, Su Yan spent a lot of time in the 6th level. It was a full day and night. This day and night was nothing to Su Yan. But for the onlookers above the mysterious ice-cold pond, it was a difficult day and night. The disciples of the East Palace who could enter the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond were definitely few and far between. Not to mention that there were very few disciples who could stay in the 6th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond for such a long time. During this day and night, the onlookers almost thought of everyone they could think of. Unfortunately, they couldn't think of who it was. It was precisely because of this doubt in his heart. When they were watching, there was always a layer of barrier covering their hearts, and they always felt a wave of discomfort. Who do you think this person is? Why would he stay in the profound ice-cold pond for so long? I think there's an 80% chance that it's those few senior brothers from our Eastern Palace who have always been elusive. Yes, other than them, no one else has the strength to enter the 6th layer of the profound ice-cold pond and stay there for such a long time. That's right. It must be a senior brother who comprehended something and wanted to cultivate in the profound ice-cold pond. That's why he stayed in the profound ice-cold pond for so long. I think so too. As the crowd chatted, they all agreed that it was a powerful disciple of the Eastern Palace who was cultivating in the Xian ice-cold pond. Right at that moment someone asked, "Say, this senior brother has already entered the 6th step. Would he be able to enter the 7th step?" Just as this question was being raised, the entire crowd was in an uproar. There were many different opinions, and everyone had their own opinions. Someone said, "I don't think he'll be able to enter the 7th step." Someone else said, "That's not necessarily true. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th layer for so long and still hasn't come out. It's clear that he wants to prepare to enter the 7th step." The moment this was said, someone immediately retorted, "Prepare for what? It's not that easy to enter the 7th step. You have to know that in the history of our Eastern Palace, only a few people have reached the 7th step. This senior brother has stayed in the 6th step for so long. It's clear that he doesn't have the ability to reach the 7th step. I say it's definitely to prepare to enter the 7th step. Humph, I say it's definitely not." The crowd immediately split into two groups and continued to argue. In this debate, even Xu Sang, who had always had a gloomy expression, joined in. When Xu Sang saw that someone had reached the 4th step, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He was very unconvinced. However, when he saw the light of the 6th step light up, he calmed down. This was because Xu Sang knew that the expert who had the ability to enter the 6th step was definitely one of the top 10 senior brothers in the Eastern Palace. Since it was one of those senior brothers, they were all above Emperor Tianxiang and would always surpass him. Thinking of their strength, Xu Sang's heart calmed down. Among them, only Ratli listened to their argument and frowned. Who is this person? Is it really one of those senior brothers? But why did those senior brothers suddenly come to the profound ice-cold pond? If it's not those senior brothers, who is it? The 7th step. Will this person reach the 7th step? Ratli looked at the red light on the stone wall. The longer time passed, the gloomier his face became. These people were constantly debating and guessing. No one would have thought that the person in the profound ice-cold pond would be Su Yan, who was only a saint of 4 bloodlines. In the entire Eastern Palace, only the Princess of Chu knew. Although the Princess of Chu was wary of Su Yan, when Su Yan's dragon blood ice fire barrier and invincible golden body merged, Su Yan had almost fallen into the abyss of death. It was also during that moment of hesitation. The Princess of Chu had thought it through. She had no other choice but to believe in Su Yan. Since she had chosen to believe, she had to completely trust him. At the same time, she had to help Su Yan increase his cultivation as soon as possible. After all, the Princess of Chu knew that there was not much time left until the agreed date. If Su Yan could not grow to the point where he could take charge by himself before the agreed date, in the end, all of this would be a waste of effort. Therefore, even though the Princess of Chu still had some suspicions about Su Yan, when she thought about the 2 restrictions she had placed in Su Yan's body, all of her suspicions were suppressed. Now, she saw Su Yan diving into the 7th level of the profound ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu could not help but nod in admiration. As the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the Princess of Chu naturally understood the mysteries of the profound ice-cold pond better than anyone else. Although each level of the profound ice-cold pond brought about different cultivation effects. However, the cultivation effects only existed on the physical body. Only by reaching the 7th and 8th level would one truly begin the path of cultivation. When Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu had been observing Su Yan through the ancient demon pearl. At that time, when she first saw Su Yan, the Princess of Chu was worried that Su Yan could not withstand the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. When she saw that Su Yan could enter and exit the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu was even surprised that the water of the profound ice-cold pond had no effect on Su Yan. After observing for a while, the Princess of Chu realized that Su Yan had a shield that could absorb the cold air. Of course, at the same time, the Princess of Chu also noticed the changes in the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield. At that time, the Princess of Chu was still worried about Su Yan. Then, when she saw the Dragon Blood Ice Fire shield fuse with the invincible golden body, the little bit of worry in the Princess of Chu's heart disappeared. Instead, she was rather interested in Su Yan's profound ice-cold barrier. This kid is indeed a dragon among men. With this profound ice-cold barrier, who among those of the same level can withstand it? As the Princess of Chu spoke, she glanced at Su Yan's figure in the ancient demon pearl and smiled. Su Yan, this 7th level is incomparable to the previous 6 levels. I'd like to see what ability you have to withstand it. As the Princess of Chu spoke, Su Yan, who had just stepped into the profound ice-cold pond's 7th level, suddenly felt the surrounding temperature decrease. Suddenly, he felt that the surrounding cold air had dropped a lot. Even with the protection of the profound ice-cold cover, he could still feel a bone-piercing cold pain coming from all over his body. Su Yan couldn't help but be shocked. This 7th level is indeed extraordinary. As he spoke, Su Yan didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly circulated the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body. Soon, the spiritual energy in his body surged, and the frost-colored profound ice-cold barrier suddenly emitted a burst of light. At the same time, the coldness on Su Yan's body also disappeared. What accompanied it was a warm current. Su Yan couldn't help but smile. So what if the coldness is bone-chilling? I have this profound ice-cold barrier. What can you do to me? In the East Palace's main hall, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's face through the ancient demon pearl. She couldn't help but smile. Su Yan, I don't know if I should say that you're arrogant or confident. Now that you're in such a dangerous place, you can still smile so naturally. As the Princess of Chu spoke, she originally wanted to use the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away, telling him the mysteries of the 7th level. However, after thinking about it, the Princess of Chu immediately dispelled the thought in her heart. Using the ancient demon pearl to send a voice transmission to Su Yan from 1,000 miles away would naturally allow Su Yan to be on guard against what would happen next. However, at the same time, she was also telling Su Yan that she had been watching him all this time. Although the Princess of Chu had chosen to believe in Su Yan, there were some things that the Princess of Chu didn't want to expose in front of others. Not only that, but the Princess of Chu also wanted to let Su Yan experience some hardships during this period. As she thought about it, a smile appeared on the Princess of Chu's beautiful face again. Su Yan, I'd like to see how you're going to handle this hurricane that's about to appear. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu finished speaking, Su Yan, who was in the glacial ice pond, suddenly felt a powerful energy attack from the surroundings. Although he hadn't seen it yet, Su Yan could feel the powerful energy. He couldn't help but be shocked. What is this? Bang! At the same time, a huge wave suddenly appeared in the glacial ice pond, which wasn't very wide. Countless whirlpools surged, forming countless airflows that surged towards Su Yan's body. That whirlpool seemed to be moving slowly, but it formed a powerful current of air. That current of air attacked like countless sharp blades. Chapter 208. What the hell is going on? Why are there suddenly so many whirlpool attacks here? Su Yan hurriedly dodged the attacks formed by the whirlpools. Looking at the increasing number of whirlpools around him, he frowned. The whirlpools looked ordinary. However, Su Yan knew that the whirlpools were not so simple. From the power they condensed, the attack power of the whirlpools was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. If not for the slow speed of the whirlpools, Su Yan would have been hit by the whirlpools by now. Although Su Yan had the profound ice-cold cover to protect his body, this profound ice-cold cover was not like the dragon blood ice fire cover from before. It could only defend against cold and heat, and at the same time, it could also defend against spirit chi attacks and physical attacks. However, Su Yan was not arrogant enough to think that the mysterious ice-cold shield could resist the whirlpool attack that was comparable to that of an expert at the peak of the holy bloodline. Facing the whirlpool attack, although the speed of the whirlpools was slow, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. The blood dragon pupil rotated and pushed its speed to the extreme, carefully dodging the whirlpool attack. If that was all, Su Yan was not afraid. However, Su Yan soon found that the speed of the whirlpool attack was getting faster and faster, and the number was increasing. He, who could have easily dealt with it with his speed, suddenly felt a burst of pressure. While continuously dodging, Su Yan's spirit chi was depleted. Even in the bone-chilling profound ice-cold pool, beads of sweat still appeared on his smooth forehead. The whirlpool attack is getting more and more. It can't go on like this. Su Yan carefully dodged the whirlpool attack. At the same time, he patted his storage bag and instantly took out the ghost howl sword. As soon as the ghost howl sword was taken out, a shrill ghost howl spread. However, it was quickly suppressed by the water of the mysterious ice-cold pool. Su Yan did not have the time to care about this. When he took out the ghost howl sword, he held it with one hand and suddenly rushed forward. The ghost howl sword in his hand followed by a horizontal slash, quickly attacking the surging vortex attack. When the sharp sword light slashed across the profound ice-cold pool, countless light screens suddenly erupted, causing a burst of ripples at the bottom of the pool. Bang! At the same time, the ghost howl sword collided with the vortex attack, causing a loud explosion. That whirlpool attack was shattered. Su Yan couldn't help but chuckle. Even though this vortex attack is ferocious, possessing the might of a peak saint bloodline expert, its defense isn't that strong. If that's the case. When Su Yan said this, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and a bright light burst out. Looking at the vortexes that constantly attacked him, Su Yan no longer dodged. He raised the ghost howl sword and instantly rushed forward. He held the sword with one hand, and as his spirit energy surged, he immediately swept the sword away. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the 5 or 6 vortexes that rushed towards Su Yan instantly turned into a mist and drowned in the mysterious ice-cold pool. It seems that it's just so? When Su Yan saw these vortexes being repelled, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up into a smile. However, before his smile bloomed, Su Yan's eyes suddenly shrank as he looked ahead. A powerful vortex was surging towards him. Not only that, behind this powerful vortex, there were more vortexes, one wave after another, constantly rushing towards him. These vortexes had not yet approached Su Yan's body, but Su Yan felt a powerful fluctuation of power. Just what the hell are these things? Why are there so many of them and why are they getting stronger and stronger? Su Yan could not help but cuss in his heart. However, Su Yan also knew that it was pointless to complain now. Instead of complaining, it was better to think about how to defend against these attacks. When Su Yan saw these endless vortexes, the first thing that came to his mind was that this was a formation. Unfortunately, Su Yan looked around, but he did not see any formation core, and this vortex did not look like a formation. If it was a formation, he could just find the formation core and break it. This was not a formation at all, and he did not know what was going on with these vortexes. This made Su Yan frown for a while, looking at the vortexes that were getting closer and closer. Su Yan gritted his teeth and shouted, "In that case, I will fight with you today. I want to see how many vortexes you can produce." While speaking, Su Yan stepped up in the water. His body was like a swimming dragon, and the ghost howl sword in his hand struck out. It was like a bolt of lightning exploding in the water, setting off countless waves. Bang! With a loud bang, Su Yan suddenly shattered a vortex attack. After one vortex was shattered, a second one followed. Su Yan did not slow down at all, once again raising his sword and instantly shattering another vortex. Just like that. In just a few breaths, Su Yan had already shattered dozens of vortexes. However, the vortexes were still endless, constantly surging. Su Yan did not stop at all, but instead fought more and more fiercely. When a vortex came, he would smash it, and when two vortexes came, he would sweep them both. This stalemate lasted for a few hours. The constantly surging vortexes finally stopped. At this moment, Su Yan was so tired that he was panting heavily. This long battle had consumed too much of Su Yan's spirit qi. After all, Su Yan not only had to deal with the vortexes, but he also had to support the ice-cold shield. This was also because Su Yan had abundant spirit qi in his body. If it was an ordinary saint of the four bloodlines, he would have already lost his life. Su Yan clenched the ghost howl sword in his hand, obviously still in a state of battle. The blood dragon pupil emitted a blood-red light, and his eyes were still staring in the direction of the vortexes, panting heavily. After a few breaths, Su Yan finally recovered, took a deep breath, and smiled slightly. No matter how fierce the vortexes are, they can't do anything to me. Rumble. Before Su Yan could recover from his joy, a loud bang reverberated. This loud bang was like a sudden explosion of thunder in the sky, and Su Yan could not help but be startled. Quickly looking forward, Su Yan was stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. This is... Su Yan could not believe what he saw in front of him. Countless vortexes densely packed together and surged over, causing a series of loud explosions. Not only that, these vortexes were not directly attacking Su Yan. Instead, they were constantly changing and merging. In just the blink of an eye, the countless vortexes quickly merged together, turning into a huge water dragon. As the water dragon surged, the water of the entire ice-cold pool seemed to suddenly become extremely cold again. The coldness invaded Su Yan's body, and Su Yan suddenly felt his whole body go numb. Su Yan panicked in his heart and hurriedly operated his internal cultivation method to strengthen the profound ice-cold shield. Only then did he feel a little better. The moment the spirit qi poured into the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yan suddenly felt that his body was empty. The spirit qi in his body was almost exhausted. As for the water dragon, it had already arrived in front of Su Yan in an instant. Su Yan wanted to avoid it, but unfortunately, the water dragon was faster than the vortexes just now. It was already in front of him, and there was no way to avoid it. Su Yan was overwhelmed with shock. At the same time, he gripped the ghost howl sword in his hand tightly and activated the cultivation method in his body. Using the last bit of spiritual qi in his body, he shouted, "Break!" Suddenly, the ghost howl sword swept out, and the sound of the ghost howl burst out, and countless sword rays surged past. Bang! Bang! The ghost howl sword hit the water dragon and burst out loud sounds. Sensational. Unfortunately, the water dragon was obviously much stronger than the vortexes just now. The moment the ghost howl sword hit, Su Yan felt his arm go numb, and a strong force attacked. Suddenly, he and his sword were hit by the water dragon. Immediately, Su Yan's body was hit and flew dozens of meters away. Poochie. At the same time, a mouthful of blood spurted out from Su Yan's mouth. The blood spread in the mysterious ice-cold pond, and dyed a large area red. Su Yan did not have time to check his injury, but hurriedly stood up, holding the ghost howl sword in his hand, and looked at the water dragon with a slightly worried look. However, when his eyes met the water dragon, Su Yan was stunned. Just now, the water dragon kept attacking Su Yan. However, at this moment, the water dragon began to spin in the cold pond. As the water dragon spun, the surrounding water began to spin as well. In an instant, large water whirlpools began to form in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan looked at the formed vortex, and frowned slightly. Suddenly he realized something, and secretly said, "Not good." He wanted to avoid it, but it was too late. The huge vortex quickly rotated. It produced an unprecedented suction force. Su Yan suddenly felt that his body could not stand stably, and his whole body was sucked into the vortex. Within the whirlpool, Su Yan simply did not have the slightest resistance. Following the whirlpool's continuous rotation, Su Yan soon felt a bout of dizziness. Poochie. Su Yan spurted out another mouthful of blood. His whole body seemed to be falling apart in the rotation of the vortex. The mysterious ice-cold shield on his body was also broken in the rotation. Fortunately, in the rotation of the vortex, countless hurricanes were formed. Su Yan floated in the hurricanes, and could not touch the water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Otherwise, if the mysterious ice-cold shield was broken, the bone-chilling cold water in the mysterious ice-cold pond would instantly take Su Yan's life. This was a blessing in the misfortune. However, Su Yan did not feel happy about this, because Su Yan knew that the situation he was facing now was the real door to hell. Chapter 209. Why is there such a change in the 7th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond? While Su Yan was in a state of shock, his entire body felt as though it was being torn apart amidst the spinning vortex. Every single joint felt as though it was going to be torn apart in the next second. He did not dare to think too much about this matter. His eyes suddenly shrank. He suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly thought of a way to get out of here. The whirlpool's rotation caused my mysterious ice-cold shield to break. Without the defense of the mysterious ice-cold pond, even if I go out now, I will be instantly frozen to death by the bone-chilling cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, if I don't go out, I'm afraid that within a few breaths, I will be smashed into pieces in this whirlpool. Thinking of this, Su Yan immediately could not help but smile bitterly. Now, my body is lacking in spiritual qi. In this whirlpool, I can't even muster a trace of strength. How can I talk about the cold water of the mysterious ice-cold pond? No matter what, I have to get out of here first. Only then will I have a chance to survive. Otherwise, I will definitely die here today. Su Yan thought. Although he still could not think of a way, his eyes continued to rotate, emitting a bright light. It was not that Su Yan was not afraid of death. But in this period of time, Su Yan had experienced too many life and death escapes. Su Yan had long been numb to it. After experiencing the baptism of death time and time again, Su Yan understood that so what if he was desperate? Even if Su Yan died, he would die with a backbone. In just this rotation, Su Yan's entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Endless pain spread, but Su Yan had long been numb to it. In this numbness, Su Yan also kept calm for a while. His mind was spinning rapidly. Get out. Now the only way for me to get out is to restore my strength and spiritual qi in my body. But in this situation, I can't absorb spiritual qi at all, so how can I get out? Except for this, I can now comprehend the 5th holy vein, so there is a slight chance. But where is the 5th Saint Meridian? As Su Yan thought about it, he couldn't help but frown. The moment he frowned, Su Yan suddenly felt a chill invading his body. Because of this whirlpool, Su Yan couldn't touch the water of the profound ice-cold pond. Originally, he couldn't feel the coldness. Why do I suddenly feel this chill? Su Yan frowned as he thought about it. Suddenly, he realized something and said, "It's the wind. It's the wind produced by this vortex. It makes me feel cold." Wind. With this thought in mind, Su Yan was stunned for a moment before he seemed to have thought of something. A resplendent light once again gushed out from his rotating eyes. Wind, my saint bloodline is comprehended by one bloodline. Every bloodline requires a different element. Why can't this wind become the comprehension of my 5th saint bloodline? With this thought, Su Yan immediately stopped thinking about it. Enduring the endless pain brought by the whirlpool, he gritted his teeth and silently chanted the incantation in his heart to circulate the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture. The moment the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture revolved, Su Yan instantly felt a familiar force invading his body. A gust of wind entered his body. Su Yan was immediately overjoyed. Wind, that's right. It's the hurricane produced by this whirlpool that can form my 5th saint bloodline. Ha ha ha, the heavens really don't want me to die. Su Yan laughed. The great sun-colored glazed sword scripture in his body was circulated to the extreme. The countless hurricanes that formed around him constantly entered Su Yan's body. Under the circulation of the great sun-colored glazed sword scripture, it turned into a warm current that flowed into Su Yan's blood vessels. Strangely enough, the moment Su Yan inhaled the hurricane, the whirlpool also gradually slowed down. Of course, Su Yan obviously did not care about this at this moment. He closed his eyes tightly and enjoyed the 5th saint bloodline. The hurricane power exploded in his blood vessels. In the East Palace, the Princess of Chu could not help but be stunned when she saw this scene. When she was at the 6th level, the Princess of Chu had already thought things through very clearly. She had kept all her suspicions and wariness towards Su Yan in her heart. The moment she saw Su Yan spinning in the whirlpool, the Princess of Chu had already decided to save him. And it was also at this moment that the Princess of Chu was about to save him. Seeing that Su Yan had already exhausted all his spiritual energy, a strange force came from his body. This force was so familiar, yet so foreign. How could the Princess of Chu not be stunned? However, after a closer look, the Princess of Chu quickly understood what was going on. Looking at Su Yan's figure, she nodded in appreciation. Su Yan, you really did not disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the hurricane of the mysterious ice-cold pond and turn it into spiritual energy. As Chu Wangfei spoke, her eyes narrowed as a longing expression appeared in her eyes. The mysterious ice-cold pool. In the past few hundred years, not a single disciple of my Supreme Demon Palace has been able to enter the 8th layer because of this hurricane vortex. Now that you can actually absorb the hurricane power, I think that the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond will be opened because of this. The mysterious ice-cold pond, in the understanding of the disciples, had always only had the effect of tempering the body, and the abundant spiritual energy in the mysterious ice-cold pond, which was suitable for cultivation. In fact, the real mystery of the mysterious ice-cold pond was in the 8th level. Others did not know, but as the palace master of the Monster Palace, Princess of Chu naturally knew about this matter. Of course, with her strength, and some elders of the Monster Palace naturally had the strength to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, but the Monster Palace had always had a rule that only the disciples of the Monster Palace could enter the mysterious ice-cold pond to cultivate. This also caused the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, which had not been opened for hundreds of years. And because everyone had only reached the 7th level, many of the leaders in the Monster Palace had forgotten about its existence. Even the Princess of Chu, if not for spying on Su Yan today, was afraid that she would not have remembered about the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, it had been too long since anyone had opened the 8th level. Bang! Just as the Princess of Chu was recalling, a bright light was emitted from the Tai Yao ancient pearl. Su Yan, who was still struggling in the hurricane whirlpool, suddenly surged with countless rays of light on his body, and majestic spiritual energy flowed out. The strength of a 5-meridian saint is indeed incomparable to that of a 4-meridian saint. Su Yan felt the strength in his body and could not help but lick his lips. Now he was confident that when he met Wu Yang, he would certainly not be afraid of him, and it would be impossible for him to fight to a draw with him. Even if Su Yan met an 8-meridian saint now, Su Yan felt that he would have the strength to fight. Even if he could not resist, at least he could escape with his speed. As Su Yan was feeling excited, a wave of coldness suddenly assaulted him. It was as though countless sharp blades had pierced through Su Yan's body. Su Yan was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses. He smiled slightly, and the solar-colored glazed sword scripture in his body rotated, and majestic spiritual energy burst out. Suddenly, a frost-like curtain surged up, and protected Su Yan's body. Now I have abundant spiritual energy. How can I be afraid of your chill? Su Yan smiled, but when he thought of the bone-chilling cold of the ice-cold pond, he felt rather disappointed. The 5 meridians in my body are the power of sword intent, the power of heavenly fire, the power of myriad poisons, the power of ghosts, and the newly formed Saint Meridian and the power of hurricane. The 5 meridians are all different elements. And the cold of the ice-cold pond should also be a type of element. But why can't it transform into spiritual energy? Su Yan shook his head helplessly, and at the same time looked down into the ice-cold pond, and fell into a moment of hesitation. If it was the moment of the 6th layer, Su Yan would definitely continue down without hesitation. However, this time, Su Yan hesitated. It was because of this hurricane vortex. Although the hurricane was absorbed by Su Yan's solar-colored glazed sword scripture, and turned into spiritual energy, and successfully resolved the crisis. Su Yan clearly remembered that if he had not been lucky enough to realize that the hurricane could transform into spiritual energy, and condense the Saint Meridian, Su Yan would have been beheaded. Death was always the most terrifying thing. Although Su Yan had been on the verge of death countless times, and had forgotten that fear, it did not mean that Su Yan was not afraid at all. He was afraid of this meaningless struggle of death. Now he did not know what was in the 8th level. If there were any treasures, perhaps Su Yan would give it a try. However, if there was nothing else in the 8th level other than danger, then it would be against Su Yan's style of doing things if he were to attempt it. Forget it. I came here to condense the 5th Saint Meridian. Now that the 5th Saint Meridian has been condensed, it's fine. Today's trip is over, and the 8th level is obviously only rich in spiritual energy. I still have to take the blame. After hesitating for a moment, Su Yan decisively chose to continue to the 8th level. After all, Su Yan came to the ice-cold pond to find the condensed elements needed to condense his 5th Saint Meridian, And now that the 5th Saint Meridian had been condensed, Su Yan did not think that there would be any treasures in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. So, he dismissed the idea of going down. Of course, Su Yan did not know that the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. Reaching the 7th level was the 8th level. Su Yan was now at the 7th level, which was the 8th level. Just when Su Yan chose to leave, a loud bang came. Having just been stimulated by the hurricane whirlpool, Su Yan was suddenly startled and hurriedly looked back. As soon as he turned his head, Su Yan was immediately stunned on the spot. The ice-cold pond, which was not vast, suddenly expanded and pushed out layer by layer, turning into a huge ocean in an instant. What the hell is going on? Looking at the strange phenomenon in front of him, Su Yan was puzzled. At the same time, at the moment when the ice-cold pond expanded, a chill suddenly attacked him. Su Yan was suddenly shocked and hurriedly operated the Viro-Kana-colored sun swordsmanship in his body, urging spiritual chi into the ice-cold shield. Unfortunately, the surrounding chill was too strong. Su Yan still pushed his spirit energy to the extreme. He was about to use the second layer of the profound ice shield, the profound ice divine shield, but he could still feel the waves of coldness invading his skin like countless sharp blades. What the hell is going on? Chapter 210. Not only did Su Yan not understand what was going on, even the Princess of Chu was puzzled when she saw this scene. The Princess of Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace, the palace master in charge of the entire Monster Palace, but she also did not understand the mysterious ice-cold pond. It was not that the Princess of Chu was incompetent, but that in the past 100 years, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond had never been opened. At this moment, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was opened. The Princess of Chu was also at a loss. Seeing Su Yan trembling, she frowned, and the spirit in her body surged, ready to save Su Yan at any time. After all, the Princess of Chu had completely chosen to trust Su Yan. At this moment, Su Yan had been tacitly recognized by the Princess of Chu as the next palace master of the Eastern Palace, and also her husband. How could the Princess of Chu let Su Yan fall in this mysterious ice-cold pond? Su Yan naturally did not know that the Princess of Chu was spying on him. The surrounding cold air was like countless ice blades piercing through. No matter how Su Yan resisted, he could not stop the invasion of the cold air. Why is it like this? Under the pressure of the cold air, Su Yan's entire body trembled. At the same time, he realized that if the mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air, then he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. After all, Su Yan was only a saint with 5 veins. The reason why he could enter this mysterious ice-cold pond was entirely because of the mysterious ice-cold barrier. Only under the protection of the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yan could resist the cold air. Without the mysterious ice-cold barrier, Su Yan had no power to fight back in this mysterious ice-cold pond. This was the sudden change of the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The sudden drop of cold air was always beyond Su Yan's expectations. The mysterious ice-cold barrier could not resist the cold air. Even though Su Yan still operated the mysterious ice-cold barrier to the strongest state. However, he was still unable to resist the cold. Su Yan's entire body was frozen under the pressure of the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The pain in his body also turned into numbness. Even the thoughts in his mind seemed to have frozen at this moment. Looks like he's going to make a move. The Princess of Chu was slightly disappointed when she saw Su Yan's appearance. Even though the Princess of Chu didn't understand the mysteries of the 8th layer of the frozen ice pond, she still didn't understand. However, the Princess of Chu was still the palace master of the East Palace. She was in charge of the Monster Palace. She didn't know what was in the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, she knew that the 8th layer was the most important part of the entire ice-cold pond. In other words, the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was the real beginning of a warrior's trial. Not only that, when the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan had entered the 8th level, she also had some selfish motives in her heart. After all, the 8th level of the ice-cold pond had not been opened for 100 years. Moreover, in the records of the Monster Palace, the records of the mysterious ice-cold pond were also quite vague. The Princess of Chu only knew that there was a treasure in the mysterious ice-cold pond that could be of great help to the warrior's cultivation. Unfortunately, the Princess of Chu didn't know what this treasure was. In her early years, the Princess of Chu had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, When she thought of the rules of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu finally gave up. Similarly, many elders and almighty in the Monster Palace had also thought of entering the mysterious ice-cold pond to explore. However, because of the rules of the Monster Palace, in the end, nothing was done. This time, the Princess of Chu saw that Su Yan could reach the 8th level. The Princess of Chu also wanted to see what was in the 8th level. Now that she saw that Su Yan could not withstand it, she was naturally a little disappointed. Sigh, I originally wanted to see the true secret of the mysterious ice-cold pond today, but now it seems that I will be disappointed again. The Princess of Chu smiled bitterly and shook her head, looking at Su Yan's figure between the Tai Yao ancient pearls. She was about to make a move to save him. Although she was looking forward to seeing the secret of the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. However, now she was more concerned about Su Yan's safety. After all, at this moment, she had already sealed all of her doubts about Su Yan. Su Yan had already become her first son-in-law, and he was also a candidate to take over the Monster Palace and the position of the East Palace Palace Master in the future. The Princess of Chu had been looking for this candidate for dozens of years. Unfortunately, all this time, there had not been a disciple who could catch the eye of the Princess of Chu until Su Yan appeared. This was a person that she finally had her eyes on, so the Princess of Chu naturally could not let him die in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Just as the Princess of Chu was about to make a move to save him, she turned her head to look at the Tai Yao ancient pearls. When she saw Su Yan's figure, she was stunned. Not only her, but even Su Yan, who was in the mysterious ice-cold pond, was stunned. In this bone-chilling cold, Su Yan was almost frozen stiff. Even all of his thoughts were numbed, so Su Yan could not think at all, and could not resist at all. At this moment, Su Yan felt the existence of a familiar aura, and that was spiritual energy. That's right, it was spiritual energy, where the holy meridian elements were condensed. Feeling this existence, Su Yan, who was originally numb to thoughts, suddenly woke up. Spiritual energy, this is produced by the surrounding cold air. Su Yan felt the existence of this cold air. At first, he was stunned. Then a surge of excitement surged in his heart. What was surprising was that when Su Yan first entered the mysterious ice-cold pond, he had already tried to feel the existence of this cold air, and tried to use the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his 5th holy meridian. Unfortunately, at that time, Su Yan could not feel the existence of this cold air at all. Su Yan also gave up on using the cold air in the mysterious ice-cold pond to condense his holy meridian. Now that he suddenly felt the existence of this cold air, how could Su Yan not be surprised? Of course, this surprise was only temporary. Suddenly, a surge of excitement surged in his heart. This was because he could feel the existence of this cold air. This meant that he could use this cold air to condense his 6th holy meridian. Not only that, if he could feel the existence of this cold air, he would no longer be afraid of the coldness of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Thinking of this, Su Yan smiled slightly, withstanding the invasion of the cold air in all parts of his body, withstanding the tearing pain of his whole body, and quickly operating the cultivation method in his body. As the cultivation method was operating, the surrounding cold air suddenly turned into countless spiritual energy, and poured into Su Yan's blood meridians. As the cold air surged, the pain brought by the surrounding cold air to Su Yan was also alleviated. When Chu Wangfei saw this scene, she finally understood and nodded her head in satisfaction. Su Yan, you really didn't disappoint me. You were actually able to absorb the cold air of this ice-cold pond. Didn't this kid just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? Thinking of this, Princess Chu suddenly trembled. Didn't Su Yan just absorb the hurricane? How can he absorb this cold air? At the 7th level, Princess Chu was not surprised to see Su Yan absorb the hurricane. At that time, Princess Chu only thought that Su Yan's holy meridian had something to do with the hurricane. After all, stepping into the holy meridian realm at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm, every martial artist had to comprehend their main holy meridian. As for the main saint bloodline, there were all kinds of strange things. There were all kinds of cultivation methods. When Princess Chu saw that Su Yan could absorb the hurricane, she only thought that Su Yan was lucky. Since he just happened to cultivate the hurricane saint meridian, it was not surprising that he could absorb the hurricane. Now that she saw that Su Yan could absorb the cold air, she was quite surprised. Does this kid have a dual holy meridian? Chu Wangfei murmured to herself, her eyes shining. She nodded slightly and said, I think so too. But I'm really glad that this brat is so lucky to have dual holy meridians. Both of them are the same as the 7th and 8th level of the mystic ice-cold pool. Dual holy meridian. When a martial artist stepped into the saint's world at the pinnacle of the life-soul realm, he would comprehend the main holy meridian. However, there were also people who could comprehend another element under the main holy meridian. Of course, this was also an existence that was 1 in a million. Although Princess Chu was surprised, she could accept it. After all, there were experts who had dual holy meridian among the Eastern Palace disciples. Thinking that Su Yan had dual holy meridian, Princess Chu's doubts were dispelled. She was just glad that Su Yan's dual holy meridian was related to the 7th and 8th level of the elements. Now that she knew that Su Yan could absorb the cold air of the 8th level, Princess Chu was not worried about Su Yan's safety. After all, the real danger of the 8th level was the irresistible cold air. And since Su Yan could absorb the cold air, the danger of the 8th level did not exist for him. Right now, Chu Wangfei was more concerned about the secrets of the 8th level. I didn't expect to feel the cold air at such a critical moment. Su Yan muttered to himself as he absorbed the cold air around him. At that moment, he thought that he might not be able to get out of here today. And before Su Yan could think of a way, Su Yan was already numbed by the bone-chilling cold air. At the last moment, Su Yan was actually able to feel the existence of this cold qi. How could Su Yan not be happy? At the same time, Su Yan was also a little confused. I've been trying to absorb the cold air before, but unfortunately, I couldn't feel its existence. Now that it's at such a critical moment, why did I suddenly feel it? Su Yan frowned. Could it be that the cold air I encountered earlier was not cold enough? Thinking of this, Su Yan's eyes suddenly emitted a bright light. At the same time, the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Haha, I understand. So that's why. Sword Essence Saint Meridian, Heavenly Fire Saint Meridian, Poison Saint Meridian, Ghost Saint Meridian, Hurricane Saint Meridian. Every time I comprehend these 5 Saint Meridians and feel the existence of these elements, all of them are the strongest in the world. Su Yan had just comprehended the sword essence. It was because of Cho Bo's Scorching Sun Holy Sword and countless spiritual swords. Although the Scorching Sun Holy Sword was a divine weapon refined. However, its sword intent was the strongest among all the swords. This was also why Su Yan could comprehend the Sword Essence Saint Meridian. Chapter 2:11. Not only the sword essence, but also the heavenly fire, poison gas, hurricane, and ghost chi were the most powerful elements in the world. The poisonous gas was formed by the poison of the 4 great poisonous creatures in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave. Not to mention the 4 great poisons. Just this one poison alone was the most poisonous existence in the world. As for the ghost chi, Su Yan first absorbed the ghost chi in the 10,000 Ghosts Cave to create the Saint Meridian. The 10,000 Ghosts Cave was one of the 3 most dangerous places in the 5 counties. Where else could the ghost chi in the cave be more powerful than the ghost chi in the cave? Then there was the hurricane element. When Su Yan reached the 7th level, the hurricane vortex formed could destroy anything in the world. The hurricane vortex was also the most powerful thing in the world. Now, even Su Yan's mystic ice-cold shield could not withstand the cold chi in the mystic ice-cold pool. So where else could the cold chi compare to it? This was also where Su Yan felt the cold chi in the mystic ice-cold pool. Su Yan thought carefully and finally understood. However, when he thought of this, he was a little disappointed. The Saint Meridian that I condensed is the most powerful in the world. Doesn't that mean that if I want to condense the 7th, 8th and 9th Saint Meridian in the future, I need the most powerful thing in the world? If it were the ordinary elements in the world, it would be much easier for Su Yan to condense the Saint Meridian. Unfortunately, it required the most powerful thing in the world, so the difficulty was naturally much higher. After all, it was difficult to find the most powerful thing in the world. Su Yan was able to condense the Saint Meridian quickly. In addition to Su Yan's hard work, many other factors were Su Yan's luck. Of course, a martial artist's luck was also the key to cultivation. Of course, luck and hard work were inseparable. If not for Su Yan's perseverance, going into the sword well, the sea dock, and the mystic ice-cold pool, no matter how great Su Yan's luck was, he would not be able to condense the Saint Meridian. Forget it, forget it. My meridian is already as strong as an ordinary cultivator. Now that I have to find the strongest item in the world to condense a Saint Meridian, it can't be considered the heavenly Tao. Su Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. He did not dwell on it any longer. He needed to find the strongest thing in the world to comprehend his Saint Meridians. After all, Su Yan's spirit chi contained in his body was much stronger than ordinary martial artists. If his cultivation speed was faster than other martial artists, it would definitely go against the natural order. The sky, the firmament, was where the supreme beings of the world resided. Although no one had explored the secrets of the heavenly Tao for such a long time. However, no one dared to go against the heavenly Tao. Although the heavenly Tao did not exist. But who would dare to ignore his existence? Even Su Yan, who had always been arrogant, did not dare to ignore the existence of heaven and earth. Thinking about the existence of the heavenly Tao, Su Yan did not dwell on the matter of the elements needed to comprehend his Saint Meridians. He immersed himself in a new state of cultivation. As the sun-colored glazed sword scripture in Su Yan's body continued to rotate, it transformed into countless spirit chi and poured into Su Yan's blood. Then, a new Saint Meridian burst forth from Su Yan's blood. This was Su Yan's sixth Saint Meridian. When the Saint Meridian was created, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge pain in his body. However, Su Yan's expression did not change at all. Instead, his eyes were like torches. Because this pain was a path that a saint had to go through when he was creating his Saint Meridian. Only by enduring the pain in the world could one comprehend the world of the strong and achieve a hegemony. As time continued to pass, another day and night passed. Su Yan, who was narrowing his eyes to absorb the cold air of the mysterious ice-cold pool, finally opened his eyes. With a wave of his hands, a powerful force suddenly burst forth. This force was much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. Although Saint Meridian experts were all in the Saint Meridian realm. However, every martial artist was clear about this. There was a divide between the 5 meridians and the 6 meridians. Many saints of the 5 meridians had been stuck in the 5 meridians realm but could not step into the 6 meridians because of the existence of this divide. However, this divide did not exist for Su Yan. Because Su Yan comprehended one meridian at a time. Every meridian was a divide, and every meridian was a brand new epiphany. It had nothing to do with ordinary warriors absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth to stimulate their Saint Meridian. Therefore, this divide did not affect Su Yan at all. However, it was also because of the existence of this divide. Su Yan stepped into the 6th meridian saint realm. The strength that he comprehended was not something that a saint of the 5 meridians could compare to. At this moment, Su Yan not only had the spirit chi in his body dozens of times more than that of a saint of the 5 meridians. At the same time, Su Yan felt that he had a better understanding of the situation in his body. At the moment of inner vision, Su Yan could even clearly feel the flow of his blood and the fluctuation of the spirit chi in his body. Now that I am a saint of the 6 meridians, I wonder if I can find the restriction that Princess Chu placed in my body. Su Yan thought to himself and immediately activated his spirit chi to search for the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. Even though Su Yan was a saint of the 6 meridians and his abilities were much stronger than that of a saint of the 5 meridians, it was a pity that he still could not find the restriction that Princess Chu had placed in his body. An expert of the perimeter realm is indeed not someone that I can compare to now. Su Yan had a premonition of this result. After all, Princess Chu was an expert of the perimeter realm. How could it be so easy to find the restriction that she had placed in his body? Since he was mentally prepared, Su Yan was not too disappointed. However, the desire for strength in his heart had once again become stronger. A warrior who had just advanced would be immersed in excitement and would even be eager to try his strength at this stage. His desire for strength would also decrease. Unfortunately, due to the pressure of various things, Su Yan knew that this little bit of strength was not enough to make him excited. There was only desire. Su Yan was very clear that only by standing at the peak could he laugh at the world. Only by continuously increasing his strength, only by reaching the peak of the strong, would he be able to undo the seal that Chu Wangfei had placed in his body. Restriction. Although from these days, Su Yan knew that Princess Chu did not deliberately suppress him. Not only did she not deliberately suppress him, but she had also been helping him, assisting him in his cultivation, and even opened a big back door for him. Moreover, Su Yan could also see that Princess Chu did not intend to harm him. However, no matter what, someone had placed a restriction in his body. Su Yan could not feel at ease no matter what. Of course, Su Yan also knew that more haste, less speed. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Su Yan quickly recovered his calmness. Looking at the surroundings of the ice-cold pond, He muttered to himself, "This time, the 7th level of the ice-cold pond has given me great benefits." Su Yan did not know that this was actually the 8th level of the ice-cold pond. Because the 7th level of the ice-cold pond was the 8th level, and the 8th level was the 7th level. At the moment of entering the ice-cold pond. Although Yin Xiang had told Su Yan some things about the ice-cold pond, Yin Xiang did not tell him how to distinguish which level of the ice-cold pond was. Therefore, after entering the ice-cold pond, Su Yan only judged which level of the ice-cold pond was based on the pond water that was constantly becoming cold. In this place, even though the temperature of the mysterious ice-cold pond was lower than any other layer, because Su Yan had been here all this time without moving, he didn't think that this was the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan didn't know, but the spectators above the mysterious ice-cold pond were clear about it. Counting, Su Yan had been in the ice-cold pond for several days and nights. However, in these days and nights, the people watching above the ice-cold pond did not leave. Not only did they not leave. On the contrary, there were more and more people watching here. No matter if it was the Holy Bloodline experts, Emperor Tianxiang, or even some Fate Soul experts, they all poured into the ice-cold pond palace to watch. The entire palace of the mysterious ice-cold pond was densely surrounded. Even though it was so crowded, there were still people constantly squeezing in. Because in these days, the news that the 7th and 8th levels of the ice-cold pond had been opened had already spread throughout the Eastern Palace. When everyone learned of this matter, their faces were full of surprise. The 7th level, for the disciples who were familiar with the ice-cold pond, was already an insurmountable gap. Not to mention the 8th level. The 8th level, that had been opened for hundreds of years. Some people even thought that the 8th level of the ice-cold pond did not exist at all. Of course, even if some disciples knew about the existence of the 8th level of the ice-cold pond, they also did not believe that the 8th level would be opened. If it were not for the 8th red light on the stone wall, which was emitting a bright light, no one would believe this fact. Of course, when everyone accepted this unbelievable fact, more than that they were puzzled. Who was the person in the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? This was different from the moment when Su Yan had just entered the ice-cold pond. Because of the opening of the 8th level. Except for some disciples who were in seclusion, the rest of the disciples all gathered here. Some disciples who had the ability to break into the 6th level of the ice-cold pond and even the 7th level all gathered here. Among them, there were several top 10 disciples in the Eastern Palace. Although the entire ice-cold pond palace was crowded, the strength of these people could not be compared with other disciples. Floating in the air, looking at the ice-cold pond, it was not crowded. But when they looked at the red light on the stone wall of the ice-cold pond, they all frowned. Rat Li, as the first top 10 disciple here, naturally became the subject of other people's inquiry. Rat Li, you have been active in the ice-cold pond. Do you really not know who opened the 8th level of the ice-cold pond? A young man in white asked Rat Li. Chapter 2:12. As Rat Li spoke, he glanced at the youth and said, "Senior brother Nangong, do you think senior brother Qin Luo is inside?" Impossible. The person immediately shook his head and denied Rat Li's idea. It turned out that this person was none other than Nangong Xiongming, who Su Yan had met once before. Nangong Xiongming saw Rat Li's confusion and did not hide it. He coldly glanced at the red light on the stone wall and said, "Qin Luo is in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. He can't be here." Rat Li nodded and lowered his head, muttering to himself, "That's strange. Today, among our top 10 disciples, other than a few who are in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda, the rest of us are already here. Then, who in our East Palace has the strength to enter the 8th level?" Nangong Xiongming and the other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace frowned when they heard Rat Li's words. They could not figure out who had the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Do you think it's junior sister Chu? Don't forget that she is also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. Furthermore, she is not in seclusion in the Great Fei Ancient Pagoda. The person who spoke was also one of the top 10 disciples of Monster Palace. His ranking was 1 level higher than Rat Li's. He was ranked 9th and was called Geng Ji. This was because Geng Ji was ranked 9th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. As Rat Li was ranked 10th, Geng Ji was the person that Rat Li wanted to challenge. He was also the key to whether Rat Li could enter the 2nd level of the Monster Palace. Therefore the two of them were usually at odds. However, after hearing Geng Ji's words, Rat Li nodded his head and agreed. That's right. We have neglected junior sister Chu. She is ranked 6th among the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. Furthermore, she is the daughter of the palace master. She has a rare treasure on her. Naturally, she has the strength to enter the 8th level of the Mystic Frost Pond. Chu Linger had always been the favorite of all the disciples of the Monster Palace East Palace. Although Chu Linger's strength was stronger than many people's. However, Chu Linger liked everyone to call her junior sister. Moreover, everyone was willing to call Chu Linger junior sister. Not only that, every martial artist, besides being in awe of those who were stronger than them, would more or less have some jealousy and hatred. The only exception was Chu Ling-er. Xu Li was not an exception. When he talked about Chu Ling-er and her qualifications to enter the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond, he did not feel the slightest bit of jealousy. Instead, he felt joy. Of course, she wasn't the only one. The others were no exception. This was especially true for Nangong Xiangming. After hearing Rat Li's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. He laughed and said, "Right, we've been calculating here and neglected junior sister Chu. Junior sister Chu has always been talented and intelligent. She has the ability to enter the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond." Yes, that's right, that's right. The other 2 top 10 disciples of the East Palace echoed. At the same time, the few of them were certain that the person in the 8th level of the profound ice-cold pond was Chu Linger. Humph, this profound ice-cold pond is so cold. Why would I want to cultivate in it? At this moment, a proud snort was suddenly heard. Hearing this proud snort, everyone was stunned. This was because the top 10 disciples of the East Palace were related to the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Many disciples did not know of the existence of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda. Therefore, when they were chatting, they had already set up a restriction. Only the top 10 disciples of the Great Fey Ancient Pagoda, or disciples who had not obtained the qualifications to enter the top 10, could hear what they were saying. Now that they suddenly heard this proud snort, everyone was clearly stunned. However, they quickly reacted. When they turned around and saw the graceful figure appear, they all revealed sincere smiles on their faces. Who else but Chu Linger could make the top 10 disciples of the East Palace, who were usually proud and aloof, reveal such expressions? What are you guys guessing blindly? How can I enter the profound ice-cold pond? However, Chu Linger's words immediately made the smiles on their faces disappear. Originally, they all thought that it was Chu Linger who entered the profound ice-cold pond. Now that they heard Chu Linger's words and saw Chu Linger's figure appear, this conjecture was obviously self-defeating. The few of them immediately frowned again. If it's not junior sister Chu, then who is in the profound ice-cold pond? Chu Linger looked at the few of them frowning and chuckled. What are you guys guessing blindly for? Call out all the East Palace disciples and see who's not here. Won't we know? Chu Linger's words could be said to be a wake-up call. The few of them used their chi to float down and found their respective followers. In the world of warriors, strength was respected. When one's strength reached a certain level, there would naturally be some followers around them. Nangong Xiangming, Rat Li, Gengji and the others were the top 10 disciples of the East Palace. They were the best among the East Palace disciples. Naturally, they had their own followers. In fact, to put it nicely, they were their followers. To put it bluntly, they were their followers. After they heard Chu Linger's words, they immediately woke up and found their own followers, asking them to investigate who was not in the East Palace. In an instant, the followers immediately dispersed and went to investigate this matter separately. In an instant, the entire East Palace disciples' palaces became lively. Su Yan naturally did not know that because he entered the profound ice-cold pond, the entire East Palace would become so lively. In fact, Su Yan did not enter the profound ice-cold pond on purpose. With a thought, Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond. Moreover, Su Yan did not want to hide from anyone and secretly enter the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that when Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, everyone's eyes were on Rat Sang. No one noticed that Su Yan entered the profound ice-cold pond, which led to so many people's guesses. At this moment, Su Yan did not think of these. Of course, he did not have time to think about it. He was more concerned about whether he would enter the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond or not. That's right, Su Yan still thought that he was only in the 7th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 8th layer. After absorbing the 7th layer's hurricane storm, Su Yan originally intended to leave. After all, at that time, Su Yen thought that the cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was useless to him. So entering the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond was also useless. Moreover, he didn't know what treasures were in the 8th layer of the mysterious ice-cold pond, so he didn't want to waste time here. However, who would have thought that when Su Yen was about to leave, the 8th layer would suddenly appear and let Su Yen feel the location of the cold air. Absorbing the cold air. It could be said that Su Yan's trip to the profound ice-cold pond this time was already perfect. However, it was also because he absorbed the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond that Su Yen was tangled again. If he did not absorb the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yen would have left without hesitation. However, after absorbing the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond, Su Yen successfully formed the cold air Saint Vein. Now Su Yen did not need the profound ice-cold shield and could rely on the spirit chi of the cold air Saint Vein to resist the cold air. Because of this, Su Yen was tangled about whether to enter the 8th layer or not. However, this tangled problem was solved quickly. Now that I have formed the cold air Saint Vein, the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me. What do I have to be afraid of? There are 9 layers in the profound ice-cold pond, and I have only entered the 7th layer. Why not enter 2 more layers and explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond? While speaking, Su Yen immediately operated the cultivation method and swam down. Because Su Yen had formed the cold air Saint Vein, he was no longer afraid of the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond. In this profound ice-cold pond, his speed was naturally much faster than when he had just entered the profound ice-cold pond. After a while, Su Yen encountered a stone wall. What's going on? Su Yen could not help but be stunned. He stopped and looked around. There was no way forward. This made Su Yen very confused. Why is there no way forward? Could it be that I have already reached the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond? Impossible. Although the cold air of the profound ice-cold pond is useless to me, I can feel the temperature change of the cold air through the spirit chi. The temperature has not changed, which means that I am still in the 7th layer. Doesn't this profound ice-cold pond have 9 layers? Then why is there no way forward here? Not only was Su Yen confused, but even the Monster Palace's manager, Princess Chu, was also confused when she saw the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Of course, Princess Chu knew that Su Yen was in the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, not the 7th layer. However, it did not matter if it was the 8th layer or the 7th layer. The profound ice-cold pond had to have one more layer. The 9th layer. If this profound ice-cold pond does not have 9 layers, why is it only 8 layers? Where is the last layer? And where did the treasure in the 8th level go? Why didn't it appear? Chu Wangfei frowned as she looked at the image transmitted from the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl. Although she had never entered the profound ice-cold pond, she knew that there was a treasure in the 8th level of the pond. As long as someone could withstand the cold air of the 8th layer, the treasure would appear. Su Yen had absorbed the cold air and was able to move freely within the Xian ice-cold pool. Clearly, he had resisted the cold air. However, she did not see the appearance of the treasure. This caused Chu Wangfei to be puzzled. Of course, Princess Chu did not deny that the treasure in the profound ice-cold pond had been taken away by some disciples who had entered the 8th layer. After all, it was not that no one had ever entered the 8th layer of the profound ice-cold pond. It was just that in the past 100 years, no Eastern Palace disciple had entered it. However, Princess Chu was more confused about the 9th layer. Where did the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond go? Even if Princess Chu had not entered the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, she was still the Monster Palace's palace master. Naturally, she knew that the profound ice-cold pond had 9 layers. It was not only recorded in books. The previous Eastern Palace Master had also talked to her about it. However, now that she saw the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond end there, how could Princess Chu not be confused? Chapter 213. Bang! Just when the Princess of Chu and Su Yen were puzzled, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from the bottom of the mysterious ice-cold pond. The Princess of Chu and Su Yen were both startled. Of course, Su Yen was more shocked. When the hurricane came, Su Yen knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not as simple as it looked on the surface. At the same time, Su Yen did not think that the mysterious ice-cold pond was a peaceful place. Subconsciously, Su Yen had already classified the mysterious ice-cold pond as a strange place. Therefore, even though Su Yan had condensed the 6th cold chi Saint Meridian. The cold chi of the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a threat to Su Yan. However, Su Yan still maintained his vigilance at all times. Hearing this loud sound, the great sun-colored glazed sword sutra in Su Yan's body started to circulate rapidly. His eyes turned in an instant and shot out a blood-red light, looking towards the direction of the loud noise. What is this? The moment Su Yan's eyes looked over, he saw a faint light emitting from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Could this be the mechanism to the 8th level? Su Yan immediately thought that this was the mechanism to the 8th level of the mysterious ice-cold pond. After all, the mysterious ice-cold pond was a strange place. Just from the fact that the mysterious ice-cold pond could emit such a strange cold chi, he knew that the mysterious ice-cold pond was not a good place. It was not impossible for there to be some mechanisms here. Although Su Yan did not know that he was already in the 8th level. But for the 8th and 9th levels of the mysterious ice-cold pond, Su Yan did not have much hope. The reason why he wanted to find the 8th level was only because he had condensed the cold chi Saint Meridian. In the mysterious ice-cold pond, the cold chi was not a threat to Su Yan. And now that he was here, Su Yan also wanted to explore the secrets of the profound ice-cold pond, just to satisfy the curiosity in his heart. In other words, there was no need for Su Yan to force his way into the profound ice-cold pond. After all, the main reason Su Yan came to the profound ice-cold pond was to find his 5th saint bloodline. Now, Su Yan had not only condensed the cold air Saint Meridian in the profound ice-cold pond, but he had also condensed the hurricane Saint Meridian. It could be said that Su Yan's trip had been completed. Furthermore, what exactly was inside this profound ice-cold pond? There was nothing that attracted Su Yan. Su Yan didn't want to try at all. When he saw that beam of light, he thought of all the strange things that happened when he came to the mysterious ice-cold pond. Su Yan's eyes suddenly narrowed, and he was ready to dive up and out of the pond. It was not that Su Yan was afraid of death, but every time he fell into despair, it made Su Yan understand that if he wanted to stand at the top, if he wanted to laugh at the world, the most important thing was to survive. Now, there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that attracted Su Yan. Su Yan did not need to take this risk at all. This was what a wise man would do, and he was not afraid of death. After all, Su Yan was not familiar with the profound ice-cold pond, and there was nothing he wanted in the profound ice-cold pond. If Su Yan rashly went forward, it would not be bravery, but recklessness. When the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan preparing to come out, although she was a little disappointed, she praised Su Yan in her heart, knowing when to advance and retreat, adapting to circumstances. Not bad, not bad. If it was not because Su Yan had too many secrets, the Princess of Chu valued Su Yan very much. However, in the Princess of Chu's heart, she always had an evaluation of Su Yan. This Su Yan was a reckless person. After all, Su Yan just entered the Monster Palace not long ago, and he dared to explore the Sea Dock. It should be known that the Sea Dock was a famous dangerous place in the Monster Palace. Even the Princess of Chu herself did not dare to rashly break into the Sea Dock. When she saw Su Yan dare to break into the Sea Dock alone, the Princess of Chu's heart left an impression of a reckless person. Now that she saw Su Yan knew to retreat, she was quite satisfied. After all, Su Yan did not know that in the profound ice-cold pond, the Princess of Chu would not let him have an accident. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, suddenly, the faint light suddenly lit up, and suddenly emitted countless bright lights, as if to illuminate the entire profound ice-cold pond. This is... Seeing this light, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, Su Yan felt a strong surge of power. Feeling the existence of this power, Su Yan could not help but be stunned again. This power? Su Yan was stunned for a long time, and looked at the place where the bright light was emitting with a stunned face, and said, "This power is so strong." It was also because of the appearance of this power that Su Yan's heart, which was originally planning to leave, suddenly boiled. The intention to leave in his heart was completely suppressed. With a turn of his eyes, a bright light suddenly surged out from his eyes. Following that, his body slowly dived in the direction of the light as he operated the cultivation method in his body. Su Yan did not know why he suddenly did not want to leave. He only hoped that the place where the light was emitting, and his eyes were surging. He also did not know why. Su Yan only knew that if he left like this today, he would definitely regret it in the future. He, Su Yan, would never do something that he regretted. It was not because of anything, just because his name was Su Yan. Previously, The reason why Su Yan chose to leave was because he thought that there was nothing in the profound ice-cold pond that he wanted at all. Naturally, there was nothing to be reluctant about. But now it was different. With the determination in his heart, Su Yan would definitely not leave just like that. As for those risks, although Su Yan was worried about them, he was not afraid at all. Although Su Yan knew that the most important thing to reach the peak was to survive. But he also knew that a man must have a challenging heart. At this moment, since there was something attracting him, even if there was a big risk waiting for him in front of him, Su Yan would definitely not leave so easily. He also had to work hard. Not because of anything, just because he was called Su Yan. A man who gathered the pride of heaven and earth. A man who carried the mission of the Buddha sword sect. Driven by this determination, Su Yan quickly came to the place where the light was emitting from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. Su Yan did not know why the light was emitting here, but just as he approached the light, Su Yan could not help but reach out to the light. Rumble. Just as Su Yan touched the light source, suddenly a loud noise erupted in the entire profound ice-cold pond. The entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. Not only that, even the profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. But those above the profound ice-cold pond who were also God's favored disciples of the Eastern Palace were not afraid. They were just stunned for a moment, but they did not leave. They did not pay much attention to the trembling of the profound ice-cold pond. After all, they were more curious about who was in the profound ice-cold pond. And Su Yan, who was in the profound ice-cold pond, was naturally more shocked than them. When the trembling sound sounded, Su Yan was immediately stunned, and he instantly woke up from the state just now. He quickly operated the cultivation method in his body, and carefully looked around. He saw that the rocks around the profound ice-cold pond were constantly trembling. Not only that. In the next second, Su Yan suddenly felt a huge movement from the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. This is... Su Yan was shocked again, and hurriedly used qi to float up, letting himself leave the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond. And the trembling at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond did not stop because of Su Yan's departure. Instead, it trembled even more violently. Su Yan frowned, and at the same time, he quickly operated the cultivation method in his body. The majestic spirit qi rotated around Su Yan's body. At the same time, Su Yan's hand was also tightly holding the ghost howl sword that had just been summoned, and he cautiously looked at the scene in front of him. And in this trembling, Su Yan could feel that the power that attracted him was getting stronger and stronger. This made Su Yan even more determined that this profound ice-cold pond was not so simple. At the same time, in the Eastern Palace main hall, Princess Chu, who saw this scene through the Tai Yao ancient pearl, also frowned slightly, and did not understand why this profound ice-cold pond would have such a change. However, Princess Chu was, after all, the ruler of the Monster Palace. The things that she knew would always surpass the Eastern Palace disciples, and always surpass Su Yan. After a short moment of astonishment, looking at the trembling stone walls around the profound ice-cold pond, and the strange movement at the bottom of the profound ice-cold pond, Princess Chu's eyes suddenly lit up. Seal, this is a seal. Thinking of this, Princess Chu was suddenly tongue-tied. Seal, someone actually sealed this profound ice-cold pond. How did I not know? Although it was only through the Tai Yao ancient pearl. With Princess Chu's strength, she could naturally feel the power of this seal. Princess Chu was very clear that to be able to seal the 9th layer of the profound ice-cold pond, even with her current strength, it was not easy to set up such a large seal. However, the profound ice-cold pond now had such a powerful seal. What was more terrifying was that this seal existed in the Monster Palace. As the ruler of the Monster Palace, Princess Chu did not know at all. How could this not surprise Princess Chu? Who exactly set up such a large seal in the profound ice-cold pond? Princess Chu looked at the scene inside the Tai Yao ancient pearl. Originally, she had been gentle, and when she looked at Su Yan's figure, her slightly gratified face suddenly darkened. All of the charm, all of the sorrow, and all of the expressions on this beautiful face disappeared. In exchange, a king's aura spread from between her eyebrows. She was expressionless, as cold as ice. At that moment, it was as if the surrounding air had dropped a few degrees. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Princess Chu's body faintly surged, but this time, it was not to save Su Yan. Chapter 214. Although the Xianbing Cold Pond was only a trial ground for the disciples of the Monster Palace. However, because of the special nature of the Xianbing Cold Pond, It had always been a symbol of the East Palace. Although the Princess of Chu had never tried the Xianbing cold pond. However, she also knew some of the mysteries of the Xianbing cold pond. The cold air of the Xianbing cold pond could temper the body of every disciple who entered the Xianbing cold pond. Moreover, the spiritual energy contained in the Xianbing cold pond was also beneficial to cultivation. Not only that, but because of the special nature of the Xianbing cold pond, every level in the Xianbing cold pond could give birth to some spiritual objects of heaven and earth every few years. These spiritual objects of heaven and earth were all rare treasures of heaven and earth. Some could be directly absorbed to help cultivation, and some could be refined into pills. It was only because there were too many disciples who entered the Xianbing cold pond, and this rare treasure of heaven and earth would only be produced once every few decades or even 100 years. This also caused many people to forget that there were these things in the Xianbing cold pond. This was also the reason why the Princess of Chu was filled with anticipation when she saw Su Yan enter the 8th level of the Xianbing cold pond. Because others didn't know, but she, the Princess of Chu, knew that this Xianbing cold pond would produce the secret of the treasure. From the 1st to the 7th level, there were people who entered every few years. It was fine if there were no rare treasures. However, no one had entered the 8th level for 100 years, so there must be rare treasures. Unfortunately, there was no rare treasure of heaven and earth in the 8th level. Originally, the Princess of Chu only thought that the rare treasure of heaven and earth had not been born because Su Yan did not enter the Xianbing cold pond in time. However, it seemed that everything was not so simple. Since this Xianbing cold pond was sealed by someone, that meant that within this 100 years, someone had entered the Xianbing cold pond. Not only did they seal the Xianbing cold pond, but they also seized the treasures in the Xianbing cold pond. The Princess of Chu was in charge of the Monster Palace. In this Monster Palace, every inch of land and every plant could be said to belong to the Princess of Chu. Now, someone had seized the treasures that belonged to her Monster Palace under her nose and sealed the Xianbing cold pond. The most terrifying thing was that it was difficult to seal the Xianbing cold pond. Even the Princess of Chu's current strength. However, this person was able to seal the 9th level of the Xianbing cold pond without the Princess of Chu noticing anything. Without the princess or anyone in the East Palace noticing anything. How could this not Bing cold pond Chu? Of course, Princess of Princess Xianbing cold? Because Princess of Bing cold Yang Bing cold pond. Bing cold pond, directly, she Princess of Ancient Xiang Bing cold pond. Her Bing cold jade Bing. Bing cold ice Bing. Bing. Bing cold pond Bing. This power. Although Su Yan had already activated his cultivation technique to the extreme and even brought out the profound ice-cold shield, Su Yan still felt a sense of oppression when he felt this evil qi. How could Su Yan not panic? Bang! However, before Su Yan could ponder any further, a loud explosion rang out and countless rocks flew into the air. These rocks exploded like a volcanic eruption. Countless amounts of energy suddenly surged out at this moment. Those rocks were like countless bolts of lightning that split open the profound ice-cold pond and exploded in all directions. Su Yan was shocked. He knew that if he was hit by these rocks, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. He hurriedly circulated his qi and stepped forward, quickly dodging these rocks. He did not think too much about the power he felt earlier. Although these rocks came quickly and in large numbers, the sudden attack still put a lot of pressure on Su Yan. Fortunately, Su Yan was still a 6th meridian saint. His speed was incomparable to his previous speed, and with the help of the blood dragon eyes, he was able to avoid the explosion of the rocks. The rock explosion came and went quickly. It only lasted for a few breaths before it stabilized. Su Yan also heaved a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that this rock explosion would continue like the 7th level's whirlpool attack. After all, this rock explosion far surpassed the 7th level's whirlpool attack in terms of strength and speed. Even though Su Yan was now a 6th meridian saint, he used all his strength to avoid the rock explosion. After dodging for a few breaths, Su Yan was already gasping for breath. Seeing the rock explosion stop, the nervous heart also calmed down. Just as they were about to look towards the bottom of the frigid ice pond to see what was going on, at that moment, a slightly aged yet extremely loud voice spread out within the frigid ice pond. 100 years, finally, a disciple of my supreme demon palace has stepped into the 9th layer of the frigid ice pond. Su Yan was stunned when he heard this voice. Of course, while he was stunned, Su Yan was more surprised by the power contained in this voice. Although the voice was not aggressive, Su Yan could feel the majestic energy contained in this voice. Based on this energy alone, Su Yan knew that even 10 of him would not be a match for this person. This caused Su Yan to be shocked. Although Su Yan didn't fear death, it didn't mean that Su Yan didn't want to live and would seek death. Every time Su Yan hovered on the edge of death, it was either because he had no other choice, or because he knew that he had the strength to fight. Now that this power had spread, Su Yan knew that he had no strength to fight back at all. Immediately, fear surged in his heart. At this moment, Su Yan felt his vision go dark. The voice was heard again. Su Yan, the successor of the Buddha sword sect? However, this time, this voice did not have the grandeur it had before. Instead, it sounded surprised. He wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Su Yan was surprised when he heard this voice. Of course, he felt even more fear. How does this person know that I am the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Soon, Su Yan thought about the darkness he had felt before and his heart trembled again. Who is this person? How can he use his mind to steal my memories in such a short time? Su Yan was shocked. At the same time, he thought about how this person had stolen his memories without his permission. A wave of anger surged in his body, and he no longer felt the fear from before. He gripped the ghost howl sword and shouted, "Who are you? Come out!" This angry shout did not alarm the person who had just spoken. Instead, it made the Princess of Chu, who was standing in front of the Tai Yao Ancient Pearl, shake. She woke up from her shock and looked inside the Tai Yao Ancient Pearl. The Princess of Chu couldn't help but take a few steps back. No. Impossible. How is this possible? Father died 100 years ago. How can his voice appear here? After being shocked, the Princess of Chu saw Su Yan's figure and was also surprised. This person is the successor of the Buddha sword sect? The Buddha sword sect has disappeared for a long time. How can he be the successor of the Buddha sword sect? Of course, while the Princess of Chu was thinking about this question, she was more concerned about the voice from before. Father, is that you? As the Princess of Chu's spirit energy surged, she immediately let out a soft call. The Tai Yao Ancient Pearl transmitted into the ice-cold pond. When Su Yan heard this voice, he was stunned. Palace Master Chu. This time, Su Yan immediately recalled the majestic power he had felt before he heard the voice. Just a moment ago, Su Yan had always felt that this power was familiar. It was just that at that moment the rock exploded. Su Yan didn't have time to think about it. Now that he heard this voice, Su Yan immediately came to his senses. Then, he saw a graceful figure appear in front of him. That graceful figure was so alluring in the ice-cold pond. In particular, there was a trace of worry on that charming face. It was even more tempting. Although the Princess of Chu was old, her unchanged face still exuded an alluring aura. Not only that, but because of the vicissitudes of life, she had a mature charm. In this pond, it could be said that anyone who saw such a beauty would be tempted. However, Su Yan wasn't tempted at all. Instead, when he saw the Princess of Chu's figure, his face suddenly turned gloomy. A murderous intent exploded from his eyes. It was fine that the Princess of Chu had placed a seal in his body. Because Su Yan knew that he wasn't strong enough, he could only endure it. But now, not only did the Princess of Chu place a seal in his body, but she also spied on him. This was definitely a naked humiliation. It was definitely a challenge to Su Yan. This also pushed Su Yan's patience to the limit. As the saying goes, a warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Even if I die today, I can't endure this humiliation. Su Yan clenched his teeth. The fear in his heart towards the Princess of Chu's strength was completely thrown to the back of his head. There was only dense anger in his heart. The light that flickered in his eyes was also filled with murderous intent. When the Princess of Chu felt the murderous intent, she was stunned for a moment. However, she didn't think too much about it, nor did she pay attention to Su Yan. Instead, she unceasingly spun in the ice-frost-cold pond as she shouted, "Father, is it you? Is it you? Princess." Hearing the Princess of Chu's voice, the powerful voice from before resounded once again. However, this time, within the vicissitudes of life, there was a hint of sadness. The moment this voice resounded, a black figure floated over. Although the person who appeared had a face full of wrinkles, it wasn't difficult to see from his outline that when this person was young, he must have been a handsome man. Moreover, if one looked closely, They could clearly see that he was similar to the Princess of Chu. Moreover, there was an irresistible majesty faintly surging between his eyebrows. That majesty was emitted. Even the overlord of the Monster Palace, the Princess of Chu, couldn't compare. Chapter 2:15. Not only that, in the blink of an eye, Su Yan felt that all the power in his body had been suppressed. His whole body seemed to have relaxed at this moment. If it weren't for Su Yan's strong willpower, he was afraid that even the ghost Hal sword in his hand would have slipped. At the same time, Su Yan couldn't help but feel a surge of fear in his heart. This power. Su Yan's whole body trembled. He didn't even dare to look directly at that person. The old man who appeared only glanced at Su Yan and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the Princess of Chu. His eyes showed true feelings and compassion. He reached out and stroked the Princess of Chu's hair and said softly, "Princess, you've grown up." "Father, it's really you, it's really you." At this moment, the Princess of Chu had already cried her eyes out. There was no trace of the usual majesty of the Monster Palace's palace master. She reached out to hug the old man, but the Princess of Chu hugged nothing. The Princess of Chu was stunned. When the old man saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, he smiled bitterly and said, "Princess, father died 100 years ago. This is just a remnant of my soul memory left behind." "What?" When the Princess of Chu heard this, her whole body trembled. She kept shaking her head, obviously unwilling to accept this fact. "Father, how can this be? How can this be? Who in the 5 counties can kill you?" When the old man heard the Princess of Chu's words, his face showed a kind expression. "Princess, the world is so big and there are so many strange things. Father's strength can't be considered strong." As he spoke, one could clearly feel the helplessness in the old man's tone. When the Princess of Chu heard the old man's words, she was first stunned, then more sadness. At this moment, Su Yan, who was standing at the side, also woke up from the various signs just now. Looking at the two of them, he could not help but frown. This old man, Chu Wangfei, actually called him father, then he is. As Su Yan thought about it, his body couldn't help but tremble. Although he had only been in the Monster Palace for a short time, he was still aware of the important matters in the Monster Palace. The former palace master of Monster Palace, Chu Tianxiong, was a legendary figure in the 5 counties. It was rumored that he had stepped into the legendary level, and was fully deserving of being the #1 expert in the 5 counties. The rise of the Monster Palace was due to his existence. However, Su Yan also knew that this person had already fallen 100 years ago. "Then why are you here now?" Su Yan was shocked. When he heard Chu Tianxiong say that he was just a strand of memory, he was able to accept quite a bit of it. Even so, the shock in his heart did not lessen. Instead, he became even more confused. A legendary level master. Then who was the one who killed him? Compared to Su Yan's doubts, the Princess of Chu also had the same doubts. "Father, what happened back then? Why did you fall, and why are you in the frozen ice pond?" The Princess of Chu asked a few questions, but she did not ask about the frozen ice pond being sealed because she was already clear that the frozen ice pond was definitely sealed by her father. Otherwise, her father would not be here. Sigh. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, Chu Tianxiong sighed helplessly. Then, his eyes revealed the vicissitudes of life. After being silent for a while, he began to speak slowly. "Back then, when I stepped into the peak of the Dragon Realm, I tried to break the status of the Monster Palace in this world. Unfortunately, I overestimated myself. The world is so big that it will never be something we can imagine." Chu Tianxiong sighed. Obviously, he did not want to talk about what happened back then. However, this also aroused the Princess of Chu's curiosity about what happened back then. Hearing her father stop talking, she immediately asked, "Father, what happened?" Chu Tianxiong obviously did not intend to talk about what happened back then. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, he smiled slightly and said, "Princess, seeing you grow to this level, I am extremely gratified. However, there are some things that are not good for you to know with your current strength." "Father?" Chu Tianxiong shook his head and interrupted her. "Princess, don't ask about father's matters. Let's talk about yourself. Father hasn't been by your side for the past 100 years. How have you been?" Chu Tianxiong asked. Chu Tianxiong nodded and said, "Princess, don't ask about father. Let's talk about yourself." When Chu Tianxiong said this, there was no trace of a king's aura on his face. There was only that kind of fatherly love. When the Princess of Chu looked at her father's expression, she thought about all the things that happened in the past 100 years. She thought about how she had to bear everything alone for the past 100 years. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes. However, the Princess of Chu did not talk about this with her father. Instead, she nodded and said, "Father, I am very good. I am very good. Now, I am the palace master of the Monster Palace." Yes. Hearing the Princess of Chu's answer, Chu Tianxiong also nodded with gratification. Bang! At this moment suddenly, there was a loud explosion from the bottom of the ice-cold pond. Not good. Chu Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. His kind face immediately became serious, exuding a majestic aura. When the Princess of Chu saw her father's face, she could not help but be shocked. She hurriedly asked, "Father, what's wrong?" Princess, in fact, the ice-cold pond has always been a secret of the Monster Palace. This ice-cold pond is actually connected to the East Sea. Not only that, but there is also a sea monster sealed at the bottom of the ice-cold pond. When Chu Tianxiong mentioned the sea monster, there was obviously some fear on his face. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's face, the Princess of Chu and Su Yan could not help but be startled. What kind of sea monster can make the strongest person in the 5 counties, Chu Tianxiong, so frightened? What kind of sea monster can make father have such an expression? Su Yan and the Princess of Chu muttered to themselves at the same time. However, Su Yan only hid his thoughts in the bottom of his heart. The Princess of Chu asked Chu Tianxiong, "Father, what is going on?" Yes. Although Chu Tianxiong didn't mention exactly how he had fallen, he didn't try to hide it. He nodded slightly and said, "This sea beast is called the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. It is the overlord of the East Sea. The reason why the ice-cold pond can have such cold air is because of the existence of this Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Because the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's cultivation has reached the level of a warrior in the dragon realm, it has a certain level of intelligence." What? The strength of a dragon realm warrior? When the Princess of Chu and Su Yan heard Chu Tianxiong's words, they suddenly opened their mouths wide. They could not believe how powerful a dragon realm sea monster was. Now, they finally understood why Chu Tianxiong had such an expression when he talked about the sea monster. Yes. Chu Tianxiong had obviously expected Su Yan and the Princess of Chu's expressions. He did not say much and only nodded. He continued to say, "Speaking of our monster palace, although we have the bloodline of the supreme monster clan, we are actually considered to have the bloodline of a monster beast. There is no difference between us and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. And because of that, the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast has always been hiding in the profound ice-cold pond. It wants to take over our Supreme Demon Palace. Moreover, the disciples of our Supreme Demon Palace that entered the trial lost their lives in the profound ice-cold pond because they were swallowed by the sea beast. I did not know this secret at first. However, when I was fighting with that person, I was injured by that person's flame saint power. I wanted to use the ice-cold pond to heal my injuries. That's how I found out." Chu Tianxiong obviously did not want to tell the Princess of Chu that he was injured by someone back then. He only mentioned the flame saint power. Although the Princess of Chu felt regretful, she knew her father's character. If he did not want to say something, no matter how she asked, he would not say it. Therefore, the Princess of Chu did not ask about the flame saint power. Instead, she continued to ask, "Father, what happened after that?" After that, Chu Tianxiong could not help but laugh bitterly before continuing. "After that, I used my own strength to seal the ice-cold pond and trap the Jade Ice Crystal Beast." "Father, you were not a match for this sea monster?" The Princess of Chu could not help but ask in astonishment. Although Chu Tianxiong had said that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had the strength of a dragon realm warrior, Chu Tianxiong had always been a godlike existence in the eyes of the Princess of Chu. Therefore, she subconsciously thought that the sea monster was not a match for her father. That was why she asked so many questions. Chu Tianxiong's expression did not change much when he heard the Princess of Chu's question. He only smiled and continued, "If I was in my best condition, I would not be afraid of this sea monster. Unfortunately, I was seriously injured when I came to the ice-cold pond. Naturally, I was not a match for this Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Therefore, I could only use my own strength to seal the 9th layer of the ice-cold pond so that it could not harm the Monster Palace and you." Hearing her father's words, the Princess of Chu felt a wave of sadness. So, her father did all this for her and the Monster Palace. Rumble. Originally, the Princess of Chu wanted to ask something. However, at this moment, the loud sound came again. Chu Tianxiong suddenly frowned. His eyes surged with a sharp light. He looked at the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast is about to appear. Prepare for battle." "Yes, father." Although the Princess of Chu knew that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had the strength of a Dragon Realm warrior, there was not a trace of fear on her face. Her body shook and the weakness on her face disappeared. What he got in return was the aura of a king. With a wave of his hand, a long sword appeared in his hand. As soon as the sword appeared, it immediately let out a roar and burst out with dazzling light. It was clearly an extraordinary item. Fish Dragon Sword. Su Yan saw the sword and recognized it at a glance. This was the famous Fish Dragon Sword. Rumble. Chapter 216. Rumble. The moment this sea beast appeared, the entire profound ice-cold pond began to tremble. All the water in the pond began to fluctuate along with it. Countless ripples erupted, and a majestic power erupted along with it. The moment the force undulated, Chu Tianxiong's eyes flashed with a mournful look. He shouted in a low voice, "Be careful, quickly retreat." Who was Chu Tianxiong? He was the former palace master of the Monster Palace. He was recognized as the #1 person in the 5 counties. His strength had already entered the legendary level. Now, even a person like him revealed such a shocked expression when he saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. It was clear how powerful this Jade Ice Crystal Beast was. When the Princess of Chu saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast appear, she did not say a word. She activated the cultivation method in her body. The moment the spirit chi flowed, her figure quickly flashed and retreated a few meters. Su Yan's reaction was also very fast. Unfortunately, his strength was too insignificant in front of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The moment the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast appeared, a majestic power spread out and Su Yan felt his heart churn. Puchi. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. No matter how Su Yan used his spirit chi to resist, he was unable to do anything. Unfortunately, in front of such a powerful force, his insignificant spirit chi was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. He was overestimating himself. Under the undulation of the glacial pond, Su Yan felt that his entire body was about to be torn apart. There was no way for him to resist. What a powerful force! In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yan's heart revealed an unprecedented fear. In the face of such a powerful force, Su Yan simply did not have any ability to resist. Under the impact of the force, Su Yan almost lost consciousness. "Su Yan, you're too weak. Hurry up and back off." At this moment, Chu Tianxiong's imposing figure floated in front of Su Yan. All the discomfort and pain disappeared, and Su Yan gradually regained his consciousness. Looking at Chu Tianxiong's back, he wanted to say something. Unfortunately, Chu Tianxiong completely ignored Su Yan. Instead, he turned to the Princess of Chu and said, "Princess Consort, you've grown up. Today, let's fight this Jade Ice Crystal Beast together." "Yes." The Princess of Chu nodded slightly as she gripped the Fish Dragon Sword tightly in her hand. The gentleness she displayed when she faced Chu Tianxiong earlier had completely disappeared. Her expression was as cold as ice, and between her brows, the aura of a queen was unmistakable. The moment those eyes turned, countless dazzling lights condensed. Seeing the Princess of Chu's appearance, Chu Tianxiong nodded in satisfaction. Then, he saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast approaching him. Chu Tianxiong's face darkened, and he did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, "Princess Consort, for the past 100 years, I've used my own strength to seal this Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Similarly, for the past 100 years, I've been constantly chipping away at its strength. Although this Jade Ice Crystal Beast is comparable to a Dragon Realm cultivator at its peak, it has been trapped by me for 100 years. With the strength of the two of us, we'll definitely be able to take down this beast today." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's body suddenly moved. The moment his body floated, it seemed as if there was no movement. However, he had already traversed hundreds of meters, leaving behind an afterimage. Seeing this, Su Yan could not help but be stunned. His eyes were filled with confusion. Is this the strength of a Dragon Realm cultivator? Bang! Right at that moment, a loud sound rang out, causing Su Yan to wake up from his confusion. He saw Chu Tianxiong wave his hand, and a majestic force surged out, directly exploding on the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. This Jade Ice Crystal Beast was over 100 feet tall. It had a huge head, a mouth that was like a blood basin, and when it moved its four limbs, it was enough to create a violent storm. In front of the huge Jade Ice Crystal Beast, Chu Tianxiong appeared so small and weak. However, it was this small and weak body that directly straddled the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. His hands tightly grasped the two horns on the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's head. At the same time, he shouted to the Princess of Chu, "Princess Consort, this Jade Ice Crystal Beast's weakness is its mouth. I will temporarily restrain it for now. Hurry up and attack its mouth. If you give it a little more time, I'm afraid it won't be as easy to deal with as it is now. After all, we are now in the profound ice-cold pond. The cold water here is the best place for the Jade Ice Crystal Beast to cultivate. For the past 100 years, I have only been able to suppress its cultivation. If it is given a little more time, and if it recovers, I'm afraid that even at my peak, I may not be its opponent." Chu Tianxiong used his life to suppress this Jade Ice Crystal Beast for the past 100 years. In these 100 years, he fought with the Jade Ice Crystal Beast every day. Naturally, he was very familiar with the characteristics of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. And because he was familiar with it, he also knew the terror of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Although Chu Tianxiong had been fighting with the Jade Ice Crystal Beast for the past 100 years, it was a pity that after 100 years, Chu Tianxiong had exhausted all his efforts and only left behind a remnant soul. He was still unable to truly kill the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Therefore, Chu Tianxiong was very clear that if he couldn't kill this beast today, it would be the end of the Monster Palace. Thinking of this, Chu Tianxiong grabbed the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's horns and increased his strength. The powerful force exploded, and a huge pain instantly attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast suddenly let out a low growl in pain. Roar! Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted, "Princess, hurry up, now is the time." Princess Chu's expression was grave. Looking at her father's panicked expression, she didn't dare to be careless. The cultivation method in her body revolved, and the powerful spirit energy instantly burst out. The power of his radius realm was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. Holding the fish dragon sword in his hand, he arrived in front of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast in a single step. The fish dragon sword in his hand was like a long dragon, emitting countless rays of light, directly attacking the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth. At the same time, Princess Chu sternly shouted, "Die!" Her body exuded a powerful aura, and the aura of a queen was undoubtedly displayed. Seeing this, Su Yan couldn't help but be stunned. He secretly sighed in his heart, "Princess Chu, Monster Palace's palace master, you really live up to your reputation." Compared to the strength of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, Su Yan thought that the Princess Chu was more powerful. After all, Su Yan had never heard of the Jade Ice Crystal Beast before. However, the strength of the Princess Chu was deeply imprinted in Su Yan's mind. Therefore, when the Princess Chu made her move, Su Yan subconsciously thought that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was about to die. It was a pity that this was only Su Yan's opinion. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was the overlord of the East Sea. It could make a generation's hero, Chu Tianxiong, reveal a dignified expression. How could it be so easily killed by the Princess Chu? If it was so easily killed by the Princess Chu, Chu Tianxiong wouldn't have needed to spend much effort to kill it. Even after 100 years, he still wouldn't be able to kill the overlord of the East Sea. Haha, you want to kill me with the strength of a mere square sphere state? Just as the Princess Chu's sword was about to attack the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast suddenly spoke in human language and let out a playful voice. At the same time, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's huge four limbs swung up. Its entire body suddenly flew up from the glacial ice pool. After all, the glacial ice pool was a deep pool. No matter what kind of water one was in, one's speed would be suppressed in the water. However, the resistance of the glacial ice pool's water was simply non-existent to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast's body leaped and quickly flew up from the pool. At the same time, a powerful force surged out, and the bloody mouth suddenly opened. "Princess, be careful." Seeing the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's actions, Chu Tianxiong hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was still too late. As the Jade Ice Crystal Beast opened its bloody mouth, a powerful force suddenly surged out. A water column like a stormy sea and a powerful water spear directly attacked the Princess Chu's body. Although Su Yan was relatively far away, even at such a distance, Su Yan's heart couldn't help but tremble when he saw the water column released by the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Under this huge force, he felt that his entire body's strength was suppressed and he couldn't move at all. The moment he looked at the Princess Chu, Su Yan couldn't help but worry. Bang! Just as Su Yan was worried, the water column directly hit the Princess Chu. The Princess Chu's entire body was directly sent flying and a mouthful of blood spurted out from her mouth. Princess! Seeing that his daughter was injured, Chu Tianxiong suddenly felt a surge of anger. With a loud shout, a powerful force erupted from his body and a fist smashed down on the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's head. Roar! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was obviously in great pain and let out a roar. It suddenly went berserk as it opened its mouth and roared, "Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. Even with the help of your ancient demon cauldron, you still couldn't kill me. Now that the seal has been broken, what can you, Chu Tianxiong, do to me?" The Jade Ice Crystal Beast laughed heartily. At the same time, its body constantly trembled, trying to shake Chu Tianxiong off its body. Humph! When Chu Tianxiong heard the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words, he coldly snorted and shouted, "Jade Ice Crystal Beast, you beast. Don't be so arrogant. If you were at your peak, I might not be able to do anything to you. But now, you are only in a weakened state. Taking your life today is as easy as flipping my hand." As Chu Tianxiong spoke, his body flashed and a ray of light burst out from his chest and landed in Chu Tianxiong's hand. The moment it landed in his hand, Chu Tianxiong waved his hand and shouted, "Princess catch!" Although she was hit by the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the Princess Chu was still in the boundary state. The moment she knew that she couldn't avoid it, she had already quickly mobilized her spirit energy to protect her heart meridian. At this moment, although she was vomiting blood, she wasn't seriously injured. Chapter 217. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When the Princess of Chu received the item that Chu Tianxiong threw to her, her eyes immediately lit up. Her frosty face could not help but flash with excitement. The Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. I always thought that it had disappeared with the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. I didn't expect that it had always been with Father. Now that the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron has returned, the Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl is in my hands, and the Supreme Demon Ancient Bell is in the hands of the North Palace Palace Master. Only the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is unknown. When the Princess of Chu said this, she did not deliberately lower her voice. As the saying went, the speaker did not mean it, but the listener did not mean it. Su Yan had three main purposes for coming to the Monster Palace. First, to avoid the Gu Yu sect's pursuit. Second, to find out the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace. Third, to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Avoiding the Gu Yu sect came into being after Su Yan had made up his mind to come to the Monster Palace. Moreover, looking for the relationship between his father and the Monster Palace came into being because Su Yan had obtained the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Therefore, it could be said that Su Yan's main purpose for coming to the Monster Palace was to find the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. Although Su Yan had been in the Monster Palace for a few days and had never thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it did not mean that Su Yan had forgotten about it. Instead, Su Yan knew that his strength was the most important thing now. Only when his strength had increased to a certain level could he find what he wanted to do. Su Yan had entered the Monster Palace for the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal. However, after entering the Monster Palace, Su Yan truly realized the power of the Monster Palace. Therefore, Su Yan had not thought about the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal during this period. He did not expect to hear the Princess of Chu mention the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal here today. If the Princess of Chu had only mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Seal, it would have been fine. At the same time, the Princess of Chu also mentioned the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, Supreme Demon Ancient Pearl, and Supreme Demon Ancient Bell. Su Yan was not familiar with any of these three items. However, the Princess of Chu was now holding the Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron in her hand, and the Princess of Chu had an excited expression on her face. Who was the Princess of Chu? She was the Palace Master of the Monster Palace, one of the three major powers in the 5 counties. Even someone like her was moved by this item. It could be seen that this item was not simple. For the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal to be listed here, it was clear that the Supreme Fey Ancient Seal was also an extraordinary item. Looks like this Supreme Demon Ancient Seal is indeed an extraordinary item, Su Yan muttered to himself. Consort, quickly use the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast. Chu Tianxiong shouted when he saw that the Princess of Chu was still staring at the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Hearing Chu Tianxiong's shout, the Princess of Chu suddenly came to her senses. She was still in the middle of a battle. The Princess of Chu came to her senses, and the excitement on her face was instantly suppressed. She returned to her frosty expression. Her body floated, and the spiritual power on her body instantly burst out, turning into a green light that surged into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron in her hand. Bang! At this moment, the bronze cauldron in the Princess of Chu's hand that was only the size of a fist suddenly expanded rapidly. Not only that, but at the same time, a powerful force suddenly burst out from the cauldron. The force spread out like a whirlwind, and the water in the ice-cold pond boiled like hot water. Roar! When the jade water crystal beast saw this force, its bell-sized eyes suddenly surged with a murderous intent. It let out a low roar, and its body shook as it shouted, "Chu Tianxiong, 100 years ago, I was at a disadvantage because of your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Do you want to use this Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress me again today?" Ha ha ha! After the jade water crystal beast finished speaking, it looked at the force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron and could not help but laugh. Ha ha, naive child. Chu Tianxiong, if you were to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, perhaps I would be afraid. But with this little girl, the power of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron is useless against me. As the jade water crystal beast spoke, the domineering aura of the King of the Beasts was unmistakable. Looking at the power emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron, it roared, and its whole body suddenly jumped up, and pounced on the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. It is said that the 4 great treasures of the Supreme Demon Clan are shocking. They are indeed extraordinary. Today, I will take your Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. When I unify the Monster Palace in the future, I will slowly take the 4 treasures of your Monster Palace. While speaking, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's entire body suddenly began to rotate. Its body instantly emitted countless amounts of spirit chi, which suddenly exploded in the mysterious ice-cold pond. Sensation. Sensation. Countless noises resounded in the area. As it spun, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's body instantly emitted a powerful cold aura that rushed towards the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Wherever the cold aura passed, the water in the mystic ice-cold pond instantly froze. Not good. Seeing this, Chu Tianxiong could not help but be shocked. He hurriedly reminded the Princess of Chu, "Princess, this is the cold air of this beast. It is bone-chilling and can instantly freeze people. Quickly dodge." Dodge. When the jade water crystal beast heard Chu Tianxiong's words, it could not help but let out a mocking laugh. "Chu Tianxiong, you and I have confronted each other for 100 years. Don't you know my strength? With such a child's strength, you want to dodge my 1,000 feet of ice." When Chu Tianxiong heard the jade water crystal beast's words, he was stunned. His eyes instantly condensed, and a domineering aura flowed out as he shouted, "Beast, don't be so proud. Since I dared to break this seal, do you think I don't have a way to restrain you? Ha ha ha, jade water crystal beast. Let me tell you, you must die today." Chu Tianxiong laughed loudly. His laughter was heroic, but there was a hint of misery in it. At the same time, his body suddenly surged with a black air. When the Princess of Chu saw this scene, she could not help but be stunned. Then she realized something and hurriedly shouted, "Father, you can't." "Consort, your father's body is already dead. Even if I didn't die today, this remnant soul wouldn't live for long. Furthermore, I underestimated the power of this jade crystal beast, so..." As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong's eyes suddenly widened, emitting a bewitching light. "Supreme Demon Ancestor, I, Chu Tianxiong, the descendant of Supreme Demon God King, sacrifice my last trace of blood to activate this heaven and earth." Chu Tianxiong's hands moved, and his mouth kept chanting the Monster Palace's secret technique. As he was chanting, the surrounding spiritual energy in the ice-cold pond kept surging toward his body, emitting a majestic spiritual power. In an instant, it condensed into a black air and drilled into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. At the same time, Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu, who was still in a state of grief, and hurriedly shouted, "Princess, quickly activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast." Yes. The Princess of Chu bit her lip. Although she could not bear to see her father use the Supreme Demon's secret technique with his last trace of strength. However, she clearly knew that if she hadn't done so, they would have all died at the mouth of this jade water ice crystal beast. Not only that, If they died in the mouth of this jade water crystal beast, the century-old foundation of the monster palace would be destroyed. Therefore, the Princess of Chu knew that she had no choice but to kill this beast to avenge her father. As the Princess of Chu thought about it, a murderous intent suddenly surged in her eyes as she looked at the jade water crystal beast. The moment the murderous intent surged, the Princess of Chu quickly activated the technique in her body. Countless spiritual powers surged out and quickly entered the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. After the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron absorbed the power of Chu Tianxiong's Supreme Demon Secret Technique and the Princess of Chu's power, it quickly rotated and emitted a powerful force, directly blocking the jade water crystal beast's 1,000 feet of ice. Not only that, but the powerful force emitted by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron directly hit the jade water crystal beast. There was a loud bang. The jade water crystal beast's huge body was directly hit, and it was directly knocked back a few steps. Roar! The jade water crystal beast let out a low roar in pain, and its entire body went into a frenzied state, screaming crazily. Princess, quickly use this opportunity to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress this beast. Chu Tianxiong's hands did not move, but instead, they moved and sent power into the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. The moment the power was sent, his body became more and more confused. Chu Wangfei's heart ached when she saw her father's expression. However, her expression remained as cold as ice. She knew that if she could not control the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, then her father's sacrifice would have been in vain. The Princess of Chu gently bit her lips, and her body suddenly floated up. She waved her hands like a fairy, and endless power erupted from her body with her movements. At the same time, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron also followed the guidance of her power and slowly closed in on the Jade Water Crystal Beast. The Jade Water Crystal Beast was clearly no longer as calm as before. When it saw the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron closing in on it, it constantly roared and its body violently blasted in all directions, trying to break out of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's encirclement. Unfortunately, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power was too strong, and the Jade Water Crystal Beast had been in a confrontation with Chu Tianxiong for 100 years. It was already in a weakened state, so how could it resist the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power? It could only watch helplessly as the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on its body. Under the Princess of Chu's control, the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron grew bigger and bigger. In less than a few breaths' time, it had already surpassed the Jade Water Crystal Beast's huge body and slowly pressed down on it. Roar! The Jade Water Crystal Beast wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, under the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron's power, it could not resist at all. It could only let out continuous roars from its mouth. Die! The Princess of Chu controlled the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron and coldly shouted. At the same time, she waved her hands, and the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron pressed down on the Jade Water Crystal Beast like a 1,000-pound hammer, causing a series of ripples. Chapter 218. Did it work? Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu both heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the Jade Ice Crystal Beast being suppressed by the Great Demon Ancient Cauldron. Chu Tianxiong was a remnant soul to begin with, and he had used all of his strength to activate the Great Demon Secret Technique. He had used up all of his soul power, leaving only a sliver of remnant soul floating in the glacial ice pool. It was faintly discernible, as if it would disappear at any moment. Although the Princess of Chu did not die, she was not much better off than Chu Tianxiong. Controlling the Great Demon Ancient Cauldron required a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, the Princess of Chu had used the Great Demon Ancient Cauldron to suppress the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. The amount of energy she had used had almost depleted the spiritual energy in her body. At this moment, her face was pale. When she heard that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast had stopped howling, the last breath she had used to support her body was released. Her entire body went limp and fell to the ground. Princess! When Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu fall to the ground, he floated up and came to her side. He had a sad expression on his face. Princess, are you all right? I'm fine. The Princess of Chu shook her head and looked at Chu Tianxiong. Her frosty expression melted and turned into sadness. Father, you. When Chu Tianxiong saw his daughter like this, he could not bear to see her like this. When he thought about how he was about to leave this world, he felt even more sad. However, he did not want his daughter to be sad. Chu Tianxiong pretended to be calm and smiled kindly. Princess, I'm old. I'll leave this world sooner or later. Don't be too sad. Father. When the Princess of Chu heard Chu Tianxiong's name, Her voice immediately became choked up. For a moment, she looked at Chu Tianxiong and did not know what to say. However, Chu Tianxiong kept comforting her. Roar. Just as the two of them were talking, the jade ice crystal beast that Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu thought to be dead suddenly let out a low roar. What? When Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu heard this voice, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. The two of them simultaneously looked in the direction of the ice jade beast and heard the ferocious voice of the ice jade beast. The supreme demon ancient seal is indeed extraordinary. This beast actually didn't die. When the Princess of Chu saw the jade ice crystal beast open its bell-like laughing eyes, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Not only her, but even Chu Tianxiong was stunned. He muttered to himself, "How is this possible?" When the jade ice crystal beast saw Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's expressions, it could not help but laugh heartily. Chu Tianxiong, oh Chu Tianxiong, do you think you're the only one who's been thinking about how to deal with me in the past 100 years? Have I not thought about how to deal with this supreme demon ancient cauldron? As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, it suddenly snorted coldly. Chu Tianxiong, let me tell you something. During these 100 years, I have been constantly cultivating my heart meridian in order to be able to resist your supreme demon ancient cauldron. Bang! As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, a bang suddenly sounded from its body, and a layer of frost fell from its body. Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. You forced me to use my heart meridian for 100 years just to cultivate this layer of protection. The jade ice crystal beast watched the frost fall from its body, and its expression became even more ferocious. Its already terrifying eyes widened, and its voice was filled with anger. Chu Tianxiong, you forced me to do all of this. I originally wanted to unify the monster palace, but now, it's you. It's you who changed my mind. Chu Tianxiong, I, the jade ice crystal beast, will definitely flatten the monster palace today. I won't leave a single person in your monster palace alive. Chu Tianxiong was the strongest person in the 5 counties. When had he ever been in such danger? When he heard the jade ice crystal beast's words, a wave of anger suddenly surged within his body. Even though there was only a sliver of his soul left, Chu Tianxiong leaped up, and an irresistible pressure still spread out. He sternly shouted, "Jade ice crystal beast, you bastard. As long as I, Chu Tianxiong, am here, don't even think of taking half a step into my monster palace." This stern shout was mixed with Chu Tianxiong's spiritual energy, and as his voice spread out, it immediately exploded with a sense of majesty. When Su Yan, who was standing in the distance, heard his voice, his whole body couldn't help but tremble. He secretly exclaimed in his heart, "This Chu Tianxiong is indeed the strongest person in the 5 counties. Now that he's left with just a sliver of his soul, he can still release such shocking power." Of course, while Su Yan was praising Chu Tianxiong, he looked at the jade ice crystal beast and frowned. When the jade ice crystal beast said that it had set foot in the monster palace, Su Yan's expression didn't change much. After all, Su Yan had come to the monster palace to find out about his father and the supreme demon ancient seal. As for the monster palace, Su Yan had never felt any nostalgia for it. And in the past few days in the monster palace, although he had received a lot of favors from the monster palace, Su Yan was naturally moved. Unfortunately, this feeling was replaced by anger when Su Yan found out that the Princess of Chu had spied on him, and that the Princess of Chu had placed a restriction on his body. Therefore, if the jade ice crystal beast were to trample the monster palace, even if Su Yan had the ability to stop it, he wouldn't care. However, Su Yan understood that today, Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu really couldn't stop the jade ice crystal beast. If the jade ice crystal beast were to leave here, it would be difficult for him to escape death. While Su Yan was frowning, the Princess of Chu also forced her body to stand up. Holding the fish dragon sword in her hand, she pointed at the jade ice crystal beast and shouted, "Beast, you're still trapped under the supreme demon ancient cauldron, and you still dare to speak so arrogantly. Haha, I'm trapped in this supreme demon ancient cauldron." When the jade ice crystal beast heard the Princess of Chu's words, he wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed and said, "I have to admit that this supreme demon ancient cauldron is a peerless treasure. However, without the support of spiritual power, how long can it trap me?" As the jade ice crystal beast spoke, he looked at the pale faces of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. He immediately said in a mocking voice, "If I'm not wrong, the two of you are probably at the end of your rope. With your current strength, I don't think you can activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast's words clearly poked at Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's sore spot. Just as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast said, the father and daughter duo were already at the end of their rope. Chu Tianxiong only had the last bit of his remnant soul power, so he was unable to activate the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. It was the same for the Princess of Chu. She had exhausted all the spiritual power in her body, and could no longer support the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Beast, don't be so smug. Today, I, Chu Tianxiong, will use up the last bit of my remnant soul power to accompany you in death. As he spoke, Chu Tianxiong suddenly attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Beast, give me your life. The Princess of Chu also growled. She clenched her teeth and raised the long sword in her hand to attack the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast saw the two attacking at the same time, his mind was shaken. After all, he was still being suppressed by the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron. Humph! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast let out a low snort from its nostrils. Its eyes suddenly emitted a bewitching red light. In an instant, it opened its mouth and spoke. Chu Tianxiong, you said that my mouth is my weakest spot. Today I will show you the power of my mouth. As he spoke, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast suddenly opened his mouth and a large amount of pool water entered his mouth. Chu Tianxiong saw the Jade Water Crystal Beast open its mouth and thought of something, so he hurriedly shouted to Chu Wangfei, Princess Consort, you have to back off quickly. The spirit chi in your body has been depleted. You are no match for this sea beast. Back off quickly. The Princess of Chu looked at her father's worried eyes and shook her head, saying, Father, if this Jade Ice Crystal Beast doesn't die today, our Monster Palace clan will definitely not survive. How can I retreat? Chu Tianxiong wanted to say something, but when he saw the determination in the Princess of Chu's eyes, he swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Instead, he nodded and said, All right. Today, even if we can't defeat this Jade Ice Crystal Beast, we will drag him down with us. Yes. The Princess of Chu nodded. The two of them attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast at the same time. Rumble. Unfortunately, the two of them were arrows at the end of their flight. Before they could get close to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, they heard a loud noise. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast opened its bloody mouth and suddenly spat out countless water pillars. They directly hit the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The two of them, who were already weak, were hit by the water pillars. They could not dodge at all. With a scream, they were sent flying and fell to the ground at the same time. Puffed! At this moment, the Princess of Chu spat out a mouthful of blood. As for Chu Tianxiong, he was getting weaker and weaker. It was as if he was about to disappear. His entire body could not move. When the Jade Ice Crystal Beast saw the two of them, it immediately laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, why do you still want to kill me? Ha ha ha, come on, kill me. Puffed! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast laughed proudly. However, it did not laugh for long before it spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed continuously. It was clearly suppressed by the ancient demon cauldron and launched such a powerful attack. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was also heavily injured. When the Princess of Chu saw this scene, she immediately picked up the long sword that had slipped from the ground. She gathered her chi and rushed towards the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Unfortunately, she was heavily injured. Just as she stood up, she fell to the ground again. Princess. When Chu Tianxiong saw the Princess of Chu's appearance, his heart ached. He looked at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast with anger. Unfortunately, he had exhausted all his strength. Now, he only had a trace of his remnant soul left. He could not pose a threat to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. He could not even get close to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast. Chu Tianxiong looked and roared unwillingly. Why? Hearing his roar, the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast was overjoyed. Even though it was heavily injured, it still laughed happily. Haha, Chu Tianxiong, you and I have fought for 100 years. In the end, I am still the one who came out on top. Rest well today. Chapter 219. Hearing Chu Tianxiong's words, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast did not show any signs of fear. Instead, it laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, Chu Tianxiong, don't be so arrogant. No matter how powerful this ancient demon cauldron is, without the support of spiritual power, it's just a piece of trash. And now, both of you are injured. Chu Tianxiong, you're about to disappear. Who else can stop me? Who else can kill me? Ha ha ha. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast looked at Chu Tianxiong and the Princess of Chu's increasingly ugly expressions and became even more proud. Although it was also heavily injured. But for the current these injuries were just small matters. Because the Jade Ice Crystal Beast knew very well that as long as it left the suppression of the ancient demon cauldron, it could immediately use the water of the profound ice-cold pond to heal its injuries. Then, it would be the day it trampled over the monster palace. Thinking about it, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's heart was filled with excitement. 1,000 years, 1,000 years, I've waited for 1,000 years. Finally, I can leave this place. Finally, I can defeat the Supreme Demon Clan. Haha, Supreme Demon Clan. Well said. Supreme Demons. Actually, you guys are nothing more than demonic beasts. Demonic beasts. Humph. Why can you demonic beasts be above humans while we, the sea beasts, can only live in this dark land of the Eastern Sea? Haha, from today onwards, I'll be above humans. I'll kill all of you Supreme Demon Clan. From now on, there'll only be the Sea Monster Clan. Only us sea monsters will be the overlords of this world. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast laughed more and more happily, more and more excited, and more arrogant. Chu Wangfei and Chu Tianxiong could only watch helplessly as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast ran amok. They could not do anything to stop it. As the power of the Supreme Demon Ancient Cauldron grew weaker and weaker, the two of them sank into despair. When the Jade Water Crystal Beast saw the despair on their faces, it began to laugh even more wantonly. Ha 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 ha! Whoosh! Just as the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was laughing so arrogantly, it suddenly felt a huge pain in its mouth. Its laughter abruptly stopped, and its entire body shook. This, die! A young man wearing elegant white robes and holding a black long sword stood in front of the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast. His eyes were filled with a resolute light as he looked at the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast and shouted harshly. Suddenly, he raised the long sword in his hand and attacked the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth again. The sword flashed and a strong burst of spiritual energy directly rushed into the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's mouth. Every sea beast had a weakness. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast was no exception. Its mouth was its weakest point. Now that its mouth had suffered such a serious injury, the Jade Ice Crystal Beast felt as if its entire body had been pierced. It immediately began to howl loudly. Hoo! Hoo! The Jade Ice Crystal Beast roared crazily as its limbs twitched constantly. It wanted to break free from the suppression of the Supreme Fey Ancient Cauldron, but the power of the cauldron had yet to dissipate. Now that it was injured, how could it break free? He could only watch helplessly as he was continuously attacked and continuously endured the incomparably great pain. The feeling of complacency from before had completely disappeared. Under the continuous attacks, it became weaker and weaker. Slowly, it fell to the ground and stopped moving. Only its mouth still had a hint of unwillingness. It used its last bit of strength to roar. Who is it? Who is it? When it saw the white-robed youth in front of it, its eyes were filled with unwillingness. 6 Bloodline Saint, it's actually a 6 Bloodline Saint. Ha ha ha, I, the Overlord of the East Sea, will actually die in the hands of a 6 Bloodline Saint today. Ha ha ha. The Jade Ice Crystal Sea Beast laughed miserably. Unfortunately, its weakest point had already been attacked. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't stop its life from flowing away. Bang! With a loud bang, its entire body turned into ashes. The Jade Ice Crystal Beast, the Overlord of the East Sea, had fallen. Only a wave of unwillingness was left. It would never have thought that it would actually die in the hands of a 6 Bloodline Saint. A 6 Bloodline Saint. If this person was not Su Yan, who else could it be? Su Yan naturally did not do this to save the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. The Princess of Chu had pried into his secrets and placed a restriction in his body. This had already crossed Su Yan's bottom line. Chu Tianxiong had even searched his memories. How could Su Yan not be angry? Su Yan could not wait for the two of them to die. Why would Su Yan save them? However, Su Yan knew that if the Jade Ice Crystal Beast did not die today, he would definitely not be able to leave this place. Therefore, at the last moment, Su Yan saw that the Jade Ice Crystal Beast was heavily injured and laughed wildly. He finally mustered up the courage to attack. Su Yan also did not expect that he would really kill the Overlord of the East Sea. Looking at the Jade Ice Crystal Beast that had turned into ashes, Su Yan could not recover for a long time. The excitement in his heart was self-evident. Bang! At this moment, the loud sound of the High Demon Ancient Cauldron falling to the ground instantly woke Su Yan up. High Demon Ancient Cauldron. Su Yan looked at the High Demon Ancient Cauldron with a greedy look in his eyes. He licked his lips. Seeing the High Demon Ancient Cauldron shrink, Su Yan's heart stirred. He quickly reached out and put the High Demon Ancient Cauldron into his storage bag. At the moment of putting the High Demon Ancient Cauldron away, Su Yan saw a jade-colored bead the size of a pearl on the ground. Su Yan knew that this was the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's monster core. His eyes suddenly lit up and he put it into his storage bag without any hesitation. Although Su Yan's actions were fast, it did not escape the eyes of the Princess of Chu and Chu Tianxiong. When the two of them saw that Su Yan had killed the Jade Ice Crystal Beast, their faces were filled with disbelief because Su Yan was only a 6th bloodline saint. Similar to the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's final reluctance, they simply could not accept this fact. When the High Demon Ancient Cauldron fell to the ground, they suddenly came to their senses and saw Su Yan put the High Demon Ancient Cauldron and the Jade Ice Crystal Beast's monster core into his storage bag. The two of them could not help but frown. I never thought that I, Chu Tianxiong, who had dominated the 5 counties for a lifetime, would lose to a 6th bloodline saint in the end. Of course, when Chu Tianxiong said that he lost to Su Yan, he naturally did not mean that he had truly lost to Su Yan. After all, if Chu Tianxiong had not exhausted his strength, even if there were 100 Su Yan, he would definitely not have any power to fight back in Chu Tianxiong's hands. What Chu Tianxiong was referring to was that he had confronted the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast for 100 years. In the end, he had almost been counterattacked by the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast, but the Jade Water Ice Crystal Beast had died at the hands of Su Yan. In contrast to Chu Tianxiong's bitter smile in his heart, Princess Chu looked at Su Yan and did not feel anything. Instead, she was quite happy. After all, she had already designated Su Yan as the next person in charge of the Monster Palace. Su Yan naturally did not know what the two of them were thinking. After putting away the 2 items, his eyes immediately surged with a murderous intent. The Princess Chu placed a restriction in my body and spied on me. She must know a lot of my secrets. Now that she is seriously injured, it is a good opportunity for me to kill her. Su Yan thought in his heart and immediately turned to walk in the direction of the Princess Chu. Although Su Yan also had the desire to kill Chu Tianxiong, he did not pay much attention to him. This was because Su Yan clearly knew that Chu Tianxiong had only left behind the last trace of his soul remnant. With just him, he would automatically disappear in less than an hour. Therefore, Su Yan was not afraid that he would search his memories. On the contrary, the Princess Chu was the palace master of the Eastern Palace. She was only injured now. If he waited until she returned to the Eastern Palace, it would be a disaster for him. At that time, the one who would die would most likely be him. Moreover, in the ice-cold pond, it was definitely a good opportunity. If he killed the Princess Chu, no one in the Monster Palace would know. Thinking of Su Yan, the murderous intent in his eyes became more and more intense. When the Princess Chu came back to her senses, she was more concerned about her father and did not pay much attention to Su Yan. Moreover, she had already chosen to believe in Su Yan, so she did not think too much about it. Although Chu Tianxiong's eyes were on Su Yan, unfortunately, he only had a trace of remnant soul power left. He could not even speak, so how could he feel the murderous intent in Su Yan's eyes? Looking at Su Yan, Chu Tianxiong frowned and thought to himself, since this person is the successor of the Futu Sword sect, and I am indebted to the Futu Sword sect, I am destined to disappear today. This person only has the power of a saint with 6 bloodlines. Why not help him? Thinking about this, Chu Tianxiong did not hesitate at all. He suddenly jumped up, and the last trace of remnant soul power rushed directly into Su Yan's body. Su Yan was greatly alarmed when he saw this scene. He originally wanted to block it, but it was a pity that Chu Tianxiong's speed was so fast that he was simply unable to block it. Seeing Chu Tianxiong's remnant soul force enter his body, Su Yan felt even more astonished in his heart. Just as Su Yan was surprised, Chu Tianxiong's voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Junior Su Yan, although this remnant soul power of mine has been exhausted and only a trace is left, you are only a saint with 6 bloodlines. I believe this power can help you condense a saint bloodline. As Chu Tianxiong spoke, the blood in Su Yan's body suddenly surged. The spiritual qi was the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. Su Yan could not help but be stunned. At the same time, He quickly came to his senses and hurriedly used his cultivation method to absorb the remnant soul power of Chu Tianxiong. It expanded in his blood and quickly condensed his 7th saint bloodline. Because of the help of Chu Tianxiong's power, Su Yan quickly condensed his 7th saint bloodline. 7 Bloodline Saint. Su Yan successfully condensed his saint bloodline. He opened his eyes and opened his hands. There was not much excitement, only shock and bitterness. Chu Tianxiong, this is only the last trace of remnant soul power, but it can help me condense a saint bloodline. When can I reach this level?